back, everyone, to the Road to Brawl Cup. It is the final day of action. It has all been coming down to this one show. One opportunity to make it to the Brawl Cup from the SESA region and, well, be the one hope for your whole entire region for going to a Brawl Stars postseason. That's the format for this year. Spoo, the stakes could not be higher, and I'm so excited to be here for it.
That's right, we've narrowed things down to exactly 4 teams. The best of the region are represented. And what do you know? Who's a certain somebody that's been a little bit hyped up? Is it certain Revenant X-Spark that's making an appearance once again? Not surprised at this point. They're the front runner, but they're joined by 3 other stellar teams that have fought their way through the last, 5 days of competition to get to this point.
It has been fierce just to make it, but here we are. The bracket for today will touch base, by the way, on how exactly everyone got here, but let's meet your main characters of the day. It is a double elimination bracket today. In the upper bracket semifinals, it's R&TX, Overthrow, ABC, and Prime Bears. But Spoo, it's been a long journey just to get here. So let's hone in on just the process for making it to the stage.
That's right, we started all the way a good 2 weeks ago. That's actually not that far away when I think about it. But in open qualifiers, and we got 16 teams to qualify. Then in that same weekend, we went into a 3-day regional league tournament. There was a bunch of group stage, double elimination action. The point is 16 teams were narrowed down to 6. That brings us then to this weekend, where the final 6 teams were put into a group stage, and we eliminated 2 of those teams yesterday. That's right, folks. So today we're in the double elimination point, and the winner will indeed qualify for the Brawl Cup.
Okay, so that is the format overall. Now, let's talk about just what this weekend has looked like, because the Decider playoffs, they occupied that last third of the format, and even then, it's expanded into 2 days. So, Spoo, yesterday we went through day 1. We had 3 teams. We had to say goodbye to 1 from each. We had them all play against each other. That's how we produced our top 2 for this 4-team single elimination bracket today. But Spoo, what's special now is that we're finally mixing the regions. For the entire Road to Brawl Cup SESA so far, we've kept South Asia and Southeast Asia isolated. They've only played against each other. Now we're finally mixing it up, which brings us back to today. It's the same bracket we showed you earlier, but a bit of additional context. R&TX versus Overthrow to start things off, then ABC versus Prime Bears right after that. It is double elimination. It's a more thorough format, so if you lose there in the first stage, you'll have to go down to the lower bracket and play again. Grand Finals, no bracket reset. You do earn yourself a nice pretty spot there in the Grand Finals by winning your way through the upper bracket, and you got plenty of time to prepare and analyze your opponent as they have to claw their way through the lowers to a qualifying round.
Wow. I mean, this is a stellar cast of teams that we have here. R&TX going up against Overthrow, the seed 1 from Southeast Asia going up against the seed number 2 from South Asia. Sergeant Clash leading Revenant X-Spark on this roster. He's actually quite familiar with Overthrow as well, you know, being a fellow Indian himself. I'm expecting that he will understand, you know, some of his former compatriots a lot better, and I'm looking to see him eke out in a drafting edge. So far, we have just seen Revenant crush literally every other team ready. So I don't know if that streak is going to continue, or we're going to expect to see a little bit more resistance here, kicking things off in Hideout.
Okay. And we're stopping in just a little bit into the draft, so let's talk about some of these bans. Looking at Overthrow, this is, I think, pretty typical for like a Gene ban. Leon ban doesn't surprise me really at all. Mortis is a really interesting one. They're not facing a last pick possibility from Revenant X-Spark. They just have no interest in dealing with it at all. Mortis, I don't think would be totally on the table anyway, considering that Chester is in the running, but you never know. It could be banned by either team to give themselves a pretty strong Mortis game. Chester has been the talk of the town lately when it comes to a counter for stuff that gets close to you, basically. Now, for Revenant X-Spark, they have Walkthrough on this Pierce already, rounding out their composition with a bit of support, but are they going to enable anything? This Jaeong brawler also, it's going to get them that blue star, but it's hardly like a get out of jail free card because you still do have to play for that positioning.
it needs speed and it gets you that tempo control, so you will reach the blue star faster, but it's not like a Mortis or a Kaze that, you know, it's a safe dash and then you can get in and get out and you're guaranteed. Okay, so that is, yeah, so that is safety. So this is, wow, math. This is basically saying that even if you picked Mortis, we're going to be faster than you because we actually have speed plus the dash to get that. And it works out to be a pretty balanced comp in the end. They're not really afraid of any particular types of picks. I can see some weaknesses on the Jae-Young maybe to be something that they could go after. Like it suffers in the range department. In Overthrow, they could try to punish this by going up for, you know, full triple range, maybe get the wall break out, something like a Brock, tear open the map and just try and play that way. No, they're gonna go for a tempo controller themselves. So they prefer the safety of the Crow, something that can, you know, at least be a little check to the Kaze, you know, prevent this Kaze from healing, just be a little bit annoying. And it does outrange the Jae-Young as well. So not entirely disagreeing with this pick. I think the Nani might be used to tear open more of the map than to try and get kills. Overall, it could go either way.
And for Overthrow's composition, my biggest question mark is, are they going to be able to crack through Revan and X-Spark's defense? Because you look at the two things that Revan and X-Spark have, and Kaze and Jae-Young specifically, they'll be getting that blue star. There's just like not a question about it. So they'll be getting the blue star and immediately running to defense. Pierce should be pretty good for the job. The wall peak should be there. But what about everything else? Folks, it's time to kick it off. It's day number 2 of the Decider playoffs. Today we will crown one team to go to the Brawl Cup from SESA. And so far Revan and X-Spark have that blue star. They have the initial kill, and Sergeant doesn't have a care in the world. He's already making a beeline for the backlines, receiving some support from Hiroshi, now encircling Valiant and picking up yet another kill for the squad.
I mean, this is the difference between the tier 1 and the tier 2 teams, right? Like R&TX, they know that they're not a comp that's designed to play on 3 different lanes, and that's exactly how they're exploiting this position here on Hideout. And this is why I thought that they'd be going for a wall break, because now, effectively, there's just no easy way for them to break through this position. I mean, yeah, Nani's about to potentially win a matchup against a walkthrough here, but Hiroshi's just keeping him chopped up, and Sergeant's got the right lane locked down for the moment, just staying in this long-range form on the shurikens, you know, now changing back into the Geisha form, just dashing back into the corner, and it's a stalemate. Overthrow have to tear down this wall, yeah, so the Peep is going to come in to serve that purpose. That will force Revenant at least out of safety.
Revenant have to fall back. They have plenty of utility to utilize here. They have a hypercharge super for Sergeant that can blind everyone, get a bit of additional damage. Walkthrough could also use his super for an assassination, but no one is making the first move. Sergeant's not terribly interested in going assassin mode and diving in on Raw, since he has a super that could get catastrophic damage in close range. Mostly a stalemate. Here it comes. Sergeant actually forces Crow to proc it, and he gets that shield as well thanks to the Buffy. Overthrow at the moment don't seem to have that many tools. All they really have is this super for Valiant in the final few seconds.
5-0 in stars. They're going to have to bring down Sergeant and +1 if they want to win this. We see the Fanstorm coming out here to isolate Valiant. Yeah, he's then basically no way to get there. Raw here, yeah, just can't even get in. Not a single kill. Going to be going over to Overthrow here, 9-0, as Revenant and X-Spark cap off this first game. You know, extremely dominant, and I honestly can't even start to strategize on what can Overthrow even do. There's no way they can secure Blue Star, which means they're always behind, and they don't have a quick wall break to tear open that left side to buy the time that they need. And even if they break the walls, do they even win the matchups? I'm not even sure.
Well, let's hope that Overthrow know better than us to give themselves a fighting chance in this matchup. You have Valiant pushing up really aggressively earlier on. Almost got taken down by that piercing shot from Pierce on the left side. Raw will be the first to fall, and Revan and X-Spark, not only do they have that blue star, they've got 2 kills, in fact, to start things off, making another on a Muzan on the left side, and Revan and X-Spark are falling into defense mode just a little bit, not too hard. With the Peep breaking open the left side of the map, they don't have that much of a choice. That upper left stronghold for them has been disrupted, so they'll fall back basically to the next rung of this map. Sergeant just is repeatedly getting the jump on these interactions where someone gets pressed up a little bit too close to that wall, and he's able to come out in Kaze assassin form and throw some daggers over them. That was pretty dicey right there. Overthrow narrowly escaped death, and even still it only gets them within 7 stars of Revenant.
that's gotta feel bad if you're Raw, right? Like, it's already so hard to farm that single Crow super here. Yeah, you got second peep coming in to tear down more of that, cover for Revenant Expert, but they've still got this last rung of defense that they have. They would really, really want to have that Crow super back online, but I just don't know if there's enough time for it. Sergeant's even to go on an offensive play, get a quick assassination there on Valiant. Overthrow have to capitalize now, but they don't have the pinching power. They don't have a wall break to get through here. Raw would really, really like a super here. He's so desperate for it, but can't get it. And meanwhile, Valiant's just getting bullied by Sergeant in the back, and he's back. He's just back from behind to pinch with his team. It's gonna go down. It's a consolation prize, but Muzan is gonna go down to Hiroshi as a result. 16-5, and this just may be Revenant Xbox finally showing off the reason why they are just one of the best drafting regions in South Asia.
Oh, it's disgusting. What a blowout here in set number 1 from Revenant X-Spark. Just hardly even close, and the only 5 stars that Overthrow got throughout this entire ordeal were pretty much door dashed to them by Kaze, going all the way behind. You see Sergeant here picking up just one of numerous kills he got with Kaze. This was when he actually fed the stars to Overthrow and was still, of course, able to pick up some value there towards the end. I'm looking forward to seeing these stats. It is, of course, Sergeant and Walkthrough getting so many of them. Oh my goodness, and Overthrow have just fallen so far behind. We talked about how even we're not sure how you can really amend this from the gameplay angle. Did Overthrow get outdrafted that hard? I don't think it's necessarily that so much as it is Revenant X-Spark also outplaying them. Sergeant has been a monster.
Yeah, it's so difficult to tell at this level when, it's like, is it a draft-based thing or is Revenant just that good? And I gotta say, like, Overthrow, they seem to be drafting very old-school meta here. You've got this Gus and Nani setup that has been working for them so far against, the other South Asian teams. But up against Revenant X-Spark, they're showing off the new meta here. They're showing off the Pierce, and they're really taking Pierce, the full advantage of it. So not just using it as, like, the best sharpshooter in the game, but also just really taking full advantage of the fact that this is a rare sharpshooter that has that piercing potential. And then you pair it up with this Jaeyoung and Kaze setup, and all of a sudden it's a unstoppable, trio of rollers that just couldn't be, you don't have a single last pick that's actually that good against it. And that's going to bring us to Super Beach though. So Overthrow get another shot. The bans are in, and I can see that there's a lot of fear for assassins, especially in the hands of Sergeant Clash.
Okay, so one thing to look out for, how about this Willow early selection? I personally, is it because it's good? Partly, mostly just because I think it's so interesting to see the Willow first selection on basically any Brawl Ball map. I can see it making sense here on Super Beach, unless the wall breakers come in, okay? If Frank makes an appearance, then it's bad business. Same could go for Bull, honestly. Willow's not going to have as many places to hang out, but she's going to have that CC available pretty early on. Calling a mind control CC is also just like such a fun thing because yes, it is a controlling ability, get someone away from you, but it's probably the most powerful CC in the game because in Brawl Ball, it is one of those conditions for scoring goals. You can't allow a Willow with the super to get within your line of sight when you are close to your own goal. So let's break this down, Spoo. You have Mo selected by Overthrow. That's going to be pretty strong for scoring from midfield, possibly, because you do have the super that you can use for it onto the ball or, on someone near the ball. And then super it from midfield. Super Beach is notoriously a map where you can score a goal from that far away.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is a map where sometimes if it's just you see a single lane collapse on one side, the midfielder will literally run up and practically just throw his life away to secure the ball, pass it out to his teammate, and just instantly it's just a 1-2 pass into a score. Revenant Xbox, that doesn't seem like the plan at the very least. You've still got this little bit of flexibility. All three of these brawlers are good against tanks, but well, is a Mortis actually going to make the cut here to be good enough? Does he have the burst damage? I mean, this is a Mortis going up against a Cordelius and Charlie here. And Willow, as you mentioned, is not even that strong. Not even that bad up against assassins. He's got the dive that if he really wants to dodge out most of the damage, and as you mentioned already, like you can just mind control the Mortis, and assuming they fixed the way that interaction works, I actually think you can self dribble with the Mortis, and it can end up just working against you.
No, it's totally possible. Willow's mind control is honestly the best it's ever been, I guess, as far as like feel and function. So that type of thing is possible. It's going to be Hiroshi piloting the Willow today. So will he be able to keep up with the demands of this brawler? You see the big push in from Raw. Should be getting a good chunk of supercharge out of that. But aside from that, hasn't really created any positioning for the team. The rest of Overthrow has to fall back in this 2v3. He's back to the battle now, but everyone has fallen back towards the goal. He's still trying to move forward, but it's quite difficult when you're up against this Charlie who places you in the cocoon. It's nasty. An easy pass up to Sergeant could get them this goal. Hiroshi wants to walk it through, but no, the defense is there from Overthrow.
Oh, it's just in the nick of time as well. That could have been perfect there from an X-Spark. But then instead, now they're just going to have a reversal of the positions. And we do have the mortars that is going to start diving. Sergeant did take the mute gadget, though. That's going to be really useful to defend them. No wonder they balled up at the start of this game. Now we see big hypercharge there from Walk. It's not going to connect on everyone, but it does indeed grant them these spiders. And the move speed here, we see Valiant there charging into the back.
Oh my
Sergeant
gosh.
tried to force it in. Not going to get it done. Second attempt from Evan X-Spark, rebuffed by Overthrow.
Revan and X-Spark are trying to force this one in scenarios where they know it's going to be tight. Is it just that their intuition's a little bit off, or is it that they're ready to get this one over with? I think it's probably the latter. They're just trying to make this as quick as possible, but it's not quite enough. 1 minute on the clock, no goal scored just yet. Raw is going to push the envelope right here. He has the push forward, an easy sight line through, and why don't you run down the clock while you're at it? For once, Mortis breaks through this line of scrimmage, this defensive line from Revan and X-Spark, and gets a goal. Now Revan and X-Spark have to match this pace.
And Sergeant just threw out a blind super that's straight onto Raw, takes him out of the equation, and he's trusting the rest of his team just to get the scoring done. Communication is perfect there. No way to stop Sergeant. They used the Shadow Realm just to get into position, and a great pass, great use of the timing to get the ball to him. And they equalize it 1-1.
Scary part of the game now because Willow has that hypercharge super. If she mind controls someone, she's going to be completely safe during all of it. That's a kill for Raw, but the ball's thrown away towards the left side. Still, it's wide open. Sergeant cleared out the goal and got one now for Revan and X-Spark. Clean execution there towards the end when, you know, the call for duty arrived. But, man, it did take them a moment to get started. Felt a little bit messy at first from Revan and X-Spark, and I'll kind of come back to what I was calling this before. I think they were just trying to get this done as quickly as possible rather than as cleanly or as respectfully as possible.
Yeah, I think it's also just the standard R&TX style, right? Like, even before this iteration, R&TX were always known to be a team under Sergeant's leadership. They like to play hyper-aggressive. He will make the calls. He will ask for X9J to jump in with 8 gems if he sees a way to play it. And in this case, if he's calling for the ball, he's saying just push. I don't care how you get it done, just get it done. And his teammates, you know, Hiroshi and Walkthrough, I mean, given their experience, they're soldiers here. Now again, he leads the charge. Get Raw inside the Shadow Realm. He makes the calls. He gets the ball in front. I will get you in position. Hiroshi just gets over mind control onto Raw, and there it is. Valiant has no choice. He tried to stop it there, but Hiroshi managed to dash back onto the ball in control of Raw. There was no autonomy given that to him. He was violated in that position.
Oh, unfortunate there for Overthrow. Puts them one goal away from losing a second set in a row for the opening match. That's really, really tough. Their first time playing cross-regional in all of Road to Brawl Cup, and Revan X-Spark are laying on the hurt. We'll see the hypercharge now out from Super Walk, and a super in that only serves to place some spiders down. He loves to use it that way. My thought is that he doesn't want to actually grant anyone the safety of the cocoon. You see he's running slimy as well, so it's not like he's getting additional damage onto anyone by putting them in the cocoon. Also, this ball's been pocketed in the back left. Revan and X-Spark have decided to leave it back there. Just going to play offense for the next 50 seconds because sometimes the best defense is a good offense. But inevitably, they are falling back. Hiroshi doesn't mind. It's plenty of time for him to farm up his super, and he has the hypercharge ready as well. But who is going to be on ball duty is really the question here. 30 seconds, Revan and X-Spark could use this time to score a goal and end it early, but it seems that they don't feel like it's worth it to remove the ball from its comfy little hobbit hole on the left side. They'd rather just play D.
Yeah, playing it safe. I mean, they realize the stakes here are high, and honestly, if it's an easy way to win and it's good practice for future tournaments, you might as well take the chance. I mean, if you were assuming this is Revan and Xbox against some much stronger team on a LAN setting, this is exactly how you'd expect them to play. So in a way, they are being respectful here. Just get that first goal, and then they don't want to like risk it too much and equalize and then go into an iffy overtime. So with that said, that's gonna be Revan and Xbox up 2-0 in sets. We're going to see some of these replays of how they forced it. Overthrow did manage to defend really well, and Roy even managed to get a single goal here off the backs of a nice assassination play. But that was all that they did. Aside from that, it was the Revenant show.
Dude, the notion of Revenant Xbark being like, yeah, but it's a good practice, so, I guess we'll keep placing our thumbs on the controls. That's the degree of this matchup. That is how much of a favorite Revenant Xbark is to win this match. I suppose so. Their #1 seed from their sub-region, their sub-region, if you will, of SEA versus #2 from South Asia, and it's looking as such. It is looking like a #1 versus #2 matchup because Revenant and Xbark have not dropped a game yet, and this Brawl Ball set might be the most dominant one that we've seen so far, and of course that's by comparison to only one other set in the match so far, and it might actually be one of 3 if Revenant and Xbark can keep up this momentum.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Revenant and Xbox have dropped that game.
Right.
In the entire road to Brawl Cup so far.
Oh.
I might be wrong. I don't know. That might be a stretch. I know sets, they're definitely, yeah, they've not lost a single set. Everything has been a clean 4-0. I know. I don't know. Maybe chat can look back in time and let us know. But I have this impression that Revenant and Xbox seem to be, even in numbers, just completely indomitable. And now going on to Dueling Beetles, they're holding this 2-0 up against Overthrow. They're leading with a similar approach that they had to Ring of Fire, I believe, when they played this. They're starting out with the Finks as their first pick. And interestingly, I want to highlight that they've decided to ban out Ziggy for some reason. They seem to have an understanding of this brawler that other teams don't.
I'll tell you what, Ziggy is such a troublesome brawler. Of course, I'm from North America. Heck, I live in basically a team house, so I get my good dose of Brawl Stars, and Ziggy is just one of the most frustrating things that you can face here. Dueling Beetles, already a map where throws are fairly strong, and one of them is that, yeah, you can deal with Pam really easily. She's so strong here, and anything that chucks shots over walls or through them or whatever should be able to deal with the turret really easily. But you also have Indestructibles, okay? You cannot be forgetting that. You have Indestructibles really close to the objective, and when I look at Ziggy Super, I see a big ol' circle, and when I look at the objective, I see a big ol' circle, and so you put those two together, and it's just like complete control once you have the Ziggy Super down. So something that you should look out for, honestly, in future sets that we see here in day #2 of the Decider playoffs, but for now, looks like everyone will be safe. Sort of, because Overthrow could still pick up a thrower of their own if they wanted, so Revenant will have to be mindful of it. Chester should serve to break open some of the walls, but he's really just here to deal with a potential aggro last pick more than anything else.
And it's the same comp, I think. Like, they did this in Ring of Fire as well, I think. This Chester Finks pairing. And I think the last pick there, in their case, was some kind of frontline aggro. I think it was a Mortis and something like that. I can't really remember yet, but I wouldn't even be surprised they went for it. Yellow Bird has been activated there from the side of Overthrow. Everybody in chat at this point should know the running gag that I don't like it. But I have to admit, it is overly overtuned at the moment. The stats, the amount of damage you can pull off is immense. And I gotta say, Overthrow right now, they just seem like they're missing some kind of way to consistently keep this map open, because they do win in those range matchups right now. Revenant and Xbox, they've picked up 2 brawlers that excel at the mid-range, but won't do very well if this map is a long-range showdown, which it just might end up being if they don't pick up a brawler to close the gap here.
Okay, final selection from Revenant and Xbark. What is it going to be is the main question on my mind. So I mean, to deal with the Pam would be quite nice. I think Overthrow shouldn't have any issues with it getting the Pam her super. Gonna see a couple picks come in at the same time. Shade and Ruffs, the final 2. Ruffs will also help break open these walls, but he's really the only good wall breaker for Overthrow. Bo should be able to do it just fine. Shade, however, is going to have a pretty torturous matchup, but Spoo, I want you to give us some insight here. You know how these players take. Sergeant on the Shade, he is the highest execution player on the team, and you feel like he's looking at this one and going like, yeah, it's like 2 things that can break walls, but I'll be fine. Like, I'm me. I know I'll be able to execute.
I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, it's just Sergeant, man. Like, let Sergeant do what he wants. He could have gone Ali here. He could have gone any of the other easier assassins. Could have even gone Mortis if he wanted a direct answer. But nah, he was feeling the Shade, and he managed to even dodge up against the bow there. I don't even know how that happens necessarily. Just sheer movement differences at this point. That is really, really incredible and honestly quite terrifying, because now it is the beginning of a war. I mean, just a spawn trap here going on. Sergeant's just going ham in the back. You've got mines coming out here, but there's no tripwire that forced the wall break here, so it turns out to just, you know, be just 63-0.
That's pretty devastating. Okay, Raw will get to tiptoe into the zone just a little bit. Here comes the wall break. Also, Hiroshi with a takedown on Valiant. Oh my gosh, and Sergeant cleans up in the back lines. Overthrow, they cannot really bring this back. They've got 10% to work with. Revenant and X-Spark are all over the point. Sergeant continues to farm them in their own spawn. We're just over a minute into the game, and Revenant and X-Spark have already brought us to match point.
Oh my god. I mean, is this another record speed run for Revenant and X-Spark? Can anyone stop them? They 6-0'd their entire group yesterday, and they're doing the same thing here again. Like, this is not looking good for the rest of the region, I have to say. I mean, can anyone stop Sergeant? It's gonna have to come down to this. Okay, so he shows up mid this time and still managed to catch out Muzan.
Wow, also an early takedown on Raw on the left side, which isn't just Sergeant. You know, this isn't only the Sergeant show. In fact, there's been so much buzz surrounding Walkthrough on the Chester here. Not just for his Chester gameplay, of course, but just in general. He's been the talk of the town. Sergeant, with one devastating shot after the other, brings Pam to the brink of defeat, but I guess it spares her for now because he wants a double kill. Here comes the hypercharge. 1, 2, looking for 3, wants the clip, but once again, denied by the bow in the back right. When we watch the replays, folks, you're going to see 2 replays exactly like that in games 1 and 2. Overthrow aren't finished yet, though they only have 20% to work with. It's a Pam hypercharge super forward, and Raw just disintegrates. Now 10% to go. Overthrow still cannot get out of spawn. The indestructible that Sergeant has been abusing this entire time. Number 1 friend, match point completed, 100-0 style. It does not get more dominant than that kind of finish on a 6-0.
Sergeant is the unequivocal owner of the region at this point. I mean, if he finishes this run and he's capable of doing it in this kind of a fashion, if he literally doesn't drop a single set this entire road to Brawl Cup, then I will gladly, you know, give him the title, literal king of the region here. I mean, he's king of the small hill, but it's still a hill nonetheless. Just look at these replays. He's got his 2 teammates practically AFKing in the back, just having coffee, just having a good time. He's like, give me a single super and I will do the rest. And indeed, that is what the stats tell us as well. 10-2 in kills, 93,000 damage. And that might seem small, but it's more than the whole of Overthrow combined.
Yeah, a bunch of goose eggs for Overthrow. 0-7 for Raw, 0-6 for Muzan, and Bo, of course, going 2-3. Actually, both of those kills were on Sergeant following an attempt at a team wipe. So that could have been pretty nasty if Sergeant were able to complete the trifecta. Of course, it wasn't a solo battle. Hiroshi got his fair share of input, and so did Walkthrough. I wonder what Walkthrough would look like. I wonder what the discussion surrounding this guy would be if he weren't teamed with Sergeant, because I feel like Sergeant doesn't steal the limelight. It's deserved, but Walkthrough, I feel like, could shine a lot brighter if he were not alongside the premier talent for the SESA region. A question that I guess we'll get to theorize a little bit more about going forward. But for now, Revenant and X-Spark 3-0's Overthrow, and they do it in a 6-0 fashion. That's insane. And Spoo, I guess you did the research too and determined that, yes, in fact, Revenant and X-Spark 6-0'd their opponents in the previous stage as well, which makes 3 consecutive.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know. I mean, we thought Prime Bears might have, posed a threat to them. X9J wasn't playing yesterday. I do believe he will be competing today. So maybe he will have a way to deal with him, or maybe ABC will have something else to say. But at the moment, we can conclude Overthrow isn't the team that's gonna even leave a scratch or a dent. I have to agree, chat. I can't say if it's a complete outdraft because it really just looks like a skill diff. A Shade just walks up into a bar and your entire team is dead. Like, what?
Yeah, it sounds like the setup for a bad joke, but that is reality right here. So who will challenge Revan and X-Spark in the upper bracket? We've determined that Revan and X-Spark move on to the next stage, and then Overthrow will have to go down to the pits. They only have one life left. We have to find a worthy opponent for both of those teams in their next stage. So we're going to go to a quick break while we get the second semifinal ready. We'll be back after a quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. We finished up match number 1 for the day, and it's time, Spoo, to start talking about match number 2. It is our second semifinal. Our upper bracket semifinals are finished, and now our first upper bracket semifinal is finished, and now let's talk about ABC versus Prime Bears.
ABC versus Prime Bears. The alphabets don't go that way. It doesn't start with ABC and end with PB here, but we are not sure who is going to go on to face off Revan and Expert there in the upper bracket finals. But just based on standings, ABC were the best team that came out of South Asia yesterday. Well, Prime Bears, I don't know. It felt a bit shaky up until a certain 9JX arrived. I just butchered his name in half. But yeah, I heard he's not feeling too well. He was pretty sick yesterday, and I think today it's the same thing for him again. So he's actually playing with a slight handicap here. Hopefully that isn't going to be too big of a deal going up against ABC here. Either way, whichever team wins here, it's still going to be a big challenge ahead of them.
Okay, let's talk about the rotation up here. It is the second upper semifinal, the last one, in fact. That's, kind of how semifinals work. ABC, your home team, and Prime Bears away. We're going to get started on Hard Rock Mine pretty soon. Then we'll head over to Bridge Too Far, Dueling Beetles after that, and if we break the trend of 3-0s, then we'll go to Super Beach and Hideout. Spoo, it has been one 3-0 after the other. Do you think number 1 from South Asia versus number 2 from Southeast Asia is going to go any differently?
I would like to see it. I mean, these maps that I'm looking at are, yeah. But there is no buts. I mean, I'm hoping that we break that, honestly, because something that I think a lot of us have noticed, and, chat, I think you guys are feeling the same way as well, is just simply the fact that this region seems to be pretty one-sided for some reason. Yeah, like the levels of skill between these teams just is a little bit far, and I'm hoping that at least between ABC and Prime Bears is a little bit closer.
Okay, we are in draft here on Hard Rock Mine. The first selection over to ABC. Spike, nothing too crazy over here. It was left open. Crow, Spike have to be some of the most popular first picks, and they're not exactly always banned because they're not exactly always worth banning because, like, Spike, pretty dodgeable. At the pro level, people know how to deal with this brawler. They can stay out of the way. It still has weaknesses, stuff that gets way too close to it and it can't DPS it down, then Spike is going to be quite vulnerable and sometimes can not really contribute all that much to the fight because it can play as such a passive brawler owing to its lack of HP and to the dodgeability of its main attack. Prime Bears fire back with a Chester, which is more to set up their own selections and counter anything later in the draft from ABC than anything else. It's not really a response to the Spike. Probably opens up their last pick possibilities. Ali has already been banned. Mortis is wide open if Prime Bears want to go with that idea.
Yep, they're just both individually setting up threats on their team. I think this is, something that we've discussed a lot on the stream. Sometimes when you have a brawler like Spike or Crow or Leon that is just so versatile, there's no need to immediately just snap the biggest hate pick on the planet, right? Like, I mean, of course, up against a Spike, the best thing you can pick up is, some kind of a thrower, for example, bypass the walls. And this is a map that's honestly not bad. You can play Juju, you can play Larry and Lori here. That's something that X9J should know because Sergeant Clash taught him that last year. But there's no point going 2-3 with a thrower and then creating that weakness in your draft. You can allow your opponent to set up the rest. So in this case, you see Charlie. Once again, Charlie is there. Not really to deal with any tank in particular right now. It's just a good pick against the Gus as a mid, I think. And, they just don't want to... They're checking up against the Mortis. They're very, very scared that Mortis is the last selection, and they just want to make sure all their brawlers have that in tow.
Next pick from ABC. It seems like they've addressed the Mortis issue decently. They have this Charlie, a pretty viable mid, but what is their lane going to be? Because Mortis is going to find its way into the back lines via one of those lanes, Mo. Mo isn't really that strong in close range. Doesn't really do all that much damage. Should be a consistent lane matchup for Chester. Should be able to get the super off of Chester and then dive Gus later on. Though you are at risk of being bounced away versus the Gus, because you can super onto the Gus, sure, but after some time he's going to have that super, and he's going to hang on to it for as long as he can afford to, and only use it when he's properly pushed. Kenny, Okay, so let's understand this real quick. Penny over here, I think actually is a pretty good matchup for like all three of these. And it's not like the most amazing thing versus Mo, but into everything else, it is very, very solid and punches through all the spiders from Charlie. She won't really be able to do much to this brawler in my opinion. And there's no anti-turret from ABC.
Yeah, I've got to give it to X9J here. He's drafting for his team here. He may not have found maybe the most ideal of 2-3 turns. Not really the most interesting, I'm going to say. Like, compared to Sergeant, for example, is just so bold with the setups and, you know, understanding it to a deep level. Here they found, I would say, one of the best last picks in the game. I thought that they would just go all out and go for throwers. But instead, you know, I guess maybe it's a slight brawler pool issue as well. They're not feeling too confident. And Prime just calls it out and says, hey, give me Penny and I will destroy them. And seems to not be working in their favor, though. It is currently being pinched out from 2 angles. Prime's going to be the first blood to go down here.
Prime Bears first blood on their side also as they lose their gym carrier. Killer picks up a single gym. I don't think he really wanted to be the gym carrier. Let X9J carry that mantle. Spoo, you mentioned he's sick, probably feeling under the weather today, playing with a bit of a handicap, but he's still Jay after all, and he can still draft. You can see also like starting and stopping. Wonder how much that'll impact them today. They did lose their right lane. Captain Rox was able to break through and occupy this area. And ABC have also gradually pushed up into this void of control at mid. Jay kind of checking these bushes on the left side and also trying to contest Eliza. A little bit of damage, and now the assistance on to Killer will net a kill on the right side, but the left lane has folded as well. And Alu, aka Yash, gets to push through. ABC operating with a pretty sick lead right here. And the Hypercharge Super onto the left side clears things out for ABC to run away with 10 gems on their gem carrier.
Oh man, I got a feel for X9J here a little bit. I mean, I think there's some kind of a movement bug that he seems to be contending with. Like the stutter steps that you're seeing, that's not really, I don't know if it's a connection problem or something, but that is unfortunately going to basically have a little bit of a, yeah, just basically yielding the game. Like there's nothing that you can really do there when your gem carrier literally can't play the game there. Gotta say though, I mean, early game pinches didn't really look too good. Like this X9J roster is one that you have to pinch as a team, especially between Prime and X9J, the long-range matchups in the team. They have to stop Captain Rox from getting, you know, into their side. And, you know, I think they'll be eyeballing that matchup a little bit more. Okay,
Prime Bears are now pushing up around the right side. We'll see Killer 34 getting it deep into enemy territory. Meanwhile, ABC have been cocooned, exploded by the Kooky Popper. Jay now with the assist onto Killer. Can't keep him alive. He is deep in enemy territory, avoiding some of those shots, and might actually get away with his life. No, not quite. The double team between Ash King and Yash was too much to contend with. ABC count up to 6 gems. Prime Bears still 0 as Jay lost them all on offense. The turret has just not been enough to bring this all together. The gameplay has not been there for Prime Bears. The composition, I think, was pretty solid, but the execution, no.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I mean, I'm not seeing the value coming out from Prime here at all. Like, hasn't even gotten a single turret online. I mean, at the very least, Chester is starting to make some headway here on that right lane. It is in this nice position there, broken up most of the wall there, but the bush is there. Eliza is gonna overstep a little bit there, but Captain Rox is back here to try and stop this. A big push there from Aldo to try and break him down there. That Hypercharge Super is gonna buy most of the space. Prime, good dodge from there on the Super. Could have been all the gems on the ground. But when all said and done, it's still got 2 gems inside the mid, but Prime Bears, they are slightly better here in terms of gems.
Hypercharge popped for Jay. He's making a last-ditch effort. Opens things up a lot. Could this be enough to take down Eliza? No, not quite enough damage, but it created so much space. And with Killer 34 sitting so high, he's going to have enough time to respawn if he gets taken down, which isn't happening at all. But here's the Hypercharge Super in. Look at all that range. Jay and Prime destroy him in close range. And set number 1 is tied up. Prime Bears stole that lead back to equalize set number 1.
Not the cleanest game, ready? Not the cleanest game at all. We expect better from my boys, and I'm not, you know, saying that ABC are playing bad by any means here. Gotta say, though, I mean, X9J is tapping. It's just you can tell that it's a bit sluggish in terms of decision-making. He is caught out of positions at times, but, I mean, all of these 3 players, when they needed it most in that game, they did step up, and that's how they secured that game. Now, in game number 3, though, It's a little bit of a slower start. No immediate first blood for either teams yet. You see the life plant just constantly being supplied inside the mid. It's a major annoyance for X9J, but at the very least, every hit on that life plant also gets him closer to a cookie popper. So, in theory, I mean, if Eliza's not careful, that's a lot of burst damage coming his way.
That's actually true. It's a really, really underrated note right there, is that Jay will have that last bit of damage to execute a gem carrier, and Eliza, aka Ash King, is going to have to watch out for that. Might as well just want to assume that he has it all the time. There's a cookie popper, and he knows that he has a bit more time before the next one arrives. Going to push up as a result. Not that he's on low HP at all. On the left side, Prime is having a rough time against Alu, otherwise known as Yash, and is going to lose ground over here. Jay doesn't seem too deterred. He's still playing this 1v1, hovering over that shield, decides to go ahead and pop it, knew that he could get flanked by the spike, and here is the turret positioning. Oh, Ash King is taking so much damage. Looks like he was frozen to the spot, but he definitely wasn't. He decided not to move away. Really, really bizarre interaction there.
Yeah, I don't even know if this cocoon gadget, the self-cocoon that he took, is even intentional or misclick, because, I mean, spiders are not useful against a penny, but this is just griefing yourself. I mean, there's no way that you can survive it. It's not a hot zone where you need the health, and that's gonna give them a big punish, you know. Now 10 gems inside the side of Prime Bears. They've managed to secure enough of a gem lead that it started. The hypercharged penny turret is raining hell down on the entirety of ABC. Eliza is getting pretty close, though, but once again, yeah, self-cocoon, and they don't even have to stop him there. I mean, all gems are now gonna be inside Prime Bear's hands. They have to sacrifice the gem carrier just to get the reset, and it's gonna take a lot more than that if they want to stay in this set.
Well, Captain Rox wants his super so badly, but Jay blasts everyone away with the super. Prime now standing guard at the gates to Prime Bears' spawn. You shall not pass, he says, as Prime Bears put up one more game to secure set number 1. It looked like actually it would have had the way of ABC following game number 1, but no, it didn't go that way at all. We'll see this countdown interruption as well, Spoo. Looked like ABC might be able to steal it back, but they could not escape Spawn.
No, they could not. Looking at stats here, I see 9 to 5 there on the Mo, Captain Rox, and 10 to 5 on Alu, but at the end of the day, the gems are what matters. You know, you got 39 just picked up there by Yash, but, you know, I mean, sorry, by Eliza there, I believe. But, you know, not going to be able to be enough. It was the side of Prime Bears, X9J 7 to 7, and he's got all 22 gems there. Have to say, though, this penny last pick, right? I mean, I don't think the penny was the reason why they won. Like, they won before the penny turret came down in game number 2. And then game number 3, as soon as he got the first turret down, he lost his lane. And then from there, you know, they lost the first turret. And it was X9J that had to pull the team back together.
Okay. ABC and Prime Bears, both, you know, not looking in perfect form. Something I want to note here is that you don't often see a gem carrier die 7 times, even when it's like a 3-game series. That is way too much, and I think it just goes to show that Jay was playing in a pretty unorthodox way. You saw him play super, super aggressive, pretty much take the fight to the enemy side. And, you know, there's some moments, but, you know, he's playing with a handicap, okay. And yeah, some of the plays were just like suboptimal, basically uncharacteristic of a player as storied, experienced, a veteran of the top level of Brawl Stars as Jay. But, you know, this is also a Jay that is playing for fun rather than playing with a, you know, super competitive mindset. So just take it all with a grain of salt. We're headed over to Bridge Too Far for set number 2. Bans are in now, Spoo. And ABC have gotten rid of the Chuck. They get rid of the Fly Guy. Prime Bears, no BB, they say. No Bird, no Melody. Colt, not necessarily.
No Bird!
Okay, I know you're pleased about this one.
Sorry, man. It's just an intrusive thought that came in too quickly. But yeah, I mean, and this is the first bird ban we're seeing. I mean, not the black one. The crow bans, that's pretty common, right? I mean, we've seen that a lot. A lot of teams find it too annoying and they ban it out. But Prime Bears, X9J here calling out the bow ban. I mean, they're sick of this brawler. They don't want to deal with it anymore. And I have to think to myself, is it because they've just been watching, right, the past couple streams, and they just noticed that with the South Asian teams, there is an overemphasis on relying on sort of the stability that this bow provides. I mean, he's overtuned at the moment. Each arrow does a ridiculous amount of damage, but if you can dodge it, you know, which most good players can, then you get an advantage. But let's say you're looking at your teammates, you're like, I'm not feeling too confident in mechanics, honestly, and I just don't want to deal with that bird anymore. So good ban there on his part. They're gonna open up with the Nanny. I mean, that's a pick that X9J piloted during his match against Team MM, and I do believe he was hard carrying really hard on it.
And Eve, look, she has easy lane rotations over. If Prime Bears decide that they want to double stack something, ABC can respond really easily with that. You'll always be able to fight a 2v2 on a lane. Can also use some of these walls to your advantage way more effectively because you can actually hide behind the ones hovering over the water. Now, ABC going with the Amber here. Why Amber? You can prevent yourself from getting run down as effectively. I think it also opens things up, maybe like a deterrent for Charlie if ABC want to run something super aggro, but maybe it's because they want a Kaze for a final selection, because Prime Bears have covered the bases with the Melody ban. ABC got rid of the Chuck, so okay, there we go. Yeah, Ali gets aggressive. One that slipped my mind. There are plenty of things that run at the enemy side and get tons of damage. Here, Ali's going to have plenty of terrain to use her hopping attack rather than just her dash forward, which is her more powerful variant of main attack. So maybe that's the big benefit of running Amber here. Possibly a good read by ABC.
Possibly a good read, but also it's the reason why, you know, they've allowed this alley to go through. I mean, between the Eve and the Amber, wow. Okay. All right.
Sure.
I mean, I've been hijacked here. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess this makes sense, right? You've got the alley that basically functions as a pseudo Chuck and a pseudo BB. You know, it's going to be weaving through the water. It's one of the few brawlers that can compete against Eve as well. And interestingly, I mean, it's a water-based water combat. It's got a great matchup against the Amber if it can slip by. And with the move speed that he gets from that first gadget, he will be able to close the gaps on these lanes extremely quickly. Now, okay, that was what I was. So now we literally have a mirror matchup, two teams. So you've got control brawlers on both sides just trying to stall for time, and then you've got the respective assassins. Their job is to get on the safe. But Prime Bears have a secondary win condition in the fact that both X9J and Killer 34, if either of them get on the safe, that's also going to be massive damage.
Yeah, you have brawlers on both sides that you cannot allow onto the enemy safe, or, you know, onto your own safe. Things that have to be respected. I'm concerned about whether Prime Bears are going to be able to keep up with the pace that ABC has to offer, because they have this Eve that can rotate really easily, that can hide behind walls. 8-Bit is really terrible at wall peeking, so that's going to be a favorable matchup for them. Also, Captain Rocks, who's going to be monkeying around, will be a response from Prime. Oddly enough, the Assassin turns out to be so effective for dealing with the Miko on defense, probably primarily due to the speed of the attack. Captain Rocks won't really be able to react to that. TP from Nanny, it's dealt with swiftly by Alu on defense. Meanwhile, on Prime Bears' side, Captain Rocks gets to fire away at this safe. It is a lead so far by ABC. In fact, they've cracked the safe down to the 50% mark. Not looking too promising for Prime Bears, as even their Assassin has to rotate backwards for defense.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the Prime Bears team are kind of having a little, oh my god, X9 just missing all 3 shots. That feels so bad. And he pops the, wait, did he just, and he concedes. Like, that's it. He knew the game was over there. Did a little hop there with the teleport, and then just flagged out the white flag, said, yep, I missed 3 times on Miko, and I'm done, guys. I'm done. Bad comp, guys. Sorry, guys. Cooked too hard on this draft.
That's got to be one of the more frustrating things, because if you've played this game, I feel like a lot of the folks watching today have to have the experience of facing a Miko, and they go, I've watched competitive Brawl Stars. I now have to play RT to counter this Miko. And then you miss every single attack as RT. And you have, like, the slowest reload speed ever, so you can't do anything about it. You just get to watch Miko take down an entire shield on your safe because you screwed up. I picture that's what's going through Jay's head right now. He just feels like he failed to execute. But now, things have evened out a lot. Prime Bears are behind on tempo. They're letting this Miko on their safe because they're determined to out DPS it. They're approaching this next shield, but, well, approach is all they will do. They haven't even cracked it. Now they have, but they're behind by such a significant margin.
Yeah, just one more hit from the Miko will do the trick. Yeah, X9J's not even gonna bother here. Kill 34 as well. I think they forgot the monkey exists. He's got 0 damage in this game, by the way. Didn't even have to attack a single brawler, just all the damage on safe. Most of these clips, literally just Captain Rock's just doing his job here.
Yeah.
Yep, didn't even land a single shot here on the base. And I liked the idea that came from Prime Bears in game number 2. At least they triple stacked the right lane. I mean, they double stacked the right lane and let Prime try to take down Alu, aka Yash there. And their thought process was, if we can just bring down a single brawler and just get 3 of ours on the safe without resistance, then we will be able to out base raise the Miko. Well, that didn't happen. Prime fell, didn't even get the trade that was necessary, and then that was way too big of a tempo loss to win.
ABC came out swinging. Spoo, it's time to celebrate. We're going to set 4, baby. It's no more 3-0s today. But this is a Prime Bears in a weakened state. This is the most vulnerable Prime Bears have looked since they were operating with Vex rather than Jay. And it's not a Vex issue. It's more of a Jay issue. Just that removing him from that squad was too much of an issue for Prime Bears to properly cope with. It's left them vulnerable to ABC, who, by the way, are the #1 seed from South Asia. Let's not forget that. They showed up, they did what they had to do, and this Amber was a pretty good response, or, well, I say response, a pretty good predictive selection into an aggressive thing from Prime Bears. The Prime Bears strategy fell flat. I want to point fingers at 8-Bit, not Killer for like his job on it, but at the Brawler, because it just can't keep up pretty much. I think it's a great defender, but generally speaking cannot keep up. And you pointed out Miko probably forgotten in the process. That's what makes most sense to me.
I think you're 100% right. Like, why go Ali when Miko is the more straightforward and easy way to go about it? I think it would have filled the same niche as well. I guess it's counterable, but then even if you go Miko, then you still, this 8-Bit makes a lot more sense, you know. But then again, that's something you gotta forget because we're headed to dueling Beetles and Prime Bears. X9J, I know you did this to Novo at Worlds, but come on, man. You bring it home and you do it here as well. Really? Gray on the 2-3, you know, you're bringing back this cheese stuff. Like, you looked at what Sergeant did to Overthrow on Dueling Beetles and you thought to yourself, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play a little bit more conventionally or a little bit more cheesy.
Okay, cheese comp. How do you do it, Prime Bears? They have Mina to take up space, create some room for Jay to push in, get his TP. ABC, what are they thinking? Do you think they will bring out the bird? I actually have this sneaking suspicion that they will. They're concerned about facing the gray cheese at the moment. Prime Bears could do this with a bunch of different brawlers. They could do BB. They could come in with Bull if they really wanted to. I think we actually saw a Bull combo with Gray that didn't work, interestingly enough, or maybe the set, like they lost a single game within the set. But I do recall this from yesterday, it not working out in the most dominating way. Now, ABC have picked #5, something to synergize with this Mortis, maybe, but they have to safeguard themselves more against the brawlers spawning in. I don't think this is the way to do it, but who knows? Is the M's strong enough to farm anyone coming through the TP?
Yeah, possibly, or maybe they're just, thinking to themselves that we'll just deny Gray TP for as long as possible, and we feel that this comp can out DPS. I mean, Ems is not bad against Gray TP, right? As long as there's no assassin that comes in here from Prime Bears, that just instantly gets the jump after TP. So, like, things that have CC, like Jackie here, for example, will be so cheesy. They're gonna go for Meg instead. Okay, so the middle ground option, they want to make sure that they can still win the matchups in the early game. I have to say, with the new combo spinner for Mortis, if he just gets caught out unnecessarily, that will be pretty bad for the Meg. He will get instantly demeched, and then afterwards he's easy pickings for anyone on the team. But a Meg Hypercharge Super coming through that gray TP can never be underestimated. Like, you can chain supers back to back. They're even gonna put X9J on the Meg. Okay, I thought he'd be taking up the gray. Trusting Prime on, you know, the pivot, the sort of linchpin of the comp there. They're gonna be on that gray. And X9J, I think, wants to play really aggressive here on this Meg.
Well, considering what his job is going to be, I think it keeps it functionally minimal. You basically walk forward onto the hole, you TP through, and then your job's done. You just got to cycle that over and over. Prime Bears have lost the initial interaction, unfortunately for them. It's just Killer 34 remaining. He has the damage. Captain Rocks flew too close to the sun. It's going to be the punish from Ash King deep on defense, but circling back so far has left this zone open to Prime Bears. Look how quickly this Meg has gotten a hypercharge. ABC didn't mind throwing themselves at this enemy team because they had all of the HP, but is fed these abilities. Prime Bears, however, will lose Jay on defense. Killer 34 pushing in once again to play offense. Look at the percentage discrepancy between the two sides. ABC have had much more consistent control. We'll see also Prime, he should TP back into spawn off of this one as long as Jay is able to sit in mid, but doesn't seem like it's too high of a priority just yet. Maybe he needs to get pressed a little bit more to give Meg the TP forward. No, just no TP setup. I'm really surprised that that has not been a priority for Prime Bears yet.
Yeah, I don't agree with that play whatsoever. I mean, he wants to get this TP here, but now it's going to be the 3 people. It's going to straight up just feed to the team. And then now it's it's not even a Meg that's coming in with a hypercharge to synergize with it. You see the Mina just get burst down by Captain Rock to the right. And Prime's all by his lonesome just gets eviscerated there. Straight into the meat blender he goes. And Gray does indeed blend. It is not a good way to go into a Leon and an Ems like that. And with ABC just chilling, honestly. Like, just the buff feed power creep that we're seeing here today. I mean, I don't know. Like, this feels like a comp of old going up as a very, very, very new and modern way to play dueling beetles, and they're just getting completely outgunned here.
Pretty much. I think also there's probably some room for improvement from Prime Bears. The main thing I'm looking at is Prime. Oh, there we go. Well, that's a solid start for them. They got the hook, broke open some of the defense for ABC. Even Ash King got tripped up as he tried to dash towards defense. Wow, this is a very different side from Prime Bears so far. But the big differential is going to be whether Prime can get this super. Does have it now. He'd be well informed. You have to teleport backwards, get this one ready for the next TP in. Should also heal up on his way in because he's running the correct star power. That was an interesting play back there. A defense from Jay. A cleanup from Ash King around the right side. And here's the super, the hypercharge style from Jay. It's only mutually assured destruction. Prime Bears have their TP set up. And Alu, otherwise known as Yash, is having to expend all of his attacks to keep things at bay, but he only has so many. Reload speed is a real thing in Brawl Stars. ABC get overwhelmed as their one brawler that's able to contend with this TP is being cycled on the respawns.
And Prime's just playing really, really aggressive here. I think he knows he's got the hypercharge super. Could set up a relay, TP style that they could do. So yeah, he's going to relay it from the start of the base. That's going to allow them to have this invulnerability shielding whenever they dive inside the mid. But they are losing ground quickly. They need X9J back on the point, and they need him to get his hypercharge soon. Yes, Prime can continue to throw bodies, but if they get team wiped like that, that's too much tempo loss. Prime Bears need at least one more team wipe if they want to save this game. It's going to be 10% from them. X9J goes in with the hypercharge super, gets one of them off. Alu is the last person left standing on the zone. Captain Rocks needs to get in there now. The last 6% that he needs. You see a big hypercharge super there from Killer. Pulls in Eliza. It's gonna be so close, coming down to the wire. X9J just needs to stay on the point. 100% to 98. And Prime Bears, in the nick of time, they eke out just a lead of 2% to save their run here in set number 3. We're going to a game 3.
Can't believe what I just watched right there. 1% victory. What a moment between ABC and Prime Bears. But Spoo, that's what it looks like when it's perfect for Prime Bears. The prime starting conditions for the squad. Look at Eliza going immediately for the gray. Keep him from getting that TP. Prime Bears are behind on the percentage so far. Killer's going to try and create some space. Largely successful. Very predictive. Too predictive on the gadget there. It's going to be another team wipe as Prime Bears throw bodies at the point. And Spoo, if the last game is any example, it might actually already be over for Prime Bears. They have no gray TP set up, and they're behind by a staggering margin.
At the very least, gonna get some, a breathing room here with a big hypercharge super there from X9J. Chains it up to a second. Finally, the mech combo does come online, and Prime does indeed get dimensional doors active here. That's gonna be a massive resource. We see X9J once again duking it out there with this Mortis. He does get DMX'd, but a significant amount of damage has been done. Now it's on to Killer 34. He has to do his job here. Gets the super across, but it's not sufficient. Doesn't catch on anyone. It's just X9J left inside the mid. Get some of the zone there, but they don't have, the mech that they need. They need to get this back online. They're already so far behind. Killer 34 has got a hypercharge, but no super. He would have loved to have one there. That's such a big resource that they don't have. Hypercharges is coming out there from X9J. Just TP straight to his death. Into the blender he goes. It's all down to to Killer 34 to try and turn this around, and Prime, but they aren't going to stop ABC from counting up to 100.
Prime Bears, they just didn't get the start, and you gotta hand it to ABC. Wow, look at the KD for Ash King just there. Let's get a look back at what happened over the course of this set. We saw ABC lead with game number 1. It was total domination. Prime Bears did not get their TP up in time. In fact, they were being quite timid with when they placed the TP down, but it was achieved super early on. I also gotta hand it to Prime for getting the wall break on the mid area for ABC really early on. Led to this incredible 1% moment, but that was Prime positioning from Prime Bears. ABC had that match 99% to 100. Look at the KD. Prime Bears threw themselves into the wood chipper one time after the next, which is largely how a Gray comp is played here on Hot Zone. But ABC were ready for it. In fact, they isolated Gray as the guy to kill off the beginning of game number 3. They sent in Mortis aggro to immediately kill him. Then what did Prime Bears have up their sleeves? They already pretty much lost in the first interaction of the game.
Yeah, it's so hard to evaluate this. Like, is it a comp problem? Like, I could see the vision with the Meg, but this is the danger of running a brawler like Meg. If you don't immediately get hypercharge in the first 2 waves, then they basically have drafted a brawler that is just designed to be weak, right? Weak to assassins specifically. You get DMAC'd, and then, as I said, you don't even need to kill him. You just need to waste a little bit of time every single time, and you're basically losing out. So they're gonna be forced to compete on this map number 4. If they want to pull it back, we're gonna go to a set 5.
Oh man, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind to see some real competition. It has taken till day 2 of the Decider playoffs, but you know what? We were owed it in due time, because every single thing up to this point has been a complete blowout by one side or the other. Decider playoffs day 1 was 3-0 after 3-0. So at least we get our money's worth here. Set 4 coming in. Breaking down the composition so far, really early Shade. Seems to be a high priority. Can't really blame him for that, but there are so many wall breakers that you could lead with. Ash King, are you Sergeant now? What's happening here? We saw Sergeant go with that Shade, but he had Indestructibles to work around on dueling Beetles. This is a very different map. Pretty much everything here is destructible except for one single wall. Chester is able to break open walls. He can't shoot through walls, but after long enough, will be able to break them up. If he dies with a super, it's going to default to a bomb, so another worthy shout.
Yep, okay, it's pretty standard here, right? So you got Willow as your thrower, and then you want to make sure you cover the weakness, which is up against assassins. And they've already revealed one of the assassins, which Willow is kind of good into, actually. In general, Shade doesn't really like to play up against throwers. Especially before he gets that first super. Afterwards, then the matchup kind of flips. But here we're going to see Stu come into play as the mid selection for ABC. Wow, this is a pretty old school idea here. And I guess they're looking for tempo instead of coverage. Like, they don't really see the need, for example, to get something like a B, to deal with the tanks up the mid. They just prefer it. And yeah, you got Poco gonna come in as well, just to, double down here on the aggression and the healing potential that could come in. I want to see whether the Stu takes the breakaway gadget here, but to tear up some of these walls and make this Willow's life a little bit more difficult, or if he opts to, stick with the speed, just allow Shade to get into position a bit faster. And okay, we got Trunk now to come in, and that's a direct hate pick on the Shade.
Yeah, it'll be targeted because you can fire through the walls. Now, keep in mind, whenever you're approaching that shade, he is going to be able to back away accordingly, and you're stepping into his radius, so you will be charging his super no matter what you do. Wall break, though, where is it? You only have one wall breaker. It's Jester. He has a 1 in 5 shot of getting that, and he may, maybe he'll be running the dice. Maybe he'll be re-rolling his attack to try and get the ideal super for the job, but aside from that, looks like Shade's going to have a whole lot of terrain to operate with. We'll get into it. ABC now in set 4 leads with a single set over Prime Bears. 1 set victory separates them from advancing on to face R&TX in the upper bracket and possibly send Prime Bears down to lowers. They have the victory on the right side. It's looking pretty convincing for Alu, aka Yash. He has the hypercharge and super. Might be buying a little bit of time for a more ideal matchup. Ooh, mind control is pretty promising. Need to hit that crit spot. It's hard to do as Willow. Alu, of course, though, is going to be taken down. He was facing the might of the entire team. It could be a goal. It's really just Eliza standing between Prime Bears and the goal. An easy walk through in a team effort for Prime Bears gets them 1 on the board.
Alu now has a hypercharge, though. The target is going to be the Willow, who does dive under, but Killer 34 has managed to snatch the ball. Oh my god! He rolled in with the hypercharge, and the Stu spammed this auto aim so hard he passed the ball directly back into the Trunk, and Trunk must have been spamming his hypercharge and his red button even harder. That felt like my gold level Power League gameplay from 2020.
Wow.
2020, when everyone's just spamming, back in the day you could own goal and stuff, and so you panic all the time at the goal. That's what it felt like, but okay. If it gives Prime Bears a chance to get to set number 5, I'm all for it.
Yeah, sure. Let's see it. Let's see an even match to the bitter end, and this is only the second match of the day. We're going to see an early pickup onto Jay on the left side. ABC advances as this line of offense, but here's the self-pass from Killer. Wants to chain the super together, won't be afforded that opportunity. It's a mind-controlled Captain Rocks that was attempting to help him out and give him some heals. You'll see Jay now persists on the left side. Also, huge bomb. It costs Alu a gadget to get the kill on the left side, but he's rewarded for his efforts with the hypercharge, which is going to be massively beneficial. But with this stronghold disrupted on the left side, it's never a great look. Alu's going to go for it, though. Hypercharge gadget, no double gadget for him, but he's still clearing things out. Mind control now, could be a kill on the Captain Rocks. On the left side, Eliza slowed down. That is when you want to have Pop Rocks. Killer with the self-pass up the right side. It's good, wide open, and 1 point up for Prime Bears.
After all the chaos and all the luck I have to add from X9J, he manages to get it done. He's got a hypercharge super online. Now Killer just dives straight for the ball. That was the only way to defend it, and they found it. Now it's up to Prime to try and stop this, but there's no way to stop that pass in his track. We do have a hypercharge online, though, for X9J, and then 2 more on his team. He's going to be throwing this nuke into the back. Eliza's trying desperately to just try and stall out the ball here, and he successfully does so. They're just chilling in there. The healing from Captain Rocks just managed to nullify all the damage done by that Chester.
Messy, though. Prime Bears, they sent Killer 34 in and said, do something, man, do anything. And he goes 1v3 into ABC. Now things are wide open for ABC to put this one in and tie up the set. Not just that, but advance on a match point. It's looking dangerous for Prime Bears. That was way too hasty of an attempt at goal.
It just feels like, I have to say, I think Killer 34 just might not be on the same wavelength as the rest of his team. They're not playing for each other. They're not waiting for each other's abilities. Once again, I think I've said this before, the difference between the tier 1 and tier 2 teams and, these casual teams is that Prime Bears seems like they're just 3 players who are really strong mechanically individually, but they're not playing as a team. And we're seeing that here get punished by ABC, who are playing as a team.
Where is the team play? Prime Bears, it's what we need to see. ABC seem to be playing as a team. It's like you said, but oh my gosh. Who needs team play when Killer 34 can pop off individually like that? Now, Jay is going to feed some no shot. Destroyed by Alu with the crit, just a slight miscalculation. If Captain Rocks had received more damage there, maybe from a teammate from Prime Bears, then that would have been a goal for sure. Now Prime Bears have to fall back even further than they had pushed up on the last attempt. We'll see a kill on the right side. Jay broken open. Killer moves forward and trades.
He gave him the ball. X9J had a super that went in there for a play, and then Killer just passes him the ball and completely grieves him practically there. Once again, we're seeing so many of these miscommunications. Now Alu has an opportunity to go on to Prime, gets mind control though, so he's going to be sent back. And then Prime is sending him to go up against Killer while X9J secures the ball. That just has to feel a little bit weird here. Now Prime is left to defend up against the Hypercharged Shade, dives in there to just try and buy as much time as he can. The ball is cornered for the time being, but Killer 34 has to try his best to weather the storm while his teammates respawn.
He's being used to farm DPS, but at least he can create some space for his team. It's 2 Hyperchargers available. Jay going to try and get some value on the right side. Will be able to clear this ball, but oh goodness, doesn't want to let go of it. Also had to assess whether he wanted to pursue a kill onto Eliza. Ended up deciding no. Create some space for Prime Bears to move forward. Prime has that hypercharge. It is a goal-scoring condition. It is their win condition. One on the Captain Rocks would do it. Mind control on the Captain Rocks, but the ball's thrown away. A car crash, basically, at the ABC goal. Jay going to go for the super. No, there was no way in the world you were going to make that, and it's practically thrown away.
What am I watching?
Oh my gosh!
My boys! No! No way! Miscommunication on the catastrophic level. They've got 8 seconds left potentially to save this. Prime is going to be the first one to fall, and that should be it. That should be all she wrote. ABC have gone and done it. Seed number 2 from SEA will be defeated here. You may be top 4 in the world, but without your boss, without Sergeant, you're not gonna be able to bring down ABC. They will have a date with Revan and X-Pac.
ABC, deserved victory for them, but I'm going to need a barf bag for that last play because that was just gross. So many amazing moments individually. Look at the breakaway from Killer. He had an open goal, but had the right super at the right time. You'll see ABC also with this push forward, cleared things out. Prime just could not defend in the nick of time. Excellent play from Yash. It looked so good, but this is where it started to go wrong for Prime Bears. It looked like they might be able to make it on to set number 5, and ABC started to fire back with some pretty serious firepower. That was a weird super that never was going to go anywhere. And then you saw this play with Killer 34 nowhere to be seen, dive at the goal line, no interception, and it just crumbled apart. There was a fighting chance for Prime Bears, but when you look at the KD, it seems to spell a different story. This doesn't look like a 3-game set.
Oh my god.
Okay, be mindful.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I gotta be mindful. I'm not the one that's sick, that's X9J, but I gotta say, after watching that match, I felt so bad for Prime Bears. Like, the potential of the draft is definitely there, and I mean, I'm gonna give credit to ABC as well, right? Like, Captain Rocks on the Poco was a really, really pivotal pick there. Every single time that he popped that gadget, that was immunity from basically half the stuff that, you know, between X9J and his all the different CC that Chester can bring in, and even with Willow and the dots. So Captain Rocks was a big part of a lot of the interactions that went wrong for Prime Bears. But on the other hand, I have to still go back to what we said. Like, it was just a lot of badly coordinated plays. Like, they were all like, I can score, give me the ball. And then someone else is like, no, I'm busy. And then they're like, yeah, but I'm here now and I'm dead now. Okay, I'll pass you the ball now. Wait, you gave them the ball. Wait, what are we doing? And are we defending? Are we doing this? Either way, they've got to reset because guess what's next on the schedule for them?
Yeah, it's going to be the losers match, and this is going to be our first elimination match of the Decider Playoffs Day 2. We'll have to wave goodbye to our first team, and it's not going to get any easier from there. We'll get to visit the upper bracket after that. But following that, it is more elimination. Folks, it is the nature of competition. There can only be one. We've been whittling it down really, really slowly so far, but it's time to pick things up because we need to crown just one. We're going to be back with the losers match in just a second here, folks. Bear with us as we get ready for that one and take a quick break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Road to Brawl Cup SESA Decider Playoffs Day 2. The final day of action has already kicked off with loads of excitement, Spoo. We have seen 2 matches played so far, and now it's time for our first elimination round.
I am scared ready. I do not do well with anxiety and departing with my boys, Prime Bears. I'm such a biased caster. I do not want to see X9J retirement so quickly. But here we're going to look at the bracket real quick, just a recap there for those of you who've been missing the upper bracket matches. R&TX expectedly just slapped Overthrow out of existence and straight into the lower bracket in basically record time. Just 3-0 them, not a single game lost. And then we had a bit of a slugfest, right, between ABC and Prime Bears that have now led us to this moment where we are going to be catching that lower bracket semifinal, and one of these 2 teams will indeed say goodbye.
Okay, it's time to wave goodbye to someone, but who is it going to be? Well, that's why we play Brawl Stars, okay? We're going to have them play Brawl Stars for a maximum of 5 sets to determine who goes home and who advances through the lower bracket onto the lower bracket finals. They'll have to face the loser of the upper bracket finals. That'll be between R&TX and ABC following this match. Spoo, let's talk about the one at hand. Overthrow and Prime Bears in the map rotation. We're going to have them start off on pinhole punt, then safe zone, and then layer cake. And it seems like things are even more competitive than they've been. We got a set 4. So what about set 5? Are we going to get that far? We'll see in due time who has the true upper hand. We're going to be getting started with that draft now. Bans have just come in. Let's talk about them. How often do you see these bans, Spoo? A Meeple and Amber from Overthrow. Spike is wide open. I feel like the priority is generally placed on other places. In fact, Prime Bears is going for the more traditional stuff. Overthrow is surprising me here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just lean straight into the BB first selection. I think we've seen that come a lot from Overthrow lately. I mean, they could also just dive it straight into the mortars if they wanted to. But I guess on Pinhole Punt, they are respecting the fact that this is a map that can be very tank heavy and anti-tank heavy, in fact, which is why they've decided to go for safety here, opting to go for the Spike first pick. Once again, going back to the way you deal with this, it's very, very rare that you'll dedicate an entire pick just to deal with this brawler in this buffed state. It's kind of really challenging. So Prime Bears, yeah, they're going to set up some threats of their own. Kick things off with the Poco here, and I want to see if they lean out immediately and commit to a tank, or if they want to cover their bases, maybe get a bit of speed control, maybe get a second support, either Jaeyoung, Max, something like that could be going down here.
Response from Prime Bears. They have their support. Who are they pairing it up with? I don't think Spike is too much of a deterrent. It's just like, you know, it's honestly like a little milk toast, right? It's a very plain pick that doesn't reveal anything. Oh my goodness, and Otis is even a worse offender in that regard because he is anti-tank, but he's so playable in many other circumstances that it just doesn't reveal what you're going to go for at all. But that's fine. They needed to get the Poco at some stage to synergize for their last selection, and they don't want to go ahead and pick up their tank now. They don't want to give Overthrow any more information than they absolutely have to. I feel like we should expect even more anti-tank, from Overthrow at this point. Or something that can dominate the mid. BB, there you go. Oh. But this is just like begging to be countered by a bull, I feel.
Could be a bull, could be, I mean, if it was Sergeant Clash here, I gotta say once again, I think Primo is really underrated. Like, it's still one of the better counters to the BB. I mean, even post buffies, you can always negate, you know, the first few attacks, and then after just run him down. Even after he pops the Hypercharge, Primo does have the sort of raw HP that he can, you know, dodge a couple hits with the jump, and then he can still out DPS the BB. So I don't even mind that, but up against the Spike, it's pretty bad, I gotta admit. So yeah, Overthrow are putting a very, very balanced comp together. This is completely expected. Their Pierce is gonna be the last ones. That's gonna be the heavy damage. And yeah, so we ready. They might be in chat. They might be listening to your advice. They snap pick the bull. They feel that, yep, I'm not too concerned about that Spike or the Pierce, that long range thing. We're just gonna have this bull get a single charge, and then afterwards, you know, just bring down the BB a single time, and the rest should be okay.
Yeah, we like to occasionally say, well, maybe they were listening to us, right? I will, for one, say that I am the peanut gallery over here. My ideas don't mean anything. If there's something that I'm noticing, it's because it was incredibly obvious. So Prime Bears are going with the typical response to a BB. This is the current meta. You dash right through the knockback that she has to offer, and it's execution dependent, though. So who could be piloting that bullet? It is going to be Killer. And we'll see if he, is able to cut the mustard on this matchup. The heal seems to be a little bit delayed from Prime. At least he is able to get a kill. Prime Bears have control of mid. They need to be dodging these attacks from Muzan. And while it didn't seem to go so well on the dodging, they have done way better on the survival.
And Killer 34 is already back, so he's going to charge right through there, but a little bit too far. I think he wanted to get to the ball, perhaps, and maybe get a stun in. That did not seem intended, but as all said is done, though, like, Prime manages to get the healing done and keep this team topped up, get the team weapon, and it's an open goal for Prime Bears to secure that first goal.
We see the fat splatter forward, immediately denying the entry. Raw definitely could have walked through that, but decided not to because look at all the firepower Prime Bears boast right now. 2 hyperchargers on their side, could be another on the way if Killer decides to keep taking damage. Gonna go for Valiant, receives the kill and the hypercharge for all of his troubles. Doesn't look like Muzan was having too grave a time clipping the corner over there, going for the wall peek. Prime Bears have domineering control of mid. That was way too aggressive by Killer. I'm not sure why he's throwing away super like that, and it's left his entire team vulnerable to this push from BB. A complete blunder. What? No!
My boy! He finds the play! He found the hypercharge, the stun, passes it through, picture perfect timing. The ball was set up there. I gotta call it right as we see it. Got so excited there. I mean, whenever he makes a play, I am gonna gush about it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry already. I'm unapologetic. He spotted it. That was a frame perfect play. Like, if he didn't act instantly as soon as the opportunity presented itself, it would have disappeared.
Man, it felt a little undeserved for Prime Bears because their bull player makes such a critical error, but the BB moving forward left a void in the defense that Overthrow didn't compensate for. You, I guess, could call it a team failure because they left that side of the goal totally open. They didn't account for the space that Raw left unoccupied. Prime Bears now, what do? They are forced onto defense. They don't really have much utility. We'll see the pass over to Jay just to move things forward. Nice kill there from Prime with the edge of his range on the Screeching Solo. 2 hypercharges ready, but Killer cleans both of them up. And now the battle has been brought to Overthrow's side.
Yeah, and probably not for long here unless Valiant's got something to say about it. Did manage to rebuff Prime there. A little bit scrappy there from Prime Bears. You don't get a full team wipe and then not a goal afterwards. And that is going to put them, you know, in this weird spot. Flatspatter's going to get nice big value there, though. So we see some lane swaps coming in there. They're going to send Raw over to the left side. They're desperately trying to stay away from Killer 34, who has to charge back because Raw is about to get this ball in. The hypercharge is there. They chuck it over to the mid, passes over to X9J. Wanted to get the clear, but instead, that's just going to go back to Muzan. It's just Prime that's left there. This is a big miscommunication from the team. Once again, Killer 34 could have just passed the ball to the right, passed it over to Prime, cornered it, and that would be a safe way to clear the ball.
Prime Bears now seriously challenged by Overthrow. It's going to be a kill on Jay on the right side as Valiant moves everything forward. Guy is nailing these shots. Killer 34, however, gets a stun, escapes only barely. Muzan only need to tap one single spike to get that kill. It's a 2v2 at mid. BB's going to be respawning first. There's no bull to respond just yet. He has a super to charge through any of that knockback. Raw also would love to have some hypercharge or super at his disposal, but there is none as of yet. Jay wants to be the playmaker here. Muzan's going to actually make the first move, and Jay is forced back because he's on such low HP. Not tapped up by, oh my goodness, the extended range on the curveball was too much for him to handle there. And Killer's being bounced back and forth like a game of ping pong. Still gets the kill on Raw on the left side, but has no support from anywhere else. He probably, yeah, taken down in close range. Overthrow gets the game victory. It's tied up in set number 1.
I'm a bit, yeah. This bull, the player, I mean, he's finding really awkward charges. I have to think to myself, is this because of the new Buffy and stuff like that? Like, they know that it's a good pick, but the confidence in the brawler is just not really there. Like, I think the understanding of the way this is meant to be played isn't really finding itself. And it just feels to me like, you know, all of these goals and interactions are won because X9J and Prime just cleans house. Like right now, you see, so X9J is winning his matchup once again, while Prime just dominates the mid, continues to dodge out these curveballs. And then on the left side, yeah, all Killer has to do is to not lose the matchup that he was designed to win.
Prime Bears have their bull ready to move. He's gonna... Okay, that was quite something. I think he auto-aimed his dash and it went for the life plant. That's pretty unlucky, but you know what? You get what you deserve. Ball topples to the ground and Raw's just like, oh, cool. All right, well, I guess I'll move forward. Came back to check up on the ball, I guess. Has the position in the bushes. Is going to have to be scouted by Prime Bears, and is done really easily by Killer. Knew precisely where he was going to be. Here's the dash over. Should be an easy kill onto Raw. Prime Bears get to move forward as a squadron. It's 3 members strong, but they have to consider this hypercharge super available to Muzan. Here's the super now. Jay pushes forward. Tip off to him on the left side, but it's a swift kill by Raw and Valiant pinching him around the left. Valiant also rotating around the left side. Just nothing really happening yet. Prime Bears were in position to make a play and they decide, actually, we're just going to go backwards, go for something else. Why is Killer making these dashes? Very, very confusing to me. Because, again, using the dash first, then leaving everyone vulnerable to the BB, and they're going to score off of it.
I don't want to signal him out like a poor guy. Maybe it's us giving him anxiety or something, but like he really is playing like he has, you know, problems with this brawler. He's predicting too many of these things. Now he goes for a big player by himself. He's supported by Prime, so this time it's more than sufficient. Manages to be the battering ram for the team to follow up there, but that was Poco saving him. They made the call to go for it. They don't have the super now. They're gonna have to be so careful. Prime almost gets one shot there by Valiant. The whole team has to fall back. It's going to be X9J, the only one healthy left. Misses the stun there, but still managing to stay strong in the mid. Muzan with the hypercharge, going really aggressive now. Doesn't have to go for the super, but Raw finds the play. Good knockback, picks up the ball, shucks it in, shakes it off because Overthrow, they get set number 1.
That was just beautiful from Overthrow. But one thing I have to note is that Prime Bears, what was going on with the synergy around Bull? You saw him use his super on the left side. Raw decides this is the moment, but Jay, since the opening, he got a goal off of that one. Again, like, how many plays are we going to watch? Oh, okay, we got a bit of the last one because it was 2 cool plays in quick succession. We'll see Muzan also attempting to defend. Killer decided, not going to go for it. Like, we had good individual plays from Bull, but they were at the wrong time. This was another one where Raw just had a wide open goal. The response from Prime Bears, this was the coordinated one you were talking about, Spoo, where Killer cleaned everyone up, but he had the backing of the entire rest of the team, and then this time he didn't have the super. So what happened? Yeah, BB just dominated. Let's look at the stats, and you will see BB played really, really well against Bull, who's supposed to counter her. And Spoo, he does, but I don't agree with Killer using his super in advance of BB moving forward.
Oh man, I mean, he was meant to be the answer, as you said. Like, you called it, you said that Bull is a sort of a check, kind of a counter. Now, when I look at this, I don't even know what to say. I'm not even convinced anymore. I played the matchup myself, and yeah, there is some technicality to it. Like, you have to make sure that, when you land the charge, you're close enough to immediately spam the gadget so that you can get the stun off and make sure you don't get battered back in a split second. But it's a harder matchup for the BB, not for the Bull. Yes, the BB, you can see it. Raw was dodging the matchup most of the game, and Killer, the only time that I saw him really get value was when he charged Pierce instead, or he charged Life Plants. And I mean, there was a lot of suspect play in that. I hope that mentally he's got to reset here, because after such a devastating loss up against ABC, you come into the lower semis here where it's elimination on the ball. You are put in the position where you have to be the tank player for your team because both Prime and X9J are control players. And then you have all this pressure that you can't execute. And this is what happens.
Wow. So the team play has been not all there for Prime Bears. Overthrow have, I think, looked more consistent, and while there have been some, I guess, glaring issues, like it's not really that to that degree, but some, standout issues with the draft, some vulnerabilities that Prime Bears have taken up space in those regards. It just hasn't punished them at all because the team play from Prime Bears has been a little suspect in areas like the Bull has been really the biggest thing. Yeah, you say it's not like it's bad, but it's not up to scratch. It's not where it needs to be to fully realize the advantage that they have draft wise. And
this is where I think, for sure, you have to realize that Prime Bears have made it this far in the tournament, right? So they're at the very least better than the tier 3 teams. You can say that there may be somewhere between tier 2 and 3. I wouldn't put them concretely at tier 2 because in the first place, as we have to reiterate, this is a team that is just a bunch of washed retired players that just got together to play the Road to Brawl Cup for fun, right? They thought it would be a fun thing, and now I don't see that fun. I see them under a lot of pressure. I see them not playing as freely as they should be. I see them making so many individual big plays as if this is some Power League game, right? They're trying to win on the Masters level, and they think oh, what I can do. You can even tell X9J going for these kind of hero plays, Prime making hero plays of his own, Killer trying to make space, but then not really understanding his place in the team. And you saw it in ABC as well. On the Mina, a lot of desperate hero plays rather than playing for the objective and playing together. That's what I noticed from this Prime Bears roster. So if they're watching, my boys, my message to you is it's time to lock in. It's time to listen to each other and turn off the Taylor Swift music in the background. Gosh. I don't know if X9J's even in comms with his teams, right? He didn't make the comment, it's I play better with Taylor Swift in the background instead of my teammates sometimes. Wow. And I'm no, at this stage, you can't cut it. You have to communicate. You have to play as a unit. Otherwise, even a team like Overthrow can overthrow you.
Yep, Overthrow. That is another, name to consider over here now, isn't it? Okay, let's talk draft, Spoo. We finally have it back up and running. We had a map issue. It showed safe zone, but really it was meant to be hot potato, so we had the draft up now. First selection of Colonel Ruffs already hinting at the wall break. Amber response from Overthrow is curious. I also got a note that Prime Bears have banned out that shade. So I thought maybe they wanted to pick up Colonel Ruffs here to threaten the wall break and then pivot at the last second, but Overthrow are having none of that.
Oh dear. Folks, we may have to get a reset because I do believe this is the wrong map that is being played. We will reconfirm with the admin shortly. But yeah, like, sorry to, you know, break the discussion here. But yeah, unfortunately, looks like we have to reset this a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look at this draft. Yeah, you got a crow, you got this good stuff. Yeah, we'll see Hot Potato a little bit later. This map is supposed to be safe zone, actually.
It was safe zone initially.
Yeah, miscommunication on our part here. Sorry about that. We'll get it sorted out and fixed right away. But yeah, at the moment, it's just 1-0. So this is a little bit of extra time that Prime Bass is going to get to reset. But give me a bit of time while I fix that issue with my boys. I mean, my admins, the other kind of boys,
the other boys.
Yeah. No, to give some context, so we had to make adjustments to the map pool because we had reports that certain maps were being repeated too much. So if we had Hot Potato here, we would have had Hot Potato later again in the upper bracket, lower bracket finals, and then it'll be too much Hot Potato. So to balance it out a little bit, then we switched things up in the maps, and I think that's how it got lost in translation. But folks, yeah, I mean, this is where you get to see the cheese get made, and the Road to Brawl Cup is proudly the Road to Brawl Cup is proudly presented to you by these two gentlemen, a certain queen who used to hail from the south in the past, and obviously Supercell and all these fine players and admins. So folks, please bear with me.
Okay, yeah, I guess we're gonna take a little bit of time to resolve this. These things happen. You know, we've had like some pretty clean broadcasts so far, so I think we were kind of due for a little problem like this anyway. So you talk about sponsors for the stream. I want to give a shout out to the Krug at the moment. I haven't talked about this in a bit. The Crow mug full of coffee is keeping me awake here. We started the broadcast at 6 a.m. North America time. I'm just going to say North America time, but it's really Central Standard Time, or excuse me, Central Daylight Time, because daylight savings just started today. Lucky me that we got to start at 6 a.m. instead of the typical 4 a.m. Also, Spoo was the one who gave me the literal wake-up call this morning after I managed to do two things. Number one, turn off one of my alarms in my sleep. And then the other one was set all of my backup alarms for 4 p.m. instead of 4 a.m. So I'm grateful to Spoo for keeping me up. While Spoo resolves this, as you can see, he's locked in on something that is over there. I get to chat with you guys and keep up to date with you guys on how you guys are enjoying the broadcast so far. Yes, no, it really is. It really is that wild. Because, see, I'm on the complete opposite side of the world as SEA and SA. So, like, if you're watching from India right now, which, I mean, you have Indian players playing. I hope you're, watching your regional representatives. Then you're basically like 12 and a half or like 11 and a half hours difference from me. I actually forget. Yeah, it's literally the opposite side of the world. So if anyone wants to do something really fun right now, I'm going to take a piece of bread and put it on the ground. And then you're going to take a piece of bread and put it on the ground, and we'll make a giant sandwich with a planet in the middle. What do we say to that? Yeah, the assets are nice. Thank you. Yeah, we worked with a wonderful, wonderful artist and designer named Rico, and she's been awesome.
In the chat.
Oh, is she really? Well, yeah, this would be the time to compliment the artwork because I think she would really enjoy y'all's thoughts because it does look wonderful here. The Earth sandwich. I mean, it's a great idea, isn't it? Is someone going to take me up on that? If someone has another spare planet, then we can make a double-decker. 2 p.m. for you where you are, which, okay, 2 p.m. for you. So what, you must be in EU. Oh, yeah, the EU folks get to watch. So now, an interesting thing about this day 2 is that this is not the only like big Brawl Stars thing going on right now. There are also the EU qualifiers happening at the moment, or I believe they're happening at the moment. You have the monthly qualifiers happening this weekend. Does anyone know anything interesting happening at the moment? You got a lot of EU people. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad that the EU people get to tune for the broadcast because The North Americans are not waking up for this unless, like, Icy Frost Art is here, and they always seem to be showing up despite it being ridiculously early in the morning. Novo versus Heretics. That is a Nova with Meow on it now, isn't it? That is like the last thing that I expected for a roster swap. Where are the Australian people? Oh, what up, Vegito? Yeah, where are the Australian people? I want to know. You know, Australia has been a very difficult region for us to serve here in SESA. I'm glad that we were able to keep the region separated a little bit longer, keep Australia as part of SEA, but in future editions of the Road to Brawl Cup, just for any SESA qualifier, I would really like for us to, explore the Australian scene, because I think there are a lot of wonderfully passionate people there that... Okay, I'll wrap up the thought. A lot of wonderfully passionate people in Australia that we would like to serve. Now, Spoo, give us the update.
Folks, so it turns out there was a bit miscommunication on our end. We did send out Hot Potato 3 times. Lost in translation when we adjusted the map pool. So yes, the result will stand ready. So we can jump into the game to watch and see how the teams are doing. We won't do a redraft. I think we'll just allow them to play this one out since they've already drafted. As per, what BSC would do as well. At the end of the day, it's about what the players are doing, whether we can see it or not. But okay, looks like it's 1-1, and I've got a Chuck on board. Prime Bez has gotten 1 win, and Overthrow has gotten 1 on their belt as well. We've got X9J back on his favorite brawler on the Crow. Big bomb there on both saves. Actually, last layer of shielding going to be active here. He's going to go down to a pure base race, and Overthrow take it. There we go. 2 sets up, and that puts Prime Bez in, set point.
My goodness. Yeah, that was a close one right there. I mean, we did spend a long time having the Ready and Spoo podcast while we were delaying to amend the result. But yes, in the end, it will stand. So, folks, apologies that we weren't able to tune in for the broadcast of that one, because we actually thought that this set was going to be redone on a different map. Nonetheless, yes, the result will stand. Overthrow, it takes the 2-0 lead versus Prime Bears after yet another close set. Set number 1 was likewise a close one, even though it was only 2-0. Next up, we're going to be headed to Layer Cake for some bounty action, and worry not, everyone. We're going to be watching the whole thing. We'll head into draft right now. Speed, we're waiting on the bans at the moment, but we'll have some time to consider the good stuff on Layer Cake. It seems that Shade has been a high priority ban today, and Layer Cake, this is a win condition on Layer Cake if you can get the draft right. So it's raising some alarm bells for me. I wonder if it will be picked.
Oh man, they've got to lock in. Lock in, Prime Bears. Lock in. That's 2, sets in a row whereby I think could have been theirs. It was 2-1, 2-1 on both ends. And now they're heading into this one. Layer Cake, I see the Mortis ban already over there. Like, they just don't want to deal with it. They've seen what ABC can do with it, and they might be a little traumatized by it. So that's going to allow this Crow to slip through. I'm not even sure if I have an opinion about Crow at this point in Layer Cake. Like, it doesn't seem like a really high priority, but it did get a bunch of buffies, so I'm okay with it as a pick. I have to see the rest of the comp before we can really evaluate, but I want to see Prime just bring it together here a little bit. Yeah. As you mentioned, like, Shade was banned out, by the way, so good call on that. It was a win condition that had to be taken away, and they're really concerned about it.
Yes, and it's something that you don't want to really waste a lot of time considering. When you're the first pick team, how much effort are you going to waste dealing with something that could possibly be picked? So it would just be a drain on your draft, basically. That's why you go ahead and ban it out. Now, Prime Bears with the Meeple. They ought to be running Meeple's Mansion here. Could synergize around it with their last selection. I don't expect there will be a Hank Meeple type of cheese here, but like Ziggy wouldn't be too crazy for me. That would be another synergy with Meeple's Mansion. Willow. Okay, so they have their thrower out here, and that's how they're going to play around it. Willow's also a really strong defender. Now, looking at this composition for Prime Bears, it is screaming, we are going to rush the blue star, and then we're going to play defense. Gene is wide open for them. It would be a little interesting to see it picked up so late in the draft, but it's still available. It would just be more difficult for them to get the blue star at this point, right? They've committed with 2 brawlers that are like great defenders, but don't get the blue star easily. They could decide that they want to go like the Kaze angle, something like that. Overthrow now with the gray. Interesting that it has a dual purpose, right? You can retreat, you can be an assassin, you can be a plain old sharpshooter, pull a thrower out of position. Not too indicative of what they want to go just yet, and can play as a support and assassin, like very, very versatile brawler here.
Yep. Is it a dog that's coming? I don't know. It could be. It's a pretty cheesy way to break this Prime Bears comp, and they don't have the last pick to fully set it up. And honestly, I mean, to be fair, they do have 2 sets up. So if they want to perhaps, gamble a little bit, they could. Nah, they're not going to do that. The Overthrow is not that fancy. But you can tell that they're really concerned about tanks because they're picking up Charlie preemptively into otherwise, I think, a pretty bad matchup against the Willow. It's decent into the Meeple, yes, but the Meeple's entire sort of purpose in the first is just to get Meeple's mansion down. And I gotta say, this looks like a really easy comp for Prime Bears to break. There's a lot of brawlers that can deal with all 3 of these things, and they opt to go for Penny. So comfort picks for them over anything else. This is a brawler that does well into the Charlie, and it's decent up against this walking cane from the Grey as well. So Prime Bears, they get a little bit of a breather here. This is a very, very Prime Bears-based comp. This is full control. Killer doesn't have to meddle with tanks anymore. He can, have a little breather after the PTSD of the last 2 games of needing to pilot the Playmaker. Now he can just chill.
Gets to take a bit of a breather at this point. Prime Bears playing on comfort picks. So how are they going to get that blue star is the main thing on my mind. I suppose the strat is, okay, we send the Meeple's Mansion forward, and then if someone has that blue star, then Willow is going to be there for the punish. And here is the Meeple's Mansion, and look how aggressively it was placed. Gets in the blue star. They didn't have to wait for it to go down or anything. It was actually placed so perfectly for Prime Bears. Now they can play defense. This is a comp tailor-made for that purpose. Also, look at the lane matchups. Muzan rotates over to mid. He has no interest in facing a Penny with his spiders. Maybe he could be running Cocoon as well. We'll find out in just a second. Yeah, actually, it looks like he is running Cocoon instead of spiders, which means that he's going to have a lot less value than he ordinarily would.
Yep, and more lane swaps going to be coming out. They're just playing musical lanes here. It's Killer that's following Muzan, and it's going to be this Meeple that will be following Valiant. I think it looks like the sound of Prime Bears. Prime is actually okay to lane up against Raw, but it's going to eat a walking hook there. That is going to put the Grey at 1 more counter closer to a potential TP here. Does have it now. It might be forced to use it, or he may go down over there. Last second TP out there. Baited Prime as long as he could. And it's going to be the last rung of defense there for Prime Bears. Raw's going to need a second teleport if they want to break into that base.
So where is the TP? It's going to have to be earned the hard way. Raw does have a walking cane that he can utilize. So we're waiting on that one. Rotating over to the thrower because he has determined that that is the most likely matchup for him. Meanwhile, on the right side, Muzan gradually chipping away. And he has the super to cocoon someone for a moment to move in. That's an excellent box from Jay. Really easy tap there for Prime, who has all the defense in the world. He can actually dive. Jay cannot. A 3-star lead it may be, but it's probably good enough to get Prime Bears across the finish line. Now counting down the final few seconds. It's a cocoon from Muzan. And you see also the slimy trail on the ground. Just not enough long pull. Whoa! What a trip there for Prime, but no finishing move. Prime Bears stay alive with game win.
Gonna say it now. I don't want to jinx my boys, but it's such a big outdraft. Okay, like this comp for Overthrow makes no sense, right? I have a Grey, I have a Crow, I have a Charlie. What do I have? A losing draft. You know, it doesn't do anything. Like, this comp is garbage. I don't understand it. Sorry, I'm a bit of a hater here. X9J, though, that gameplay was also garbage.
Yeah. Let's see who's a real dumpster over here. I think Overthrow are listening to you, Spoo. But Prime Bears, I think, also have listened to you for many years. They know what the Spoo is saying on the broadcast. That was yucky. Oh my gosh, that was an early kill for Raw. But Prime Bears scooted away by the skin of their teeth. They have a 1-star lead at the moment. It's afforded them the chance to play defense. Really don't want to die here. What a pull and a block there for Penny. Barely, no, doesn't escape. Raw lined it up perfectly on the retreat. Now Overthrow get to move backwards into their respawn. Prime Bears have to move forward accordingly. Prime is going to get TP'd on like that, or not. Raw is oh goodness. I mean, should he have just gone for it? He can go for it now. I think he expected, yes, that he's just going to have to face a dive. Whoa, the TP in, no dive from Willow. A missed tech right there. Prime Bears fall even further behind, now 6 stars trailing.
Oh man, I mean, I jinxed my boys, didn't I? I jinxed it. I did it. It's all me. It's always me. I am always the problem. I should never talk about draft ever again. Well, that's not what I'm actually thinking. What I really think is the way that Prime Bears may be able to break back into this. I mean, okay, Valiant's gonna jump in. That's a big kill. Teleport over to the left side using that dimensional doors that was left behind by Raw. And it's just disaster. Bad to worse from Prime Bears. It just feels like they're so nervous, you know, like just stick to the script, stick to the plan. But they can't seem to do that. Now they are behind by an entire 10 stars. They're going to have to take down Valiant and Raw. And you can tell Raw's got a TP ready anytime he has to. They're going to get one kill there onto Moves on Hypercharge there from X9J. Is it going to be enough though? TP into the corner. 2 kills on there. It's enough! Prime Bears! They find the way to push Overthrow back into their base. The one way that they could win. And they succeeded. And that's going to put them back on the board. 2-1 in sets.
Just unreal. What a finish for Prime Bears. It looks like it would have gone to Overthrow, but the out comp was too strong for Overthrow to contend with. Here are the winning moments right here, by the way. You see how close Killer 34 was to his demise, but that would have changed the result. Still would have been a blue star victory for Prime Bears on the tiebreaker. Looking at the stats, this is how slim it was. Penny offered control, yes, but all she did was die a single time. But the damage was there, you know, the control was there. Looking at Overthrow, you have Valiant playing super aggressively. Raw definitely put in the work, but composition-wise, Spoo, you look at the Gray, the Charlie, the Crow. What does this come together to make? How do they bounce off of each other? I'll tell you, the Charlie is the strangest thing here because, yes, you're like playing this brawler for defense, but if no one ever aggresses you, then it never does anything. It is very dependent on the actions of your enemy. And Prime Bears didn't draft anything aggressive. There was nothing for Charlie to do. Losing draft, GG, go next. Overthrow have proven themselves to be more consistent victors than Prime Bears show. So they shouldn't really be too concerned here. But Prime Bears have gotten a foothold on this match that they seem to be losing control over, especially after the second set.
Yeah, good recovery from Prime Bears. You know, it was a very catastrophic start, right? I gotta say, like X9J picking up the blue star and then overstaying his welcome, getting pulled and then getting poisoned, and then after that, the rest was just pandemonium. Like, you can tell there is a moment where X9J just says, chill, guys, I've got hypercharge. We still got this. Let's just play for the other win condition. And that buys them the entry into out in the open where, what am I seeing here? Ready? Is that a Globert in 2-3?
It is, and well, there's a reason that out in the open, or excuse me, is the first pick, but out in the open. So open map, this is actually perfect for Globert. You want to enable someone to move forward, to juke forward, this would be the time. You think Prime Bears decide that they're going to play something like BB, though? Get all the healing in the world, run at Overthrow. They've gone with Jae Young that has some damage to offer, but will be out healed. Spike also could be backed up pretty seriously. That stick around isn't going to be too useful. Like, it can block off one of these entryways to the enemy spawn, or, you know, can block off your exit from your spawn if you want to look at it that way. But aside from that, I don't think it'll be enough to completely stop an enemy brawler running at you, especially not with a life plant, which is what Raw is equipping right now. Prime Bears need some kind of aggro to play with this. I think Meeple actually could be the aggro. Like, you can box someone. You could totally do that. Has respectable range and homing that Overthrow are going to have to play around. So many different ways you could play this. We actually haven't seen enough Globert to, I think, make terribly accurate deductions as to what the ideal way to play this is.
It's gonna be a BB, right? No, it's gonna be Ollie. So yesterday's meta
Hypnosis.
once again, but so this is a new edition of yesterday's meta. So instead of running the Byron here, which makes so much more sense, right? Because long range, you know, healing. Yeah, if you really want to play a healing comp, just go Byron here. But yeah, this, oh my god, I'm scared already. I don't want them to go home. I hope this comp is good enough because
Biased
I mean,
caster.
It's Buffy City we're looking at here. Overthrow's got 2 of them. What do Prime Bears have? None. No Buffys on the side of Prime Bears. They're literally playing yesterday's meta, thinking that today's brawlers might be good enough to deal with it. But I have to say, I like Overthrow's comp just tremendously more here. Like the sheer power level of so many of these brawlers, the simplicity of the way they're gonna get to the mid with the Jae-Young, and then afterwards you've got Raw that's got life plan to block up so much damage from Prime on this meeple. I don't understand how they're gonna deal with the Frank. I can't even fathom them getting through that much HP, and yeah, it's really scary, honestly.
Well, look at the hypnosis. Muzan is the first to fall. He willingly put his body forward to tank a bunch of damage, create space, and look, create space he did, but he didn't manage to get a kill. The healing was too much for him to deal with. The hypnosis was too powerful of an ability because Prime Bears stacked up their ammo. They had good comms. Now here comes the dash forward from Jay, locks onto Raw. He's a dead man. And Valiant, the last member remaining, should serve to farm up some hypercharge for Prime. No response from Valiant. Prime Bears get round number 1. Looked pretty good for them. Here's the easy wall break for Overthrow. Of course, Muzan knows that he's not going to be landing that onto anyone realistically, so might as well just set up for a good round 3. But that's only if they make it there. The Glober has been so troublesome.
Yeah, and he's playing so hyper-aggressive here. Now Muzan has no way to break out here. We see a nice, beautiful box there into the super there, but Killer34 is in too deep. So is the Globert. Disaster strikes for them. It was a good initial play, but they didn't have enough to punch through. The Sponge did its job, and then the Spike did the rest.
I should hold my tongue on what Spike Super is capable of here because I said it'll probably be useful for, what, breaking, or excuse me, blocking. Oh my gosh, that was awesome from Valiant. An early game pick like that on Jae-Young. Forget everything I was saying about Spike. My attention is fixated on this Jae-Young that made an unreal solo play and has probably single-handedly won this game for Overthrow, putting them at match point.
Yeah, and I think they know it. Like, X9 just playing super aggressive. They tried to make a play on Valiant, but yeah, this Jae-Young is just way too much. Killer34 has got a hypercharge here. Really big one from him. Gonna catch out Valiant, but it's not... Ollie's an assassin, boys. It doesn't have the damage it's gonna take to bring down the Frank. I mean, the way that they killed the Frank in the first game was a miracle. Yeah. They had to pull him and then pull him again and then pray that Meeple would land all 3 hits and life plan wouldn't come in. Like, I just don't see it, guys. I don't see the angle here.
I think the angle is you get a hypnosis on Frank, and then your literal entire team goes for him. That's how it worked in round 1 of game number 1. But it didn't happen the other 2 games. It didn't happen game 3 because Jae-Young decided that he was going to be the assassin. Pushed a lane solo. In fact, did it twice. Solo to matchup. So where's the team play? It's got to manifest on the top side. Looks like Frank is now about face. Yeah, as Pathing AI has said, bottom lane is more vulnerable. There's the attraction. Muzan just out of range of Glober. Oh, it's so tragic. No members have been lost just yet. Jay also had to abandon ship where he was about to get a kill 2 times. Prime Bears were so close to a kill, but they had to turn the other way. Now Killer should have the kill, though. That will be a, oh my gosh, another one where they abandoned way too early. The attraction for Muzan looked excellent, and Prime Bears have to give away this round.
It's the same equation that Killer34 tries to make a play, but the timing, the game sense is just abysmal here. I mean, the Spike was ready with the defense. He had the hypercharge ready. Didn't have to commit then onto the Jae-Young of all of the, you know, he isn't the weakest one. If they want to really go in here, they have to at least get onto the Spike. They have to isolate him. And now Valiant's making a big play onto X9J. The hypercharge is out, almost be able to bring down Prime there. You've got Killer34 1 versus 1 matchup there up against Muzan. That is not one that he can win, even if Global is helping. You're seeing a big miracle play here coming in from Killer34. Manages to get one. Can he get out alive though? It looks like he might be okay. X9J is keeping him healed up here. And a sigh of relief from Prime Bears as they keep this one going.
Prime Bears have 2 hypercharges, and they're going to be saving them for the next round if they can. Muzan has one of his own, and it's possible to interrupt for Prime Bears. Raw also look at him just walking away. Oh, we got his hypercharge. Like, Overthrow got everything they could have wanted. I have no idea why Muzan is sticking up so high, but it's not like he was really feeding anything more. Prime Bears were as stacked as they could be on the supercharge. Muzan just playing a win, wasting some time, keeping the fingers active Overthrow are 1 round away from sending Prime Bears home after everything that they've accomplished in the road to Brawl Cup. It could be one last life for each member of Prime Bears.
And once again, Killer 34 goes in, but the big head Moses gets 2! Terrified to synergize with that as well, and now just moves on up against. Finally, the combo comes together for the side of Prime Bears. Every ability thrown at the wall to clean up the frag in the end, but it worked in their favor there. I dare I say got a little bit lucky there with the double pull, and then could have been a disaster. The spike was ready. He threw down the super, but this time the equation was different because we had the Glover to come in there to follow up with that Terrify. And okay, picture perfect execution, but we gotta see that happen more consistently.
Yes. Destiny delayed, if only by another game. No, the last person you want to be stuck with jail with. What? Is this going to work? No. It'll be a brief hypnosis onto Muzan, and now he gets to run away with it. That right there is what you call being griefed by your teammate. I'm reporting for a bad random. I'm reporting for grief play. It's a round totally thrown away. Overthrow get the easiest entry into mid ever. That is a complete disaster. Stuck in the lion's cage with the last person you want to be right next to.
Oh my god, they didn't even get anything out of it. No supers online for Killer 34, Prime, or X9J. Okay, X9J's gonna get his first one for free off the healing here. But this is a Global super we're talking about. It's not what you want. So, you know, Killer 34 is trying to passively charge it. He has to take damage to get that super. But in return, he will be trading hypercharges onto the other side. Raw is convinced that his hypercharge is so strong with these buffies that it should be able to stop it. They're switching up the lanes now. Muzan is headed over. The slow did go onto it. It's a big super there from Raw. It's going to connect onto one. Meeple's Mansion shuts him down though. But Valiant is on the charge there. Big super from here. Terrified to send Muzan back inside the base. Prime Bears are being pushed back at the moment. X9J is shoved into the wall. Raw nowhere to go. Gets the kill. There we go. The captain of the team is down. One more round will do it from Overthrow. They recharge their abilities. Muzan comes back here, pops the hypercharge, and when all said and done, it will be Prime Bears, the first team to be eliminated from the road to Brawl Cup Decider Playoffs Day 2, as Overthrow keep their dreams alive.
Prime Bears came in as some of the prime prospects to make it through into the later stages. They were the last guys I expected to be going out early. In fact, I thought it would be Overthrow in their position, but Prime Bears were just not all there today. I think X9J also suffered a whole lot. We said he was sick again, and you can really tell from the gameplay. Prime Bears also just making mistakes out here in Overthrow, capitalizing perfectly. Look at this unreal play from Killer 34. And does it really shock you that on the day that X9J is under the weather, that the real playmakers are Killer 34 and Prime? But no, that's not how the roster made it this far. They got to this stage with the strength of a player that has been on the world stage, repeatedly made top 4 last year. But after, you know, briefly dipping into retirement, has clearly lost a little bit of that luster, and also, you know, just wasn't feeling too great today. He's only a third of the team. You look at Overthrow, they are fired up for the day. Valiant really stole my attention, specifically on Overthrow. The 2 rounds in a row that he got an opening pick were just crazy. For a support brawler, mind you. He's here to support his 2 teammates, but look, a great way to support your team is by carrying in some regards. Getting a kill solo with your gadget is Jae-Young. Ridiculous. So deserved to make it in the top 3 here at the Road to Brawl Cup SESA.
I mean, I've got to feel so bad for Prime Bears there. I mean, it just felt like they were struggling every single step of the way here. And it felt like they had the potential, right? I think that's what makes this all the more so painful. That it just feels like if this team had put in, you know, little bit more effort to just come together, they might actually be the better team. Hell, I mean, I'm gonna say it, like mechanically, all 3 of these plays probably are better than Overthrow, but you know, which is stronger, 1 closed fist or 3 disconcerted players? And that's what I noticed. Like, that is the conclusion that I have here. Overthrow here, they came together when they needed it, whereas on Prime Bears, like, they just weren't on the same page for most of the game.
Well, Overthrow lead 3-1. They leave Prime Bears behind just a burning memory is all they will remain as. I would love to see some of these players come back later, though, because X9J, like, I don't know. I feel like he was just hitting his stride in competitive. It's a shame that he had to retire, and I just wonder, and I hope, of course, that he'll come back. He's also a nice guy. I've met him a good number of times. Prime Bears are out. Overthrow move on to the next stage of the losers bracket. Now, who will we pit against them in the upper bracket is the big question. Well, someone's got to lose and someone's got to win in order to get there. Up next is going to be the winners finals. Whoever wins that goes on to the grand finals and will fight for the chance to go on to the Brawl Cup to represent this region. It is going to be incredibly exciting. You're going to get to see the winners of the first couple of matches go against each other. So, folks, we're going to go to a quick break as we get that match ready for you, and then we'll be right back. Back to the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. We're halfway through the final broadcast of the series, and we've whittled it down to just 3 teams. Spoo, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to your boys. It's a tragedy. I wouldn't blame you for shedding a tear. But since I'm really inconsiderate, please walk us through the journey of our team so far.
Alright, so to recap, we had R&TX, they 3-0 Overthrow, and then we had ABC destroy my boys 3-1, and then they went to the lower bracket, and then they got clapped again in like some of the baddest, the worst 3-1 I've ever seen, and I'm shedding tears not because, you know, I think they deserve better. Honestly, nah, they played so bad. Like, Overthrow deserved it so much better. This is a good one from Overthrow, right? 3-1. Let's reframe it a little bit, right?
Sure.
So they came into some pretty challenging drafts, right? I think the ball one was the most atrocious, right? The bull was prepped, and the bull was designed to counter that BB. And I mean, we saw like really suspect bull gameplay. And then the subsequent sets, we didn't know what really happened in highs, but I did see a bull up against a Chuck. And very quickly gleaning through the draft, you know that that's a base race that you're gonna lose. A Chuck doesn't really win up that one. And then lastly, out in the open, that was a really innovative comp, but I don't think that they had the team to support it. So at the end of the day, this is where we're at. R&TX is going to be going up against ABC in the upper bracket finals. That's what we'll be checking out next. While Overthrow, they get a little bit of breather here to chill. Most likely, they'll have to go up against ABC because looking at R&TX, they're on a warpath and nothing is going to stop them.
No, I don't think so. But what about ABC? You think that's enough? Because ABC took down their opponents 3-1. We found out that actually they could take down Overthrow. Overthrow was dealt with really handily by ABC. So it's a tough call. You know, is South Asia mustering more than we expected, mustering more than SEA? Because when I looked at the 2 regions individually, you know, we didn't see them play against each other until today, but individually, I was actually more sold on SEA than on South Asia. And, you know, I guess there's the excuse of like, well, yeah, Jay wasn't like, you know, in his element today, but that's basically all we have to operate with. I think also the compositions were like really solid from Prime Bears. Okay, so the execution still needs to be there is the lesson that we ought to be discerning from all this. Let's get into draft. We can't delay any longer. We already have a couple picks in from both sides. Here on Out in the Open, it's where we're kicking things off for this upper bracket final.
Kicking things off here as expected. So ABC, they're going to go back into their comfort zone here. Out in the open, one of the easiest ways you can play is just play Brock plus Sharpshooter. Why open up the map? When Angelo is banned, Eve is banned, there's just no tempo control. So this allows you quick access into the mid. However, though, they're going up against Revenant X Spark. And if there's something I know, in theory, Jae Young is soon to follow here for sure, pairing up with the Gene here. The speed that it takes to get up the mid should give them the parity, and with Vengeful Spirits on the board, that is one of the ways that you can deal with ABC. So yeah, Nanny's going to be coming in here. I'm fully expecting, I don't know if they want to lean back into Jae Young here, because that will leave them vulnerable to, you know, the BBs, the Ollies, all the big tanks coming in. So I think Revenant X Spark, they might need some coverage here. Not sure if they're convinced about, you know, tempo control, if they're even concerned about it there. They might even just opt to just give up mid control at the start and then maybe play for a second round. Maybe Nanny breaks open the mid wall, and that's how they get the parity.
Okay, next selection coming up. With the bans in mind, Jae Young. We already know how big of a threat this guy is. and a good prediction from Yusfu. Also a brawler that you wouldn't mind having at your side when Gene gets the pull. So good call from you. But ABC have the outrange. I have to call that out so far. And they also, I think, have an easier route into mid. You see that Ash King is running Rocket Laces for now. It's probably going to change to Rocket Fuel during final preparation, or, you know, whenever it's switched over to a different player, the one that's actually going to be playing the Brock. Final selection is Ziggy. This guy's a bunch of range, he has a bunch of damage, and he has some pretty solid area control, but it takes him a while to get that super. That is the biggest concern here. Also, you're kind of relying on your teammates to push up to the area where you can fire over a wall.
I am not convinced whatsoever. I don't get it. I don't think it synergizes with the comp. I feel that it would have even been better if they really wanted to go for a thrower. I don't even think Ziggy is particularly one of the better choices here. I would have much preferred something like Juju or something, even if they really wanted to get something summoning going on, put pressure on the Jhin. Ziggy is kind of just like longer range Dynamite in this situation. And as you know, it doesn't work well with the Brock. So what I'm expecting is that Captain Rox, he's going to hold on to this position for a while. But there's going to come a point where magic hands start coming online, or when Sergeant just absolutely dips his matchup like he's about to. Okay, almost got the full clip there on Alu. Could have been bad for him. Walkthrough's taking quite a fair bit of damage here, but yeah, you're going to see Captain Rox get driven out there by Hiroshi. Almost got tapped up there by himself.
No kills just yet, but a couple of wall breaks from ABC look solid. It's going to make it easier for them to get in and out of spawn. Look at all the damage that Captain Rox is threatening with at the moment, and now he has the super. Hiroshi completely stranded. Pops the speed and gets out of there just in the nick of time. If it had been any other brawler besides Jae Young, they would have been dead as a doornail. No kills just yet, but Sergeant is looking pretty scary. Now with the return to Cinder for the kill confirm, and all the rest of ABC ought to be dropping like flies at this point, but Alu somehow persists, does go down in the end. Captain Rox is the final one to fall because he had to hang back. In fact, he hung back so far that he wasn't able to make that much of an impact, but you got to give the guy credit for getting at least a super, because I was thinking even that might be a tall order.
Walkthrough is just taking a lot of damage here. If that Hypercharge super did connect, it would have been the end of him. Hiroshi, though, too aggressive there. Punished by the Rocket Rain. Perfectly placed there from Ash King, aka Eliza here. And Captain Rox now is just staying, pretty in the back line. They're still respecting the might of Revan and X-Pac here. This is a numbers advantage for them. But if there's something that we've learned is that mechanics do still matter here if they are capable of dodging out most of the shots. Yeah, Revenant is going to tear open the mid now, giving them full speed and tempo control for the next round in case they lose this one. But they haven't conceded the round just yet. Are they going to do so? Yeah, they are starting to hang back, waiting for the smoke to show up. Yeah, R&TX are messing around here. They're not even going to try for the 2 versus 3. Don't want to give up any additional utility. Just go for the strategic, full suicide, and then after that, reset for the next round.
Look at all the utility for Revan and X-Spark. A couple of hypercharges, have the super. Look at Sergeant also covering his tracks as he's now going to go for this super. If he can take the long way around, that's even better. All the way behind, autofocus has a huge benefit. No one shot for you onto Alu, but they had backed everyone up, and now it's Walkthrough's turn. It's going to be the Vengeful Spirits in first, so no utilization of the super, it appears, in a super response from ABC. No slowing onto Sergeant either. Captain Rox is running the additional damage star power. Definitely a wise choice for him. Just makes it more likely that he's going to get kill confirms, and you're not getting supers that frequently. ABC have won this the hard way, getting through, and then some missed super from Walkthrough, but the smoke and the damage from Hiroshi are enough to get one kill onto Captain Rox. The next one onto Alu. And they have lost one of their number, but they have the man advantage. 2v1 on the final round. Sergeant, now with the return to Cinder, walked into the shot on purpose to get the kill confirm.
Shrug it off, kind of a bit of aura farm in action here at the same time. That is one way to end a round. In typical Sergeant fashion, he's got to flex a little bit on, his opponents, right? So that's the first round in the books, and I have to go back to Ziggy. I do not understand the concept of the Ziggy. The supers aren't connecting. He's not really getting pressure. He's not getting things done. It's a very risky pick, and he is dead. And so is his teammates. This was an even faster round than the first.
Revan and X-Spark have dominated this early game. Now they're just going for the most impactful supers. Ash King has nowhere to go. Yeah, Sergeant's going to get a little breakthrough. Feeding a possible kill to Ash King is a great way to bait him out of that hidey hole. Walkthrough needs one more shot to his super, and that should be pretty easy because ABC have no choice but to play within Jhin's range if they want to hold this area. So it's just a countdown now to when he has it, but he didn't hit the last pull that he went for in game number 1. So should they be that concerned? Well, ABC are trying to take up space nonetheless. They have the hypercharge forward from Brock, and he hangs onto his super. He's going to use that to confirm a kill later on. Might be wise to use that into Walkthrough or Hiroshi, but especially Hiroshi.
Yeah, Rocket Rain going to be coming out here on the left. Not going to catch Hiroshi this time. He is on the mark and Walkthrough redeems himself, gets the pull there, but a return kill there the entirety of ABC were focusing down the Gene, so it ends up just being a trade. Now we've got Sergeant in a bit of a strange spot. Captain Rocks wants to capitalize here, gets a big super, catches one. It will catch Sergeant as well. Is it enough to convince Spew that it's actually a good pick? I do not know. But for now, that is going to be a round in favor of ABC.
ABC might be able to tie up this series here in set 1. Sergeant's taken a beating off the beginning. He heals up by staying next to Walkthrough on the left side. It's not really going to be the bush break that Brock was hoping for. Still a couple of bushes to stay within for Revenant X-Spark. Hiroshi on the left side also is trying to close in versus Captain Rocks. Waiting on that gadget from Captain Rocks that'll back everyone up. Or a super, sure, you know, go for that one. Walkthrough has an easy retreat, but Hiroshi is left on the left side. That's bad. ABC rained down the damage. But is Alu going to be healthy enough to avoid the damage from this peep? Ooh. Not the greatest peep ever. Looks like it was steered into the wall in an attempt to get the AoE, but it just barely missed the mark. Sergeant's not giving up just yet, naturally. But Eliza should remain alive. Could be a big pull there. Walkthrough gets one. Doesn't have the DPS to make this happen. Like, surely not. He's one shot away from being taken down by Captain Rocks. And yes, succumbs to the damage. ABC equalize this set.
Is that the first game Revenant has dropped the entire road to Pro Cup?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, and I can't verify that. But what I can say is that felt more like Revenant X-Spark making mistakes than the comp of ABC coming together. I kind of see the Ziggy payoff. Okay, that super is enormous, right? And that's how he's been boxing people in when he does get it online. But on that note, I have to say, Revenant X-Spark, are they just feeding a little bit too much shots to the Ziggy? Like, Revenant X-Spark are a very, very aggressive team, and that's just by design of Sergeant Clash and the way he makes his calls. And you can see that as the nanny, he's just occupying open space. He's the one matchup that does so well into these sharpshooters. As he doesn't care. That's why he's just like, you know, hanging out here. You know, Hiroshi now taking a little bit too much of a beating, but they just are soaking so many shots in and then hoping that, you know, maybe Sergeant gets a pick.
Well, Sergeant has picked up a destruction onto those walls on the left side. It's an easy tap up for Ash King. Now the super forward. Walkthrough's quite lit up. He's going to be the next one to fall. And Sergeant, the last remaining, picks up a single kill. But it's only versus Captain Rocks. The remainder of ABC remains alive. This is a seriously competitive match. Revenant X-Spark coming in as the front runners, now being bested by ABC on a Ziggy pick that we weren't totally sold on. Now the hypercharge forward from Alu to take up some space, but that's all that it achieves for them. That's fine, honestly, because Ziggy needs to have enemies behind walls to be most effective. No one shot onto Eliza, otherwise known as Ash King, on the left side, and no one there to capitalize on him being on low HP. Hiroshi's going to try and move forward, but another super for Byron puts him in a precarious position. In spite of all that, Revenant X-Spark still have position. They have control of this area, but as soon as they run out of steam, ABC is going to be all over them. Sergeant gets one kill, now has the hypercharge for the next round, because it looks like this one's in the books for Revenant X-Spark.
It's just so messy back and forth, you know, from both of these teams as well. It really sometimes just does come down to the mechanics. And in this case, I am seeing Revenant X-Spark, they're creating lots of opportunities for themselves. They're taking a lot of risks, right? Like, no doubt about that. We might see a big one here being taken there. So Sergeant's going to scout things out with the peep here. And Hiroshi, you can see the plan. The cogs are turning. Was the jump time? Well, no. Hiroshi didn't jump in time. And as a result, he couldn't capitalize on the fact that the peep was connected. Instead, he's going to get punished by Alu's hypercharge here. The communication's completely broken down there for Revenant X-Spark.
Not a good look for Revenant X-Spark. They're operating with a nerfed roster now, just 2 versus 3. At least they have some supers. Walkthrough, doing his best to avoid everything, and he avoided the majority of it, but still got taken down. 72 HP for Sergeant. This is the end of days. Wanted to break through on the backside, but couldn't get through in time. It's a game win and set victory for ABC as they take the lead in the upper finals here on the road to Brawl Cup SESA. I'm surprised to see Revenant X-Spark falling behind like this. I don't believe they've dropped a single set their entire journey throughout the entire thing.
Well, I guess the king of SEA is merely mortal after all. You can't control all of your teammates. Like, Sergeant himself probably played phenomenally still nonetheless throughout this one. Like, he took many aggressive plays. He's making all the calls. I imagine that, you know, the call is very heated up right now. But you saw it. Like, literally, I mean, it was, you could see the ideas there. You know, get the peep, the hypercharge over there. But Hiroshi just couldn't time the jump in time. It could have been a wonderful start to that round. But instead, it was the beginning of the end for there. But at least it shows that, you know, Revenant Xbox, they're communicating. It's just a, you know, slight miscommunication that is a difficult play to get across there, you know, timing the jump pad with the Nani hypercharge. But they're going to have to leave it in the past because we're already on to Death Cap Trap. I see ABC, they're batting out the Mortis. That's a pick that usually we've seen Eliza pilot quite a fair bit. They had the first pick, by the way. They respect Sergeant so much that they're going to ban it out. Okay, so no more. Let's look at this first selection of M's. Doesn't really indicate too much. Think it's also decently vulnerable, though ABC have covered their bases. Have to acknowledge that. No Mortis and no Alley. No stuff that dashes at you with movement only for attacks, but Mina's still on the table. I think that one's a worthy shout. You also have, you know, other methods of getting in close range. I think that's what, yeah, there you go. Why not go for a super with Mo? However, the last time we saw Mo played on Death Cap Trap, at least today, it didn't work out at all. Reason being, it didn't have a good lane matchup. So Chester now makes an appearance for Revenant X Spark. It's a way of dispelling any close range stuff from ABC, keeps those brawlers open for them so they can go with the last selection. Now, is Mo going to be the mid? I'm scratching my head just a little bit. They don't have an assassin here. Yeah, I think they just feel that because it's up against these M's, it's one of the very, very niche interactions where the Mo specifically is at a slightly better range than the M's. Like, they both have this sweet spot for damage, like both the M's and the Mo, but Mo's one is slightly further, so it ends up working out to be a pretty good matchup. Like, you can wall peek well, and then afterwards you can convert onto mid if you have to. So Revenant Xbox, I don't think this is going to be a Mo mid. I'd be very surprised if it is. It's a pretty terrible mid, if I'm going to be real here. And ABC, they answer with the Gray. This, on the other hand, I think is likely going to be playing as a mid. It's one of the few ways you can deal with assassins. You just get out of the way once the dimensional doors are online. He always has to get out of jail free card, but this is a bad range matchup take. So, wow, it's going to be Kid that's going to be the last pick here. That's a pretty outdated choice here as the assassin, but I guess it makes sense with the Gray. Well, I've been talking with, you know, the guys that I live with. They're making a run at professional play, and they were talking a bunch about Kit like just yesterday, how this brawler is rising a lot in popularity because of the team synergy that you can gather from it. So ABC, what are you farming from the Kit? Are you going to have enough range? Like, Ems is pretty short ranged versus a target that is stationary. She's going to do tons and tons of damage, but you have to be over there. In Kit, the way that Kit plays is typically just all over the place, and I think it's going to be challenging for ABC to catch up with that. Now, let's also acknowledge that Gray's going to have the TP. Wonder how he's going to use that. He's obviously going to be the mid brawler here. So are you going to have an Ems TPing forward, then popping the super to get damage, you know, push everyone back also? I think Chester, Mo, both have ways of punishing anyone on the exit. Same goes for Bull. Should be pretty frustrating to deal with. Also, like, Kit just does not want to jump onto a Bull because you're going to get one shot at point blank once that super expires. Yeah, this is a nice last pick that came here for Revenant Expo, but it does leave the gem carrier discussion up for grabs. It's a big question mark there. I mean, I guess they can get away with the Chester. Yeah, the Chester being the gem carrier seems to make the most sense. It's got enough beef up against the Gray. Like, you know, this TP is not going to be that consequential here. Hiroshi will win out this matchup. The Poison will take him down here. And then meanwhile, the backline Sergeant, as you said, you don't want to jump in a Bull, but that's exactly what he's doing. And then without any backup, you know, there's no damage, and he's just going to do what he did to Overthrow with his Shade. Revenant X Spark have the control for now. They need to make a retreat. However, ABC are in their spawn. It's going to be difficult. Walkthrough is going to be the first one to fire. Ali remains alive and goes for the brief invulnerability. Sergeant is completely caught up in the pandemonium. Look how far back Hiroshi
has had to fall. He doesn't want to get jumped on by that Kit, but I don't think Kit really wants to jump on him either. Should be a dead Eliza and another one. Dead Alu. And ABC have to run for the hills. It'll be 10 gems total for Revan and X-Spark. They have to go for the slow retreat here. However, Captain Rox can also push forward. Sergeant now with the dash backwards. Excellent chain of the super. It could not have gone better. Eliza's going to go... What the heck was that range? Captain Rox couldn't get the kill in the end, but I'm very impressed by the lock-on range that Kit had there with the super.
Yeah, it snapped at the maximum range there. Nice heads-up play from Hiroshi there to protect his captain as well. I can imagine Sergeant shouting, block for me, or something like that in the cat. But fellow Bull enjoyers in the world, this is how Bull is meant to be played at the highest level. And I'm glad we're getting a masterclass in action. Like, someone could probably break this down into a YouTube video if they really wanted to. But we're going to reset and go into another game here. Sergeant has free reign on the right side. He's looking for Kit. And he's noticed, it's not even there. He's just going to run it down. He's literally going to pop T-Bone Injector. And he's just going to stay alive. This man has no fear at all.
I think you're on a jinxing streak, Spoo, because you did say he was going to stay alive, and he immediately charged in and died. Just unlucky on the commentary in that moment. Revan and X-Spark, however, are seeing like so much success with Sergeant over here. Look at him waiting on the exit of the TP also, just like begging someone to lock onto him. Team effort, it's just like a total... team effort to take down the Bull anytime he is stunned. Walkthrough is going to be the next one to fall. Hiroshi doesn't have any way of escaping, but moves up around the right side. Nonetheless, has 7 gems. He's looking nice and healthy. Wow, just it's like he's being put in a prison jacket, basically. One Kit holding him back, and then everyone else is shivving him, you know, filling him full of bullet holes. Revan and X-Spark, however, don't mind sending Sergeant off to die as long as it keeps their backlines healthy and alive.
Yeah, and it's the stalling tactic, right? Like, this is something Sergeant's really familiar with. Like, it's okay to just keep cycling the deaths as long as your gem carrier doesn't die. Hiroshi, nice spacing from him. Sergeant gonna be charging straight at Alu in the hypercharge. He's gonna be able to run him down here. A nice pull there from his teammate to try and keep him alive. Sergeant was thinking about cycling the second pull there. We see now the Kid has become one with the Gray, but now you've become a singular target. Easy pickings there for Walkthrough, Hiroshi, and Sergeant to convert on. Sergeant's gonna bring down his former teammate Ash King down easily as well. Double TP in there from ABC, and they seem to have drafted a Gray comp where it shouldn't be working. They're drafting a Gray comp outside of Hot Zone, and they're getting punished for it.
Great comp denied. Revan and X-Spark, look at the way that they play this Bull. Sergeant has been a monster. That's 1, that's 2. Alu out of position. And this was the defense at the end of game number 2 that secured a set for Revan and X-Spark. Is going to send us to a set 4 at least. But for now, it has equalized the series. Oh my gosh, Hiroshi. That's the gem carrier that I want on our team. 9-0. Guy never dies. He is invincible and inevitable. The great comp, by the way, yes, denied. Now, the team play was there. You can't deny that. Anytime Kit jumped on a target, especially in game number 2, they were sentenced to death. Most of the time it was Sergeant, and look at him still with a winning KD. I can almost guarantee you that each one of those kills -1 was due to Kit jumping on him and then the remainder of ABC executing him.
Oh, yeah. That's the least you can do, though. I mean, you have a Bull that's literally in your face, and this is a last pick Bull, I have to add, and that's the only counterplay that you have. And if Ems was not on there to deal out the massive damage, that Bull would be doing way too much anyways. What a match. But that's going to bring us to Sneaky Fields. This could be another Bull versus BB sort of outcome that we may see, but that's not happening at the moment. It's going to be ABC picking up the Rico first up. This is a brawler that actually, you know, we haven't seen much in the Road to Brawl Cup. It was buffed quite a fair bit, and then BSC played it a lot, and then the buffies came in, and they got kind of got overshadowed a little bit, and now they're going to be making a return as a premier mid here on Sneaky Fields.
Well, all right, Rico, show us what you're made of. Hypercharge can never go wrong with that one on Rico. He's also just super strong because of the buff about a month ago, or has it been longer? that Rico's shots were grouped closer together. Makes it way more convenient to hit those shots. Response from R&TX so far has been a couple of anti-tanks. They know what ABC are thinking. Also, Chester has the added benefit of breaking walls, something that Rico desperately needs to survive. So ABC have BB on the table. They also have Bull on the table. I think the obvious response to a BB is, in fact, that Bull. So got to play this one carefully. They're both completely open to be played. Might decide that they want another anti-tank of their own. In fact, it does seem that they go for that angle. It's the buffied up Nita. Cannot sleep on this brawler. The one time that I did, she was awesome. Though it was on Hard Rock Mine, I think she's much more at home on Sneaky Fields, where she has plenty of bushes to frolic around on, and plenty of tanks to deny.
Love the phrasing there. Frolic around in these bushes is wild. I mean, it is Sneaky Fields after all. I know it's a little bit more peekaboo. Like, you know, I'm here, I'm going to throw shockwaves up in the air. And then when you least expect it, it's the Demigorgon or it's going to be the Bears. Wow. A Max going to be coming in here from ABC. So they're stealing a strategy from Revenant X-Pac, actually pairing up this Nita Max combination. They're convinced that they don't need a tank of their own. You know, and they don't really want to pick up a tank of their own because they're up against Chester Otis anyways. But the thing about Max is, in this day and age, you really got to make sure that this is something that gains massive value. And R&TX, they pivot, they hard pivot in the other direction, right? Like they look at this Max, they don't see a big tank coming in. They're convinced that they will break this Nita matchup. I must add, every throw was in the game except Willow. And Sergeant chose Barley. Like, you could have gone Juju, you could have gone Larry and Laurie, you could have gone any of those brawlers, and Sergeant goes back to the good old Barley. I expect that he'll be playing it. Yeah. Sergeant's playing the Barley. Extra Noxious has been equipped. Expect side lanes to go very poorly for whoever faces him.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where Barley is actually probably the best choice, because any thrower is going to have a pretty legendary matchup into Rico and Nita, since they're both brawlers that need walls. They're not going to be paired up with anything that breaks them down. And they have no way of dealing with throwers. They don't have movement. They don't have wall break. They don't have something that shoots over the walls. Rico can fire around them, but that's ability that he gets to compensate for the fact that otherwise he's actually pretty fragile. But ABC have occupied mid so far. Sergeant has not been enough to take up all the room here. He kept Nita at bay, but didn't necessarily win the matchup that he's supposed to be actively winning. Sergeant now putting his body between the enemy and the goal, but Eliza will still walk it on through. Gets one goal for ABC, and Sergeant now thankfully has the last call, but it doesn't matter when it's behind you. It needs to be between you and your objective. ABC run this one down. Sergeant blocked in the back right. Demogorgon now forward, and Alu slots this one forward in a lightning fast game.
Slow it down, Revenant X-Pac. Sergeant, you don't have to run into the mid that early to get pinched and lose tempo. And then Hiroshi, you just gotta hold your lane, guys. Hold your lane. So let Sergeant win his lane. I know it's not easy to lane against Max, Rico, and the other lanes, but let a man do his job. It's the last pick here. Yeah, take a chill pill. You see, now they can chill in the mid. Walkthrough is going to be the last one to join it soon. But literally, just let Sergeant win his lane. That's just it. Plain and simple. There we go. We see the value come out there from the Barley. He pinched well with the Otis. Now they get the ball control. Okay, tossed up the ball in front. Maybe not optimal, but Sergeant will eventually clean up this Max, and now he has a full spawn trap. I'm literally narrating this David Attenborough style. It was that easy. You could just do that in game number 1.
Yeah, but what happened in game number 1? It looks like Revenant X-Pac just needed some time to wake up to the reality of these matches. Also, I think Alu pushed forward way more aggressively in the last one. I also see Eliza struggling more at mid, Hiroshi keeping him at bay more effectively. Look at the rotation attempt from Alu over the right side, caught out by Hiroshi. Sergeant somehow hangs on in spite of getting beamed by a super from Captain Rocks. And this left side is wide open, but Sergeant isn't going to go for it. I think a pass over to Sergeant and a super in the goal would have been enough, but it looks like the communication was just barely missing. Now the super from Sergeant is going to keep things away just a little bit longer, sacrificing some of the bushes, but should make future matchups versus Nita even better. What a laser from Sergeant. This ball passed really forward. Hiroshi knows that he has the mute. Walked through. Looks clean for Revenant X-Pac. The same way that ABC dazzled us with their speed in game number 1, Revenant X-Pac has done the same.
And they just had to stick to the script, man. Just stick to the script, guys. Don't play hyper aggressive. Just let Sergeant hit a single shot or two. I gotta say though, this man is he's a little bit cuckoo, a little bit in the head. He ran in so quickly into that bush. He just didn't respect Alu whatsoever. Now Hiroshi's got mid control as well. He's winning up his matchup. We see Walkthrough that's gonna jump into the mid as well. They should be able to pinch out at least one of these brawlers, but Captain Rocks get the first kill instead. So Hiroshi has no choice but the corner, toss out the ball into the open. They might even still get the pass over. Nope, not gonna be enough. So this is gonna be an uphill struggle there for Revan and Xbox to gain back control of the mid before Sergeant can go back to getting value.
ABC are all over mid. It's going to be a bit of damage for Alu on the right side. Walk through, feeling the heat, still alive, but only for a moment longer, unless he just gets the most incredible dodges I've ever seen and stays alive way past his expiration date. Revan and X-Park, as a result, hang on thanks to this irritating vestige of their team on the right side, and ABC are forced to back up as a result. It's plenty of space on the left side for Sergeant to walk forward. Still, he remains alive. A bit of ricochet action from Captain Rocks will shut him down, and I'm not even sure how Revan and X-Park fell apart here.
I'm lost for words there. I mean, great dodges there from Sergeant once again. I mean, I'm going to glaze this guy all day here, but we see the last call going out here. So finally, the mid control is there. Walk through, catches Captain Rocks off guard, cleans house in the back. And when ABC least expected, there was a gesture lurking in the bushes there that they didn't account for.
Revan and X-Park now lead off the back of that last goal. Just 1 minute on the clock for ABC to respond. And what do they even do here? And what walkthrough super is available on the right side? We won't know just yet. Might just be Pop Rocks with the way that he's not making any moves. He wants to fall onto defense here. Now Demogorgon is alive on the left side. Sergeant can't really deal with it, but he can push Alu back. No, not quite. Can't interrupt this guy's movement forward, but Sergeant does have a hyper. He'd be well advised to use it immediately, and here it comes. To take up space on the left side, Nita is forced back. Captain Rocks is not really the greatest super. Here's the hypercharge from Max, and in turn by Nita. She's got it charged up, and the gadget comes on just in time. 10 seconds to go. Revan and X-Spark try to move things forward because they are operating with a truncated cast. It's just Sergeant blocking things up. In a few seconds to go, ABC are going to have a fully open goal to work with, but no more walls, which could spell doom for both the Rico and the Nita.
Danger zone now for Revan and X-Park. They're on the brink of perhaps yielding yet another set. Walkthrough is not a very good brawler here at the moment. Chester did get a nice heal here. That will give him the sustain needed, but he is getting beamed down. Captain Rocks gets a near full clip onto him. If Hiroshi goes down, there is only Sergeant left between him and his ex-teammate Eliza. He could have gone for the play, I think, but he respected Sergeant so much there. Didn't want to gamble it, opting to take it slow. 30 seconds left on the clock for Revan and X-Park.
Just a combo of the super for Max and her gadget would have been enough. So did she not have it? Did she not have Phase Shifter? Oh my goodness, that was quite a gadget from Hiroshi. Could he be the one? The spearhead on the left side. It's only Captain Rocks remaining, and it will be Eliza now respawning a laser beam once again, and not enough time to put this in Revan and X-Spark's goal. Means that this is a tied game. 1-1 on the match score, 1-1 on the set score, and the set continues.
I'm so conflicted there, and I'm so impressed at the same time. So let's break it down here. ABC, they definitely had the better overtime comp, right? You got Nita Bear that was online, Hypercharge was on there, Captain Rocks got the super of his lifetime, full clip the Chester down, and then Max, Eliza just stood there holding the ball, split-second decision, and he chooses to yield to Sergeant the space, and then they opt to play defensive, and that's forcing them into a drawn game where, frankly speaking, I still feel that R&TX have the draft here, and it's an easier way for them to execute. They just need to find their mark. So walkthrough, back again, similar to game number 1. They found the rotations. It's Captain Rocks that they have to be worried about. Sergeant getting pinched out here. Full clip there from Captain Rocks once again. Almost brought down Alu. Hiroshi's gonna get him. And mid control is secured. for R&TX. That's one half of what the draft is meant to do.
They have the bushes. ABC are scouting them out. It's going to be a surprise mute. Eliza wasn't prepared for that one. Is this enough on the left side? Well, Sergeant moves forward, but here's the Demogorgon. Hiroshi tries to tank it, pass up. It's going to pause on the goal line. Thankfully, Walkthrough was there to walk it through. And we finally got to say the line. Just going to shout that one out. Revan and X-Spark lead with 1 goal so far. Attempting to get mid-control back. Not really hard when you have a hypercharge on your Otis, and Sergeant has the matchup on the left side locked down. Once again, though, pinched between Captain Rox and the left side. Walked through, still alive at mid, and perfectly clipped by Captain Rox. Hiroshi still invisible in the bushes. No one can scout him out. He dodged those pretty well. Wants to upset Captain Rox on the right side. It's going to be the Nita Bear once again. Sergeant, just a waste of time as he has to walk it all the way back to the goal. This is the strength of the Nita Bear, everyone. Not that it does a bunch of damage to you, but it forces you backwards into your goal. And mid has been surrendered to ABC.
Big poison there from Walkthrough's going to connect on Captain Rox. That was the linchpin of ABC's mid control. Now Aulu's going to be muted up there by Hiroshi. Walkthrough is back inside the mid. Finally, this Chester, who's been tormented by Captain this entire game, gets his show, gets his job done, and pocketed the ball. Hiroshi, it's the same tactic over and over again. Revan and X-Spark are not risking their biscuit this time. They want to make sure that Sergeant Clash is directly on top of it, which is exactly what's happening. They just need to stall for another 15 seconds, which is all ABC have left.
Tough to stall, though, when max hypercharge is in your face. In fact, make it 2 supers. Nita Bear on the left side forces Sergeant into this little cubby hole, but it looks like Captain Rox is going to be encircled and dealt with. Revenant X-Spark keep their 1-goal advantage till the bitter end. That's going to be a second set headed the way of Revenant X-Spark, giving them a 1-set advantage over ABC going into set number 4, but it nearly went a different way. Let's take a look at some of the replays, because this was a set to behold. The first goal actually looked so nice for ABC, but it was traded out consistently throughout the set. ABC once more with the positioning. Sergeant really wasn't able to do anything. He doesn't have any plays into the Nita Bear. All he has is denial, essentially. He can keep Nita from moving forward, but if the other lanes fall, then he has to back up as well. And I think a Twitch chatter put it pretty well that I know Sergeant is mad about Nita being fed super, but it's a necessary sacrifice, right? You have to walk into some of Nita's shots in order to be able to walk through the shots like this. Hiroshi also with a tip-off forward. If he'd moved a little bit further up, he could have gotten across the goal line, but would have died to the Nita Bear, so it's a good thing that Walkthrough was there.
Yeah, I mean, look at the KD. 15-5! Sergeant, give this man a medal. He deserves it. As always, 15-5, he's on the mark there. I mean, on the ball. He called for the pick as well. I mean, for sure. I mean, he had the choice between so many different brawlers and decided that Bali was the most stable one. And now on to Hot Potato. This is map number 4. Immediately, they see the Miko and they're like, yep, guys, full base race. We prepped for this. We baited the Miko. We know that they like it. And what are they going to do? Go a BB? Go a even bigger all-in than we can all-in? Let's see who has the better all-in capability, because Bull is the king of all-in at the moment. It's the best, heist-based tank. It has been for a very, very long time. And now with the buffies, it's even better. Is Nita sufficient, though? I mean, this is a buffied up Nita as well. You got a monkey, you got a bear. Is it Zucom coming together for ABC? Where they go next? Mr. P now? Buzz?
three animals. I guess Bull is technically an animal, right? Well, it's the name of an animal. He's named after an animal. We'll say that. So ABC have a couple of animals on their side. They're going to be spawning an additional one to assist them. We know that Bull is going to be feeding some of these supers for Nita when he pushes in. Amber is there to deter everything, just FYI. She can also break open some of these bushes, get additional damage on the save.
Now, Shay going to be coming in next as well, as the final pickup here. It worked really, really well, right, for Revenant the last time. I'm very curious. Is Sergeant going to take the Bull responsibility or take up the Shade responsibility? I wouldn't mind either, right? Honestly, I think this is a great matchup for him. This is a fantastic last pick. ABC, are they getting a bit unlucky here? I mean, they didn't get the last pick 2 maps in a row. And Revenant X-Spark, this is a team that you give them a single ounce of weakness and they will find it immediately. And this shade is an excellent punish to both this Nita and to the Amber. There's too many walls on this map. Assuming Hiroshi and Walkthrough do not break any of the map, it's just so easy for Sergeant to do his job here. We're seeing T-Bone Injector on Walkthrough. Sergeant is on the shade duty. He's going to be chasing down Captain Rox here. Hiroshi got even a shot in there as well. Captain Rox should be going down soon, and that's a full shade super charged up.
Okay, Sergeant gets to move forward. Now, yes, Serpentine maneuver over to the safe. Plenty of damage coming in. Captain Rox. Miko on defense is always a sorry sight to behold. Walk through, will exchange his life, give a Nita Bear over to Eliza, but look, it's a sacrifice that Revan and X-Spark are willing to make. They continue hammering away at this safe. They're ahead by the tempo. Walk through also baited by the Miko, but it's cool because he can still walk forward. Would have loved to have that super in instead, and he won't get the crack on the shield of the safe, but it's okay because Sergeant is here as well. Like, every situation is, they die, but it's okay because they're replenished by another member of Revan and X-Spark, and they die, but it's okay because there's more. It's Billy Mays stars right here, but wait, there's more. Sergeant now taking up a lot of the defensive capabilities of the squad, while the others contribute to the damage on the enemy side. Sergeant's going to have to use his hypercharge to win the individual matchups, or just for the additional speed forward. That's the dagger right there. Revan and X-Spark go to match point.
This is an outdraft, and assuming it goes the same way in the game number 2, this will likely spell the end of ABC's upper bracket run, and they will be sent to the lower bracket. Brainstorming quickly. Is there anything that they can do?
Well,
no.
You think so? You think it's that shocked?
I think it's that shocked. I think even if you got a Hyper Benita in literally the first 10 seconds of the game, Sergeant is just way too much here. Like, I don't know, like, they have to basically, you know, win out the match. Yeah, okay, so this might help, I guess. Hiroshi, if he loses the matchup against the Amber, that could be an okay. Never mind, that doesn't help. I mean, now it's just back to game number 1, but worse. And they're even going to get the wall break there a little bit. Sergeant may not be too pleased about that one, but Walkthrough's going to get the damage on the safe, and they will out DPS the Miko here.
The Miko, not even left on the safe. It's properly defended. Captain Rox will at least get a kill, but in an ideal world, Miko is never having to go for kills. He can dedicate his full attention to the safe. Right now, ABC are behind on damage. It's going to get even worse with Sergeant clapping things on the right side. Hypercharge Amber Super still cannot shield them from having their second shield broken. And looks like Revan and X-Spark are well on the way to breaking open the third. Hiroshi did not make any impact on the safe with the use of that super, but it's okay because the remainder of Revan and X-Spark is pushing in. The final shield cracked open by Revan and X-Spark. ABC, however, have the response. Captain Rox on top of the safe. He'll get that opening damage with a gadget and needs a bit of distraction so that he can get on here. If Revan and X-Spark punch through the defense, then it is curtains for ABC. Looks like it'll be a proper defense for Nita with the hypercharge, and Walkthrough is going to try and punch through. No. Miko persisted for too long. The match point persists.
I can't watch this anymore already. Why do I have 3 of my players going pure silent, pressing purple buttons, and then just immediately just falling short to Alu's Nita? Like, they just ran into the you know, I don't get it. I mean, that was a robbed game for them for sure. And if they lose this one and we go to set number 5, I'm gonna be mad. I'm just gonna put it out there. I agree with someone in chat. This is supposed to be a 100-0 draft, and I imagine Sergeant's pretty pissed.
Okay, well, Sergeant's going to take out his anger on defense. It appears to be pretty equal by now. ABC have the tempo advantage because they've broken open the second shield for Revan and X-Spark. Only one more stands between them and eventual victory unless Revan and X-Spark can outpace them. Sergeant has to fall back and deal with the super because he has to create an opening for Walkthrough to move forward. It's going to be another super charged up by Eliza. Whoa, okay, Walkthrough's got serious damage. One more super would be enough to put this one in the books and send Revan and X-Spark to the grand finals. Sergeant has a super to do it. He's trying to wait for a little while just to get his hypercharge, but he's got one more clap onto the safe. Walkthrough runs it down and puts this victory up on the bracket for Revan and X-Spark. They're on to the grand finals. ABC down to the losers finals, where they're going to have to face their South Asian compatriots for the right to go to the grand finals.
Okay, bit shaky in game number 2. You know, Sergeant probably got his team to lock in after that, and looking at the stats, you see massive save damage coming out from the 2 damage dealers on R&TX, and meanwhile on the side, Sergeant has the most kills. It's a very clear division of labor. Now, ABC, what's up with this comp? How do you end up with a Miko comp that has a Nida and an Amber on the same page, especially in a meta whereby brawlers like Brawl just take such bigger priority? I feel this was a difficult hole to dig themselves out of. I think they were just trying to cover too many bases. They were trying to make the Miko work in a map where Miko is, frankly speaking, a little bit outclassed compared to the base race potential. I wouldn't even mind seeing a BB first pick or a Bull first pick here instead. And with that, it's going to be... It was close though. I mean, ABC, they almost made Revenant sweat. And that's the first time that we've seen Revenant drop sets and potentially even games.
Yeah.
The other way around.
Well, yeah. Revenant and X-Spark were finally challenged here. So numerous games dropped. 1 set dropped. And this is a pretty Revenant X-Spark-centric narrative because the road to Brawl Cup SESA is innately a Revenant X-Spark-centric narrative because you have walked through this new player that is really, really tearing it up. And then you have Sergeant, of course, one of the most lauded players around the entire globe and has graced the world stage for several years. So, Revenant and X-Spark are on to the grand finals. ABC will be playing the next match as well. They won't be getting any breaks. If they want to win it all, then they've got to win 2 matches in a row, and it will start versus Overthrow. So we're going to get back to you guys in just a few minutes as we get ready for the penultimate match, the losers finals. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everyone. We're heading on to the penultimate match. That's how I put it, because it is the second to last. There are no bracket resets here in the road to Brawl Cup. If you win the grand finals, you win the whole thing. But in order to even make it there, you either have to win the upper finals or you got to win the lower finals. And Spoo, as luck would have it, we're headed to the lower finals. ABC and Overthrow are your combatants here in this battle, and they've both earned their right this far in the bracket, but they've also earned their doom in the lower side. Each of them have lost a match, and each of them to the same team.
That's right, they've both fallen to R&TX, who are sitting comfortably inside the grand finals. Please ignore TBD because I messed up. But beyond that, we will be looking at ABC versus Overthrow in the lower bracket finals first. And yeah, we have to find them a worthy opponent. So will it be, irregardless of the way it goes, this will be a rematch in the grand finals in one way or another. But I have to say, Overthrow, they did not manage to make Revenant sweat at all. But ABC did. So on paper, if you assume rock, paper, scissors, then that means that Revenant X-Pac, that means that ABC should be the stronger team of the two here.
Well, I mean, look, we all took math, right? We all know the associative, the commutative, but the transitive property is the most important here. It is how we compare these two by their relative performance against Revenant X-Spark. So ABC, Overthrow, look, deeper run for ABC. They're the, as you put it, the only ones who made R&TX sweat and threatened to take them to a set 5 even. That was a little scary for you, Spoo, because I know you're a very biased caster at JK. This guy has like coached these guys for a while, so of course, yeah, he wants the SEA representatives to win. But now I've muted Spoo so that he cannot contribute anything to this conversation. Just kidding.
I'm not.
Yeah. but Overthrow and ABC, your two South Asia representatives, one of them is going to the grand finals. And I have my money on ABC, Spoo. I'm not going to lie.
Yep, I'm with you. I put my bets on them too, for sure. This map pool is inverted, so it's the same maps that ABC have already competed in up against Revenant and X-Pac, but it's flipped, right? So this way, you're going to have to see all 5. Preparations are also fairly equal now. You know, Overthrow, they will be exposed to these maps for the first time, while ABC has already played through some of these. So preparations may have to be repeated, a little bit different. That may or may not give Overthrow edge. We would have to see to find out. But ABC so far, whenever these two teams have clashed, right? These two teams have fought a lot already. Like in the group stage, they met up against each other. As you said, they are our South Asian counterparts here in this tournament. And ABC has been the better team. Like they have beaten Overthrow every step of the way.
Okay, let's see if they can beat them at something that we actually saw them do quite decently at, which was versus Prime Bears. Overthrow had the draft advantage decently often. So now we'll see the leading selection from ABC, Poco. A lot of times this one's in the ban phase. Overthrow may have made a big blunder by banning the M's, because M's is one of the greatest ways to deal with Poco. Crow, also a decent way to deal with this, the healing composition. So I'm a little afraid for Overthrow already. By the way, just going to say it, the cheese comp is on the table. Gray is available. 2-3 turn wouldn't be the worst place to pick him up. So could also be something that Overthrow are looking at. Wall break also totally viable. Finks really consistent mid over here. Not necessarily like a nothing burger, but doesn't reveal too much. Nita, very interesting. Super counterable with the thrower and also weak without walls. So good luck with that, I suppose. This is not really something that you pick up early on in a draft usually.
Decent response there from Overthrow. Not, I have no issues with any of these picks. I think Finks here has always, you know, been proven itself time and time again. Circle Brawler, Circle Mode, you get the point. It's also just pretty decent actually into the Poco. Like it's quite a lot of damage output you can get out of that. When you get the circle down, it will indeed slow up most of these shots. And it's yeah, it's decent against his Otis as well. Like the pairing there with the Nita, when you get the bear down, it is a lot of HP, as you mentioned, to go through, and that will force the Poco to have to commit quite a fair bit. And Poco's not really much of a damage dealer anyway, so I expect ABC will have to pair this up. I am worried if they just commit to a Mortis, for example, right now. That could be a pretty you know, big response there from ABC. They could just, you know, opt to go for another assassin as well. Doesn't have to necessarily be it. I wouldn't go tank here. Yeah, Mortis is the one for them. I wouldn't go tank there because I think up against the Nita, you just want to make sure that if you're trading value, you got to make sure that you're getting something out of it. If they went for a BB, for example, instead, that just might be too much time. They're just feeding the Nita. Mortis has the rotation advantage. You can just dive to the other side where the Nita's not there, for example, and then that's the way you play up the matchup.
It is one of avoidance, but if Overthrow group up on mid, then it becomes less of an issue. But do you really wanna? Poco can splash you all at that point. A big risk. BB coming in is the final selection. Now, where's the BB counter? Point at the BB counter. Probably just Otis. Otherwise, she'll be able to run everything else down. ABC knew that this was completely open. I don't think it's that likely that they forgot. They just plan on outplaying it. They know that BB's going to be feeding them, but they're also going to be feeding BB with all this HP that they have. Especially Mortis is just a super and hyper feeding machine, so they have to watch out for that one. A little concerned for them for that specifically, but let's see what they have to offer. ABC and Overthrow is kicking off. One of these teams will go home. The other will ascend to the upper bracket and fight for the right to represent their region on a real stage. What's happening here? Did someone get a Power 1 bug?
I'm not seeing it. Is that what we're seeing? Or is this just some friendly scrimmaging going on here? Are they just taking pictures and posting on Instagram or something? You know, I need to check with the admins. Yeah. let's bring it back to cams, gentlemen, as we investigate what may have been the problem. What is going on? Let me ask them. But comps wise, how do we feel about this? So once again, we get the BB versus Mortis happening, and the last time this happened, I think it went both ways, right? We had Mortis winning some matchups. We had BB coming back and being a huge menace. And then the Mortis just won overall because he just, it was gem grab and he just killed the gem carrier and it didn't really matter. This is a map where you need a bit more permanence, right? Is BB sufficient to just out DPS the healing potential coming out from the Poco?
Yeah, I think it should really be. I mean, hypercharge. Healing is one thing. It just makes her more unstoppable. If she had like the ordinary healing from the last patch, like before she had, yes, so to provide some transparency, everyone, I know that Spoo is about to say something, but yes, we just had like a server lock issue. Looks like it was in, interesting. The server was not set for the match. We need to put it in Mumbai for a fair match for our South Asian teams. So that's what we're working on the back end, have to reconfigure the tournament, and then we're going to be back with the match in just a few minutes. But until then, Spoo, we get to yap because they are going to redraft the exact same thing. And I'm going to project... What's that? What is...
Am I allowed to eat nuts?
You can have...
It's trail mix.
Sure, does it... Okay. Does that actually boost your focus?
Nah,
why?
It doesn't, but
why are we allowed to put that on packages? Like, dude, this dried blueberry is gonna make you so much more focused than before. Like, just trust me, bro. It's like a medieval apothecary. Oh, there actually is a dried blueberry in there. Huh.
It is a dried blueberry. You're absolutely right.
And how does it taste?
Oh, it hurts my teeth. I'm on retainers. I can't bite nuts right now. So this actually was a bad idea. I'm going to have to suck on that blueberry for quite a fair bit.
Do you feel focused right now?
Oh, yeah. I feel...
the
pain is focusing me from the teeth.
You can really feel the boost.
You can really feel the boost. Now, just to add some context, once again, on the server issue, we had 6 Indians in the lobby, so that should, in theory, put them on Mumbai, right? Automatically, we don't have to do anything. But Macherino sometimes gets a bit drunk and decided to throw them into Singapore. So when they went in, I think both teams, the BB was like, first hit, he's like, no, something's not right. And the Mortis is like, this is not the buttery, smooth Mortis experience I was promised. And immediately, both teams shook hands and said, wrong server, guys. All good. We're gonna have to just reset this up, and we need to wait for the old set to end apparently before we can get a new one going.
Well, they need to end it.
Yeah, they need to end it. So just can we spectate them? Can we watch them do this? Like, make them,
I think we can. It was last thing I saw was a bunch of hypercharged BB bubbles. Oh, okay. Looks like it finished. Okay, thankfully, unless they're like between games, which I don't think they are at this point. All you have to know is it was everyone idle and BB swinging away, shooting bubbles every which way.
Let's get some stats going in there. No, we're not doing
actually, that would be really funny. Yeah, but I think they're all down because we had to reset the tournament. So that would be pretty funny, though. I would show it if we had it. So until then, Spoo, welcome to the, and of course you, dear viewer and listeners, shout out to the audio listeners, welcome to the Ready and Spoo podcast. Today's topic, Spoo, nuts in your mouth. Why, like, you chose that this was the best place to do it?
Technically, there are blueberries in this as well. Like,
so where are the nuts, bro?
Look at this. I got a cashew.
That's inappropriate.
I got a cashew and a blueberry that's attached together, and yeah, they kind of looks like eyes right now. I'm in my mouth. But,
oh, I see. Like eating a face.
Oh my god, your blueberries are hurting my tooth.
Okay. Well, we learned about another losing matchup today. Spoo's teeth versus blueberries loses.
The nuts are fine. So the cashews just break apart, but some of the blueberries like perfectly chewy that like you can't snap it with like my sensitive teeth. So yeah, I am doing a little bit of teeth work, and that's why like my molars are a little bit weaker, my jaw strength is not as hard, and so I bite down, I'm just like it hurts. I think those of you who've done braces before can relate. But yeah, this is a good podcast. Are we back in draft? Is this the actual match that's going on? I hope so. Well, the bans did go underway. We're currently 69-70% at the moment. Overthrow has indeed taken the lead. We're seeing double zones being dropped down for Valiant now. Raw's going to cross there with Mecha Godzilla to go and try and deal with this Mortis in the back. It is all Overthrow at the moment. The Poco heal is coming out to desperately try and save the Mortis that has already been forgotten. He has gone to the other realms, and this first game will go to Overthrow.
Okay, game one, Overthrow. Wow, a bit of a surprising start there considering how much we expected out of ABC. Following their performance versus Revan and X-Spark, we're going to get into the next one and see if Overthrow can pull it off once again. Off to the races. It's Eliza pushing forward on the Mortis. We expected him to play super aggro, going for the Finks and Nita specifically, just rotating towards the best matchup. Raw is healing up a ton. This BB matchup is really, really favorable for him, but the fight keeps coming to him. Doesn't seem like he really minds a meal delivery to his own lane. Now, ABC, because of that aggression, did get 16%, but it's going to take them a while to recuperate. We see the teleport also from Valiant, but Eliza snaps it up nice and quick. Also, Raw, as he tries to find an isolated target, is seriously challenged, but the Hypercharge is ready. And this is where it starts to get interesting. Hypercharge swings forward, muted for a brief moment, gets the kill, and on the side of ABC, they will lose Eliza. Alu also threatened severely, could get pinched between the... No, actually, Raw went for the other lane rotation. I wonder why he didn't try and get the kill versus Alu, but maybe it's because he played it, doing it with the bubble.
Massive heals are going to be coming out from the Poco as well. Captain Rock's going to cycle out a second one. That's going to allow Eliza to stay chopped up. Big super whip there from Eliza. And now Muzan immediately gets hypercharged and stunned up. That would have been a great hypercharge play to make. But now, finally... we see the BB finally winning a matchup against that Mortis. He's chilling on the left side at the moment. He should be transferring to the mid, and Overthrow slowly but surely creeping back in percentages.
ABC advantage could grow if Alu stays alive and gets a kill versus Valiant. Captain Rox opted to move forward. I feel like he could have just gone for a pinch on a Valiant, but seems like keeping Eliza alive was a higher priority. More aggression from Mortis. Finally punished in close range versus Nita, and look how awful it is to face the Nita Bear as a Poco, and even as an Otis, it's not very great. But Overthrower in position. Every member, Valiant with a TP back. Eliza caught lacking. He swiped towards a non-existent Finks. Now the clearing of effects from Captain Rox and the push back into mid for the retake. Eliza on the zone. Valiant needs to disrupt. You also see mutually assured destruction. The two particles collide and annihilate each other. Raw is going to have to be alive for just a few seconds to cap off the set for Overthrow. It looks good. A much closer one, but still favorable for Overthrow as they take the match advantage over ABC.
Oh no, I mean that ending, that had to be a little bit of a miscommunication or a misplay outright from Eliza there. Leaving the zone when you're at 90%, when you are the only person on the zone, doesn't ever seem like a good idea. I mean, that last game there, I think ABC might have been able to cap it off if they just decided to stay on the point, throw bodies if you had to. Yes, it was a Finks, and yes, there was Anita that they were pinching, but play the objective, guys. Like, I think that was the bigger, more important thing here for them. And as a result, yeah, despite the impressive amount of damage that Eliza has done, this one is going to go to Overthrow. And I think that's going to throw our expectations up in the air because all of a sudden, they're the one leading in sets.
Yes, it's really unexpected, but something I will point out is that in the match that we just played, the upper bracket finals between ABC and R&TX, guess who also dropped set number 1 and came back to win 3 sets consecutively after that, even though it was a close match overall. You saw like numerous games 3, even a tie in Brawl Ball we saw in the upper bracket. So Overthrow are ready to step toe-to-toe with ABC. Now, Overthrow, when they last faced ABC, it was like, you know, just not even showing up at all. Overthrow, that is. They got 3-0'd really, really quickly by ABC. So what gives? What changed? I think ABC got a little too big for their britches, decided we're going to diff this one, guys. We don't need BB. We can do it a different way. And yeah, sometimes doing it my way is just not the way to go. So ABC need to focus up, got to lock in and respect the meta, because Overthrow is going to beat them with these consistent brawlers, the things that run the meta at the moment. Creativity always has a place, but don't get too creative for your own good. Let's talk hot potato. It's been a lightning fast draft so far, so we're popping in as 3 brawlers have already been selected, Spoo.
Glad to see no Miko first pick coming out from either team this time. The Bull was banned out, so is the BB. So the 2 premier tanks have been banished from this game. And on the side of Overthrow, they've opted to go for Colt plus Amber. This makes a lot more sense because you've got the wall break plus the Amber. So that's a little bit of, this trying to establish some very early wall break potential by ABC. They are not convinced. They're not convinced this Colt is going to be that big of a problem. They don't think the walls will break down that fast. They think that there's enough on the map unbreakable as well, that the Shade was still going to be good enough to get matchups into the Amber. What is the last pick though? I'm looking for another damage dealer. I mean, I don't expect any throwers to come in this meta for hot potato. I wouldn't mind a second tank here for ABC. It's going to be Max, actually. Wow. So they want tempo control. They want to play the open map. Interesting.
Okay, final selection, Kit from Overthrow. Let's fully digest this. Kit should be able to make a fair matchup against Shade. It's something that I don't think is really discussed all that often because Shade, Kit are kind of like lurking in the shadows of the meta and have been for a while, so it's just not something that's talked about often. But if Kit jumps on a Shade that is in a wall, then Kit like sort of bugs in a weird way that I guess makes him untargetable. So definitely something that we should be watching out for. It also keeps Shade frozen in the wall, of course. And with Colt, who's able to break through walls, not really the worst interaction. Let's see if Overthrow can play this to their advantage. We are going to be watching from the perspective of their side this time, and ABC, the away team.
Yeah, big stun there onto Alu there, and immediately Dancing Flames is committed by Valiant to bring him down. That's the easiest one of his life here. Full team wipe going to be coming out from Overthrow here. Unexpected from ABC. This should have been an early game matchup that's happened, but then we see the Kid jumped over onto Alu, but he was on their side of the wall, so unable to get pinched out there from Valiant. Is going to be the rest of ABC that came in to get that kill. And now that converts into sort of an early game position. Now they have this mid control as well. Damage is going to be starting to rain in on the save. The first layer of shielding should be going down. Eliza just needs to tickle the save. He finally gets it, but he's going to go down here.
It's got to be plenty of damage from Overthrow onto ABC. Safe ABC, though, are kicking things in a high gear with a max speed. And Eliza gets it done with Captain Rux. The pinch on the right side, playing around this terrain really intelligently, even though it's sort of to their disadvantage with the Shade matchup. That's the team synergy we wanted to see from Overthrow. It's another chained super for Kit. but that fire from Valiant didn't come in time. Raw now eliminated as Alu respawned. Valiant here for the defense, and Alu has tons and tons of damage. Not enough to crack the safe, but look at the staggered respawns from ABC. Not good for Overthrow, as the matches are coming in one by one, and they have to, as a team, play for the victories. Raw should get the solo victory on the left side. Now Muzan gets tons of damage into ABC safe, but they're still behind on the tempo. Overthrow safe is safeguarded for now, but ABC are punching through these brawlers one at a time. Valiant's going to be the next to fall, and Raw finally has a hypercharged super. What? Didn't hit Captain Rocks and completely throws a super.
Oh, it's going to be so bad. The fat splatter is now on the safe as well. It's going to be ticking it down very, very slowly. You can see that ABC are aware that they're up by 2 entire layers of shielding, and that's exactly why they are trying to go for a base race. The map is completely open, though, so there are no longer lanes that you can, infiltrate by. You just have to stall for time. And ABC, if they can just defend for a few more seconds, they should have this one in the bag. And you know what? I'll even say it. There's no way that Overthrow can come back from it. Literally, the shielding will prevent any more damage to be done. And ABC get one on the board. This one is looking a lot more promising for them.
I agree. ABC, they had way more control. They were able to play around that dynamic terrain because as Colt broke it open, they had way less room for Shade, who didn't seem to have too many issues playing around some of the indestructibles. So it worked out in the end. It's a good outcome for them. Also saw pinches around some of the destroyed obstacles. Just a really adaptive play from ABC. We're going to watch from their side once again and feel what it's like to be on the receiving end of the constant kit jumps in, and I guess Colt beaming your safe, dropping it nearly to 75%. You'll get corner on the right side, and with the max speed, ABC get to overwhelm the mid and get some control back.
Alu is going to be okay, stunned in the wall. As you said, there is the interaction, so the kid was forced out of that one, but Alu was basically impervious because you're still inside the wall, and as a result, that was a wasted kid super. And while they were focused on shooting a wall, the entirety of ABC was focused on shooting brawlers, and Overthrow have just lost their first layer of shielding and a full team wipe as a result. They are regaining some tempo here with a nice kit jump to clean that up, but they are down by a full layer of shielding. Now they're going to catch up by 1, but they're down by 9% in total.
Move forward for Eliza, who has the hypercharge now. Going to hand some ability over to Alu. Feels like kind of a waste of utility. Yeah, and it ends up being a complete waste. You're facing a 2v3. Not good for ABC. This could spell an opening for Overthrow, even though they are behind on percentage and not necessarily behind on the tempo that is enforced by the safe shields. Muzan would love to get onto the safe, but a missed stun in super for Captain Rocks. What's happening to ABC? They're falling apart. Muzan can't seem to land the shots either, but the safe is an idle target. Will get a little bit of damage. Eliza dispels him for now. That's a huge super for Valiant. Should drop this shield down to the next quartile. And Muzan on the right side goes for the wall break. No kill onto Alu, and this is an easy crack for ABC. Equalized on the percentage more or less. And Overthrow get to punch into this next one. ABC are in a terrible position. Eliza does have a hypercharge super. Going to have to use it with Alu as long as they can stay together. No hypercharge to use. At least he can get another one to feed someone some hypercharge. Captain Rocks wouldn't mind it for a stun and a bit of extra damage onto the safe. Only 15 seconds to go. Gotta get Shade in here, but Eliza's going to pop it solo. A bit of supercharge handed over to Alu, who will get onto the safe, but no, there's not enough time to punch through the safe and then drop it further than what Overthrow has been capable of. We're headed deeper into set number 2. Overthrow in the lead.
Okay, Shade's got to do so much more in this game number 3 if they want to, punch through in this set and get one on the board, because it's about the early game. Before the walls come down, the Shade really needs to get massive value, and I think that is exactly the job of this kid, to deny that value. So this Shade pick that, it came in pretty early after the Colt, it's found itself in an awkward spot. Now it's laning up against Raw. The wall hasn't been broken up just yet, so this is when the Brawler should be performing at its best. But instead, you see that it's Eliza that's playing super aggressive here. Captain Rocks wins out a matchup on the mid, and Alu is yet to still charge his first super.
Not the greatest start. He'll at least have it now, but he knows that as soon as, he makes a move forward, he's going to be stunned by Kit. Valiant in with the gadget for the elimination. So many different ways you can synergize with the Kit, but it only amounts to them equalizing the matchup anyway. Overthrow have taken the initial damage, and in spite of all the resistance they put up, they haven't managed to get forward. Look at the stun inside of the wall. That's the interaction we were talking about. Another one for Raw, and the final flame from Valiant puts Alu to rest. The Raw on the safe is just not what Overthrow need. They need a real DPS. Amber, especially Colt, would be the ideal matchup. But Muzan's receiving not that much support on the left side. This is where the spearhead of the charge needs to be. On the right side, however, it's primarily defense for Overthrow. Eliza now taken down by that awesome auto-aim from Amber, and Muzan gets to damage the safe as well. It's reduced to the 75% mark and then some, so it's a pretty equal match, but we're entering the last minute of regulation for this game. Muzan also caught out without any support. This is way better for ABC.
Yeah, Alu, nice hypercharge there. He's going to get there, a little bit of damage in as well. Can he pick up Valiant here? No, he can't. Raw's going to have an aggressive jump forward, but that just puts him a little bit out of position, so he's going to convert that onto the safe instead. We see big duking out auto-aim action going in on the top left-hand corner. Muzan and Captain's going to trade it out. You see Raw jumping onto Alu, but doesn't have any support. Alu almost misses the second hit. Almost could have been Kit there taking it down here, but instead he's been allowed a second chance. Super Zidia, even though he has basically next to no health, Kit's got a hypercharge at the ready, but it's going to be the hypercharge of his life if he wants to save Overthrow in this position.
Going for Alu first. Couldn't quite cycle another one. It's going to be charging up automatically. Wonder if he'll get it onto Captain Rocks. A little bit on the safe to drop it to 50%. Now opening things up on the left side. Muzan needs to hit these shots. Alu with the gadget for the long one. Raw's going to go for it, however. He could be the lifeline. No one at Overthrow safe, and I just can't believe it. Kit for the win to secure this second set for Overthrow. 2-0 versus ABC, the favorites, and I'm just blown away.
What a comeback from Overthrow there, and what a series of catastrophe. What kind of mistakes that we're looking at from ABC? I mean, there's so many ways that could have gone right for them, and instead, I mean, wow, I mean, oh my god, this was a bloodbath ready. Look at these numbers.
Look at Alu, dude. Pushing forward all the time, 21 deaths. The lobby leader, so naturally your attention goes to him. It is a torturous game for Shade. The wall's broken open by Colt. You're facing a Kit who's going to stun you in the wall and still get damage on you while you're stunned. Ugly, ugly, ugly. I have to commend Alu for all the damage he was able to contribute. By the way, just to clarify things, Alu's Yash and Eliza is Ash King. But Alu over here, just not a good Shade game. Outdrafted by Overthrow, playing the new stuff as well. And a bit of the old, also found a way to slot Amber in there and get a set victory. It's going to take a reverse sweep from ABC to achieve the outcome that I think it's safe to say everyone expected. No one anticipated Overthrow to get this much of an advantage over ABC in the losers finals. Winner goes to the grand finals, by the way, to rematch R&TX.
It's a rematch in either way, and judging from how it's looking, it might be Overthrow. They're currently 2 sets up. If ABC want to bring it back, it's got to be a full reverse sweep at this juncture. And looking at these maps, these are tough maps to draft in, I have to say. And perhaps, have we overlooked Overthrow's drafting potential? I mean, they seem to have gotten it kind of right here, and at the same time, ABC, they kind of got it a bit wrong. You got a Mortis there coming in there up against BB. You've got this Shade picked up after Colt was revealed.
Yeah. And no safe DPS, by the way. They have, like, Shade. Well, okay, Shade's there for a safe DPS, but you have to get him there. And then what's your contingency plan? Is it Max with her P shooter? Is it Otis with his anti-tank capabilities? Good thing you have that versus a safe. So some glaring issues with the ABC composition. And Overthrow, we've seen them do a couple of different things just within this match so far. They, first of all, pick up the gimme of BB, which is possibly a trap laid by ABC. They believed that they could diff it with the Mortis. And then BB is too much to contend with. And then Overthrow, they basically completely outdraft ABC here, who, once again, going with kind of an odd composition. no real safe damage. I think it's quite difficult to draft something on Sneaky Fields that doesn't have something that scores the objective. So you're not going to have anything that doesn't have a method for scoring the goal. ABC need to focus up right here. They have been pretty good in the previous sets versus R&TX. This is a totally different side of them that we're seeing versus Overthrow. Look at the bans, by the way. Overthrow obviously going for something way more specific. Some bans on Sneaky Fields that we just actually have not seen yet at all. No priority on the brawlers that are currently running the meta. So they're inevitably going to trickle in to the pick and ban phase. Or mostly pick phase.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, Overthrow, man. I'm really proud of them, like what they're accomplishing here, and they put ABC on the brink of defeat here, and it's not said and done yet. All right, I mean they've got a nice first pick here going there with this Rico selection. I think I like the fact that they've banned out both Willow and Shade. These seems to be comfort selections there from ABC, and they're taking away what ABC used against R&TX, right? Like they're using their own medicine against them. That forces ABC to question, you know, are they gonna borrow R&TX's toolkit now? Do we expect them to set up some kind of a Barley last pick? Well, Otis is out of the equation, so they can't even mirror the same comp. So Leon's gonna be the selection here. It's not gonna be the bow. They prefer the Leon here inside that mid, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you have Lollipop drop, for example, that's about a boost of speed they can get at the start, or alternatively just free lane swaps that can't be scouted by the opposing team. That's just the mid selection for now, and then on side lanes, there's a lot of ways you can go. So you can go tanks, you can go set up for a thrower, get an anti-tank of your own. Nita is wide open if they want to do that.
I feel like Nita might be the method here. Chester will break open these walls, make Rico's job a little bit more difficult. I'm kind of leaning towards Nita right now, personally. Though you have to be cautious if a thrower last pick. We saw this dynamic previously where Nita, Rico, both on the same side, had a tough time against Barley, but the weakness was really just the other lanes. So if the matchup into Leon, and there we go, and Chester looks promising, then the Rico-Nita combo should be just fine. So who's your mid, though? What is the plan? Are you going to go for something traditional? Are you going to try and shake things up? Otis is banned out, so the safe selection is kind of gone. Who is your goal scorer, by the way, Overthrow? Do you have any movement forward? Or are you just going to win by control? Or are you going to play around the Nita Bear for pressure to get something scored? BB. Yep, it is just all-out DPS. And without the Nita, where are you going to be farming these things? So ABC basically have to go bull here. I think that is the method.
Yep. Pretty much, 100%. And it's actually a pretty good bull game. It will be evened out because, yes, it is a Rico and a Nita that you have to contend with, but I think you're basically forced to go bull. I would laugh if the Primo is going to show up here. I don't think it will happen. And I would laugh even harder if they decided not to go for that. They go for Griff. They want to change up the equation. They believe that they're going to go for wall break, but I can tell you, I'm gonna try and jinx it right now for ABC by making it seem like their draft is bad. But here's the truth, okay? Griff is a slow wall breaker. It takes time. You gotta walk up to those walls to drop the the piggy bank, and then you can get it done. Guess what, guys? The time it takes to drop a piggy bank is the time it will take for Overthrow to get mid control, and you lose the game, period.
Yeah, you have wall break on a timer, but by the time you've gotten the piggy bank where it needs to be, Overthrow have gotten in position. And you haven't scouted them. You have no vision on them. You haven't hit anyone. But, you know, it should make for a decent mid-brawler. We'll see. We'll see where Griff ends up finding his home. He's going to be carving out a home for someone somewhere on this map. And we'll see what the rollout is for both sides as well. Getting into it, ABC have domineered the left side. It was Alu moving forward, now going for the kill onto Chester, and the cleanup on the Valiant. This is going to be a quick walk through, so never mind the slowness of Griff. The remainder of the roster has proven to be the strength.
All right, the Spoo Jinx is working, but Raw has something to say about that. Bonks back Captain Rocks here. Big super there from Musa, not going to connect onto absolutely anyone. It's now a slightly more opened map. A bit of bush damage going to be done here by Eliza on his dying breath here. Raw goes for a big play, passes over to Valen. It's just going to be Captain Rocks left there on the defense, but there is no way to stop this one from getting in. At the very least, it's still 1-1, and Griff has an open right side to play on.
Well, and Overthrow has a hypercharge on this Rico, which always spells doom. Raw is probably close to his hypercharge by this point as well. He has the bubble already. Here comes the hypercharge from Rico. Total nothing burger. A massive whiff. Captain Rocks caught him out. Now the hypercharge for Leon. Assassinates one on the left side. Raw is pretty much trapped in jail on the right side. Wow, so considerate, Eliza. Gonna break him out. Now the ball has to be pocketed towards the back right and kept away from Captain Rocks. Seems to be working for now, and Raw has gotten his hypercharge off of that whole interaction. The left side vulnerable to Valiant pushing in, but the position of Chester is unknown. Looks like Valiant knows now, but doesn't want to risk anything. Here comes a hypercharge forward. Hypercharge fired back in response. Should be a kill onto Valiant, just thanks to the candy spray. And on the right side, Raw's in the same position. Gonna try and make the solo play. Big swings with the BB. Oppressive. Just in range to get yet another one. Just that there. Gets mid-control back for Overthrow, but they're not gonna have much time to utilize these bushes.
Yeah, Raw locked in there for sure. Found the one hero play that he could make there, but it was all for naught. Overthrow didn't manage to capitalize on top of it. The Nita Valiant, I think he was one shot away from getting a bear, so he played hyper aggressive there. And now they're going to be heading into overtime. This is exactly what their comp was designed to deal with. Griff now has full domain, full control over. Captain Rocks is going to be going in there with that hypercharge. Gets a quick assassination play. Raw has to get to the ball in time. There's only one way to defend this. He has to be able to bonk away Alu here, prevent them from passing the ball over to Captain Rocks. Okay, you throw one body over there. Valen is going to try and corner the ball. There we go. The bear is online, but Captain Rocks has the invis here, breaks it, and Valen almost gets this kill. Raw is back online as well. This is not a comp that does well in overtime, but Overthrow are going to try their best.
Raw weaving forward, knows that he's going to get hit by that super from Eliza, ends up taking as little damage as possible. Mid has been broken open. Meanwhile, on the right side, Valiant's gotten the hypercharge bear. Alu's forced to use a super on it just to get rid of it. This is not a good look. 15 seconds to go. Overthrow just playing for the tie at this point, keeping the ball safe on the right side. 10 seconds to go, and the play is at their goal. Valiant barely alive, will fall. 5 seconds to go. Muzan doing his best, has the super to clear things out. Raw with a final pull. Oh my goodness, what a defense! Overthrow, keep themselves alive. No match point and no challenge in set number 3. What a close series we have on our hands. If they can win the matchup at mid off the beginning, then they've afforded themselves a second chance.
Yes.
It was a disaster that it went in ABC's control, and I'm not even sure how it happened. We're going to get some insights here in game number 2, which is kind of game number 1. It's once more a pretty early aggression from ABC.
Yep, game number 1, part 2 underway. Wasted super there from Musa that we started this game off with. Eliza has managed to get 2 wall breaks in entirely, and Raw hasn't even found his footing. Doesn't want to lane up against the Chester, doesn't want to go mid against Captain Rocks. Raw is really grasping his straws here. The gadget is going to miss as well. Just 3 swings and a miss. Only one of them connecting onto Alu, and more of the map being broken up. ABC are not taking any chances here.
Overthrow feeling the heat. Nita, where does she even go? She can't really go around the right side, but she has no choice. Been beaten up by her little brother, Leon. And the pass into the pocket, that's never a good look. Even Raw falls. Is Nita going to be enough to stop this? Well, the Barret isn't being spawned, so they seem to know that it is over. That's 1 goal going the way of ABC. Overthrow operating at a deficit, not just on score, but also on just terrain that they can utilize. What a beam, though. Could be a pass up to Raw, an open goal. Not quite. Waiting for the moment. Wants to bait out some shots from Alu. It's not going to happen. And so much time was wasted by Chester staggering that. That could be it. No, and then Rico super wasn't enough to clear Eliza out of the way. Ball pocket on the side of ABC. It just went from bad to worse. But Raw is going to try and make the hero play. Has another super to utilize here. Didn't want to move forward and got sniped by Alu with a latent damage. ABC have mid-control again, and Overthrow seemed to be against the ropes.
Yeah, with one goal down, now it's just a matter of defending for the side of ABC. But Overthrow haven't given up just yet. But maybe after getting nuked like that by Alu, you might as well consider throwing out the white flag. I mean, okay, that is gonna hurt psychologically for Overthrow. They couldn't even leave the base. They still have this. Never mind, they had a hypercharge. Past tense. That's what's.
Oh.
Yep, it's just getting deleted by Griff at this point. Eliza crushes them with just the amount of economics from his attack was just too much for Overthrow to deal with here. They're gonna concede this one. They know that there's no way to get forward and get the ball in time. It's a complete and total spawn trap here. The gamble of Overthrow's comp really is that if they don't win in the first 30 seconds and get a goal off the bat, then they're in a really, really bad spot. So this Griff might have just been the most genius thing ever, but I have to say it's because Overthrow don't have the confidence to just run it down. I mean, yeah, you gotta gamble here. Just, you gotta win the 50-50 in lanes at least. Like, put BB on the Griff, run at him, and let's see how it goes.
I agree. I agree entirely. They just have to move forward off the beginning of the game. How are you going to be capable of that? They're playing control right here, just being really, really cautious. It's going to be some pretty serious damage for Alu. Here's the walk forward. Captain Rocks annihilated off the beginning. The bubble of a lifetime. What have I just witnessed? And this ball ought to make it across the goal line, but it's passed back. No one was interested in walking it in. Surely Raw was saying, pass it to me, but they're playing so carefully. Hypercharge bubbles are going to be valuable. And no, blocked. Got to be a pass over to Valiant and a tip off into the goal. Nope, it was wide open. Raw just went ahead and slotted it through. And I get to sigh a sigh of relief. Overthrow doing what we expected them to do off the beginning of the draft. A bit of an ugly super there from Musan, won't lie. But Overthrow have the advantage early game, finally finding their form.
And Raw is going to get hunted there by Captain Rocks. Wanted to make a play there. It's going to be Raw that has to constantly keep him back here. He's trying to keep his home runs going. They're going to pocket the ball here. This is not the win condition for Overthrow, but it is kind of the backup plan for them that they have to do at the moment. It's the best defensive play you can make on this map. Valiant is back. He's got the bear online, but it's a stalling tactic at best. Overthrow, the walls are coming down, but they've got a minute left on the clock to hold on to this.
Just now dipping below that 1 minute mark. Hypercharge out. It goes nowhere. Kind of gets some damage, maybe grazed ABC, but that's about all. At least Overthrow have this stronghold still on the right side. Raw has proven how strong of a position this can be, and it's gone. Alu blowed it up. Now a hypercharge out from Eliza that actually doesn't make as much of an impact as he hoped, but a little bit of damage at a time. That's going to be a piggy bank to open up this gold. Valiant using Nita as intended, body blocking with that bear, even in close range. Excellent timing on the Jester super. Oh, it's a beauty from ABC. 20 seconds left on the clock. Not really any walls for Overthrow to hide behind. All they have are a couple of hypercharges, and they sort of suck in this situation. 10 seconds to go. Raw moves forward. If that had been played a little bit later, then they actually could have gotten a goal off of it. But wait, could Musan be doing it? Just a couple more projectiles. Raw walking it through! And I can't believe my eyes. Overthrow put us at match point.
I don't know what to say at this point. The predictions I'm making, the plays I telegraph in my head, they are all wrong. Expect the unexpected. This is SESA, baby. We do not play clean Brawl Stars. We do not play the pristine, EMEA. Look at my calculated gameplay. We play a slugfest here, and it's a really entertaining slugfest. And right now, Overthrow have put ABC on the ropes. It's a team wipe as we load in. That's gonna be the first goal of the game here already. One more goal will do the trick.
And the left side was broken open this time, but it's not going to stop Raw. Right side broken open. Overthrow have less terrain to operate around. That's an excellent Rico super. Bubble just barely misses a mark, but it's going to come back for vengeance. No kill on the Captain Rocks, but Valiant moves forward. 1, 2, 3 shots is good enough.
Oh
Captain Rocks heals again. The pass up to Valiant. Raw wants to clear things out, but it's just not going to happen. No, he's biding his time. Has that hypercharge, and here comes the damage. 1, 2 shots. A deadly bubble bouncing around in spawn. It's all cleared out. And Overthrow, what a shocking result. ABC shut down 3-0. The favorites from the region fall. Overthrow pave their path to the grand finals for a rematch versus R&TX to wear the mantle of tribute from SESA in the Brawl Cup.
What a result! Totally unexpected, I have to say, and what a Brawl Bowl set that was. I mean, I think that had everything, right? Like, we had comebacks, we had last-minute plays, we had ties, we had this kind of defenses, like this BB defense going on here. I mean, on paper, ABC are the better team. On paper, they had the better overtime comp. They had everything they needed, and Overthrow were honestly not playing the best either. Like, Muzan was missing so many supers, as you said. You got Nita making really weird plays. You got Raw that's like missing bubbles occasionally. Then after that, having some weird stuff. But all in all, when all said and done, when everything balances out, it was Overthrow that came out on top.
Wow, what a result, and so many highlights from a set that lasted a lifetime, basically. Every single goal was a huge moment in itself. Watch this from Raw. Had the hypercharge active, and watch how safely he played around here. The walk through, he was on 10 HP when he put that in the goal. I cannot stress that enough. And this was one right off the bat. Overthrow finally figured out how to get control off the beginning. In Raw, hypercharge, super at the same time, and a clean open goal. Look at the stats over here. Overthrow basically got spanked for 3 straight games and pulled through in the end because they had Raw to deliver that ball across the goal line. Oh my gosh, and look at the damage. I saw a lot of critics of the Rico gameplay, and to be fair, I'm one of them. I just wasn't in chat, you know, I was on the microphone. 250k damage is respectable. It is the most in the lobby, but Rico had a lot of weight to pull and wasn't always doing it. Some of the supers were going every which way for Overthrow. They pulled it through in the end.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, folks, I mean, I need to catch my breath after that one. And imagine that that's not even the grand finals, right? Like, you know, is the grand finals going to be as exciting? I do not know, because it is Revenant X-Pac that they're going up against. But when we finish the celebration of Overthrow, we got to highlight the fact that we are indeed going to lose ABC. They have been eliminated from the road to Brawl Cup. This was not the result that I think they were looking for. They expected to be the one to rematch Revenant. They were the ones who made them bleed. But instead, here in the lower bracket, anything can happen, and the unthinkable happened today. You have an upset here in SESA, folks. Turns out anywhere in the world, anyone can win if you're the better team on the day.
Insane that we have these two in the finals. We saw, yes, ABC get cast away. It was directly after we had to wave goodbye to Prime Bears. I'm still in a bit of disbelief that we saw ABC go down. This is Upcore. I mean, this is the Upcore roster from last year. A lot of you viewers from South Asia should be very familiar with them. And then Prime Bears boasting, I think most importantly, like main character-wise, X9J, who is not feeling great today. You can tell on the gameplay. But we have distilled it down to 2 top teams. And boy, are we getting our money's worth in these games. Folks, we're going to go to one final break, and when we return, one final game. It's what the last month of Road to Brawl Cup SESA has been leading to, the pinnacle, the grand finals. We'll see you in just a few. For the last time, welcome back to the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. Man, Spoo, it has been a complete journey to make it to the stage, but we are finally here. One last match. Two more teams, and only one can go to the Brawl Cup to represent this mega region.
A mega region is a great way to put it. Not a sub-region, but a mega region, because it is, you know, very, very expansive. And just run us through the bracket, right? So 3-0 R&TX Overthrow. That was the first time these two teams met. And the other side, we had ABC go up against Prime Bears, where ABC took it. And then the upper bracket finals, R&TX, they beat ABC to find their place in the grand finals. Now, Overthrow was sent down to the lower bracket, though. So on the other hand, they had to claw their way back from them. They started off 3-1 against Prime Bears. It was a really close series, and we waved goodbye to Prime Bears as a result. Then lower bracket finals, with one we just witnessed already. That was a complete slugfest. And in the most unexpected of results, Overthrow came out on top.
Not only did they come out on top, but they did it 3-0. And in that final set, it really looked like ABC were going to take them to set 4. What a finish, too. It's like they really found their form. They found their confidence. I think confidence is probably the most important thing there, because they had drafted a composition that should be able to just walk forward, and they were so hesitant about it at first. So now that they realize that they can be ABC, I feel like they ought to have that swagger installed in them, that they can be a realistic competitor for R&TX, the undoubted final bosses of SESA, given the previous performance of individual members. I'm talking specifically about Sergeant.
Yeah, Sergeant has been the star of this entire series. Like, he's the one character that we keep referencing. He is not only the king of the region, he is also the final boss. Yeah. He gets to decide if Overthrow have even a shot to go to the Brawl Cup, or if it really just is the, you know, stamping his passport once again for the up team time to go, you know, to yet another LAN event, and he's leading yet another star-studded roster. But folks, we have to begin on Safe Zone. And looking at the bans here, Revenant Expert, they take out Miko, BB, and Penny. Interestingly, in Overthrow, they take out the Chuck, the Crow, and the Andrew. The first selection is in. It's going to be the Colt.
Okay, so that's already DPS on the table. Note that it's not to out DPS stuff that rushes towards your safe. It's not going to be here for a Chuck, not for a Miko either, so no countdown to chaos for either side. Overthrow lead with, canonically, Colt's mother. And it should also outrange the Colt, so just another thing to note. But out DPS is a different claim altogether. Should punish anything that stays too close together. Bellmark is, you know, pretty useful. Just an all-around good brawler. Might impede the progress of, say, a Melody. She'll have to trip some traps. Kaze is how they follow this up. So the Bell keeps that Kaze just a little bit safer, because now they know that their Kaze is not going to get marked up. Take a pick away from your opponents. But the Bell doesn't really reveal too much. It's not super directed. It's more safe than anything.
Yep, and it's the dive brawler of choice, right? Like, you just see this Colt doesn't really reveal too much, and when you don't have a direct counter to something, just go for your own strategy. And they've already picked up this Bell as sort of the way that they want to control the mid matchup, and then they're comfortable with Kaze, right? They want to pick it up and then use it to just weave into backlines here and then just get stuff done. Now, Revenant and X-Buck are gonna pick up this yellow bird, and all jokes aside, Heist is one of the modes that I can get behind for him, as I've mentioned before, especially when Sergeant's the one playing it. And I think they've done this strat before. This seems very familiar the first time we mocked it, where I was like, yeah, you know, I don't know what kind of super you're going to charge up the totem, but it was Tripwire that he was using that to get that insane overkill damage on the save. You can penetrate the entire shielding with hypercharge and break past the shielding of damage because it's done in a single instance.
Something we have yet to see is hypercharge mines and ordinary ones all placed on the safe at once, and then tripwire, because I'm pretty sure that would break through 2 shields at once. I would love to see that tested. Revenant X-Spark would have to be presented a golden opportunity to do so. I think we should expect a good old-fashioned bow gameplay out of these guys. Lily, for additional aggression from Overthrow, should be able to upset this bow in close range. Versus Amber, it'll be a little bit more tricky. You also have the task of just getting close to the enemy to begin with. And when I look at Revenant X-Spark, you know what I see? two brawlers that can break walls. Walls that Overthrow will desperately need. And if Revenant and X-Mark know what's good for them, they'll be using Colt to break open the 4 little walls close to the mid choke point as quickly as possible. The ones that open into their spawn specifically. They still want the ones on the other side available. Everyone, we have had 5 broadcasts, countless matches, open qualifiers, and dozens upon dozens of bodies lay in the wake of these two teams that have fought to get to this stage. It's the grand finals for the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. Only one goes to the Brawl Cup.
And we're going to kick things off here in a safe zone. We see the initial interactions. Overthrow, they did not secure the mid control that they needed. The first push that went out was unsuccessful. We see Raw here trading it out there with Super Walk there while Sergeant continues to put bullets inside the safe. The slow is onto Valiant as well. He's not even using Silver Bullet. I think it's the right choice here, given the fact that he's up against both a Lily and a Kaze. Hiroshi's going to be taken out in the backlines that they didn't want to deal with that, and Sergeant's going to make a big sacrifice play here, but it was a huge chunk of damage he took out on that safe.
Valiant making an effort on the bottom left. Sergeant over to defend. Meanwhile, the brawl at mid is going well for Revenant. Valiant, what is he doing? He's lurking over on the left side, doing almost nothing, waiting for his opening, trying to get in range of Sergeant, who is determined not to let him in. 2 good dodges, look pretty solid. Valiant into the realm. He's going to spawn right on top of Sergeant. Not even a kill, however. Nuked by Walk as he came out of the realm. It's an excellent lead for Revenant X-Mark so far. And look at how Walkthrough didn't even decide to burn up the fire fluid on the right side. Raw is just going to have to deal with it. Now a move forward, dispelled once more. Everything burns on the right side. Don't think Walkthrough really wanted that, and won't get the final burn onto the safe either. Overthrow have a bit more life in them, but with the Assassins, there's just no way they had the sustain to keep this one going.
Yeah, despite this beautiful hypercharge there from Raw, it's not gonna be enough. Hiroshi did get the tripwire onto the safe once again, but I don't know if I'm seeing a game bug or something. I swear I saw 5 mines on the safe, but they only did 1 instance of damage. And then he did it a second time where he threw 3 mines and he popped tripwire, and it also only did 1 instance of damage. I don't know. I mean, I might have seen it wrongly, chat. I don't know if you guys spotted that, but a bit of an odd interaction. But either way, you know, they still got the dub off that. Sergeant, last game, just absolutely pivotal in that game. You know, the silver bullets that, I mean, using this new gadget from Colt is honestly quite difficult. The big early game push going to be coming in from Overthrow, but they got 6% ready.
That is not worth it. You pick 2 Assassins, and they each got a single shot on the safe. In fact, I think Kaze was probably the majority of that. We'll see Valiant move forward, and actually, Bell is able to secure a kill, but the dodges from Walkthrough are just so nice. Raw will also trip the fire. Walkthrough was ready for it. Valiant now with the gadget in. Sergeant knows to expect him on the end of that gadget and is there waiting as he emerges from the Shadow Realm. Raw will get a little damage on the safe, and it's not going to add up to too much. Will trickle down only a small amount. And here comes the tripwire. A little damage on the safe. I think, yeah, Spoon, not quite as much as Revenant X-Mark we were hoping for, but a hypercharged super for Colt does count for a lot. Here comes another one from Walkthrough. The end of the radius lands just on the safe, and Hiroshi goes for a set of hypercharge mines. If he's well informed, yes, he'll break through a ton of it and drop it an additional 10% below the margin set by the safe shield. The final few bullets come in from Sergeant, and man, Revenant X-Mark are moving at a breakneck pace. It's almost difficult to keep up.
Yeah, I think the entirety of Overthrow, they're just shaking. They're shaking looking at this golden Sergeant Clash Colt. They're thinking, how do we beat this? And I can see it in the draft a little bit, right? Overthrow here, they're going for a huge gamble here. Double Assassin is kind of, it's not unheard of in safe zone, but the level of execution that you need to pull off is extremely high. Like, we're talking like world-class level dodges to create pressure, and then, you know, but I don't think it, you know, really succeeded here. Like, it's too much easy aim brawlers. Like, Walk has 15 and 5 on the KD. The Dancing Flames claim so many victims here. It might as well have gone back to the good old days where we used to burn witches here, because they just put themselves on a stake and they wanted to get roasted there. That was pretty fast one.
Look, you have the circumference of fire, and any assassin that dares step within that range is gonna get burnt. And you saw it happen countless times. Double assassin, no. Not enough pressure to deal with Walkthrough. Also, I expected Walkthrough to face more resistance against the belt, but Walkthrough's dodges, like his mechanics, are just so solid. You can out-mechanics matchups. I think the most important one is if you don't get hit by shots, then you can't get damage, so you can basically win any matchup that way, can't you? That is only set number 1. It went to Revan and X-Spark lickety-split, and they're trying to add another notch to their belt. On Shooting Star, our second map, Overthrow were entirely out-drafted there, but they seem to have some pretty solid drafts earlier. How did they manage to 3-0 their opponents ABC in the lower finals and then come here and get bested in such an efficient fashion?
Okay, so coming over to Shooting Star, what's the theory on this map? Well, at the moment, it seems that both teams have an agreement that Bell is not to be played, Mortis is not to be played, Nani is not to be played, which is quite surprising to me, because Revan and Xbox seem like the sort that they would like this Jean first pick or like this Nani first pick. Instead, they're opting to go back to a different theory. They prefer this new age Leon first pick. They've done this once before. I think we did see it in the group stage, and that was like the clay pigeons, right? Okay, this is not standard theory. I take it back. I was talking standard theory and I was about to talk about how Revenant is opening up a new age of Shooting Star. This is a throwback in the past. They saw the Carl, they said, you know what counters Carl? Fang. It's a brawler, it's in D tier at the moment. It is bad, but in this matchup, it's great. Crow is going to be coming in next on the side of Revenant Xbox, and 8-Bit is going to be coming in from Overthrow immediately there. As a quick response to that, they're not even concerned, okay, about this Fang selection. To them, they're okay to just grab the blue star, and they just want to play for the defense here. And then on the side of Revenant X-Spark, this Crow is the last selection. I don't know if it was there to protect the Leon, like just make sure that Overthrow didn't have an easy last pick selection to come here, but the anti-heal does come in handy, and I think Revenant X-Spark just looking to skill diff here based on move speed.
Okay. I feel like there are opportunities to ricochet off the 8-bit super anyway. So there are possibilities. I haven't been totally sold on the 8-bit. And believe me, I'm an 8-bit enjoyer. 8-bit's one of my favorite brawlers to play. I think he's actually really, really fun. But he just has not been able to hold up. Though we've only seen him on the high, specifically Bridge Too Far, where the rotations are really, really slow. We're coming in here on game number 1 of set 2. Overthrow got that blue star, and Revenant X-Spark managed to get a kill as well. Revenant X-Spark pick up 2. It's a bloodbath. A 5-star lead for them as they retreat.
Oh my god, you put Sergeant on any brawler and he'll make it look S tier. I mean, this man deserves all the glades in the world. I might as well get myself a donut here. He's going on 8-bits for crying out loud. He's a Fang hunting 8-bits. That is not legal. Someone put that in the rule book. That should not be allowed. I don't know how he's making it work. It's a full laser beam. He should be eating. He should be losing the matchup, but he isn't. Is this the Sergeant effect?
It must be. Sergeant's got to be close to a hypercharge by this point because 8-bit is letting him hit one after the other. He was only one flip-flop away from flipping the switch on this matchup. He can pop a hypercharge now. He might opt not to just because it's not really worth it right now to give Overthrow a 1-star game where they would only be behind by just the slimmest of margins. Revenant X-Spark now have the invis. It's smoke trails forward. Revenant X-Spark get one. Sergeant went for another. Won't get it. Hiroshi forward, and he has an escape. A jump away. Raw went for the super. It was a good thing he did. Otherwise, he would have been way too vulnerable. 1-2 shots for Sergeant. One more, I think, would have given him his super. Yes, in fact, it was. Very close. Could this be the team wipe? The final dagger's coming in, and it's a total wipe for Revenant X-Spark. 2 stars are all that separate them from that 20-star margin. And Sergeant is hunting for it. Slow walks forward as they are running through Overthrow.
speed running this grand final is the strategy that Revenant Xbox seem to be adopting here. They see a single, I mentioned it before, they see a single weakness in the draft, they instantly bite down on it, and it was a weakness that's kind of covered, right? Like this Fang is meant for the Carl. Why do I see a Fang throwing slippers at the 8-bit until it dies? That is one of the most insane ways to win, and he's doing it again.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
running at the 8-bit. He's farming free supers off Muzan and then permanently just threatening the rest of the team. Yeah, he's gonna go for the backline now, but it can answer. So this time at the very least, it should be okay. Raw gets a second one at best as well. Walkthrough, is he really gonna 1v3 this?
You gotta be kidding me. Is he really trying to do this? Finally, Revan and Xmark getting punished for their aggression. You gotta be kidding me. And as soon as they get punished, they're rewarded. They're only behind by 3 stars now. They brought the fight to Overthrow. And I think this is where Overthrow found themselves most comfortable. Okay, this is where they pictured themselves. Blue star in hand. 3-star lead, moisturized, feeling in their element, confident, and a TP backwards for 8-bit as he's on full HP. Does it get better than this? Well, it could. They could also be denying supercharge to Sergeant, who's probably 1 or 2 flip-flops away from getting it and getting in close range. A kill confirm would mean everything because it would allow him to recharge his super. He's undoubtedly running that one. Super walk will be the first to fall for Revenant Xspark on his portion of the push. But Revan Xspark don't retreat. They have supers they're trying to turn into hypercharges, and Super Walk also is working on his next one. 35 seconds to go. A solid push from Revan Xspark would completely flip this dynamic on its head. Deletion onto Hiroshi looks awesome for Overthrow. One more, Sergeant. What are you doing, man? It's a 1-kill game.
Okay. Slow it down a little bit here. This comp, this 8-bit idea, if they can get that exact same position, then maybe they can break this comp. But that was just a really bad early game from Sergeant. Gotta say, it feels like Sergeant's giving them a bit of a chance here. Like, some misplays there. Maybe not Sergeant specifically, but at least between Hiroshi and Walk, I did see some mechanical mistakes that are uncharacteristic from here. But now we're seeing the matchups. Sergeant is no longer hunting the 8-bit. He's going for the call, the matchup that he was intended to play up against. And, yeah, they don't have the blue star. They still need to break in. And the timing, the best time to do it is before Muzan gets his first turret.
He's not hunting for stars and for stat padding anymore, now is he? But it was looking kind of nice. He died a few too many times. Now the stats are ruined. Okay, we'll play a controlled game for once. So Overthrow had the blue star. They would love to play defense, but they're gradually working their way forward. Muzan also wants his turret, so he's got something to play for as well. There's a reason he's not only retreating. Smoke trails. Leon has a whole lot of speed and positioning that's threatening Sergeant. Rotate back over towards Raw that didn't exist anymore. He's going to die from the poison by the looks of things, and Muzan is caught out to dry. But he won't be taken down. The damage isn't there for Revan and Xmark. All they have are 2 assassins, or actually 3 assassins, if you look at it that way. Now the slow, controlled retreat backwards. They have that 2-star lead. They let Overthrow play into their hand. Hiroshi on this Crow has to jump away or jump forward if he wants to cycle things. Sergeant's going to go for Muzan, and I just have to wonder why. Like, what is the point? You know that you're supposed to die in that matchup. You can hunt for a hypercharge, but you're going to get it anyway versus an 8-bit that's so slow.
Yeah, now we see the call isolated onto that left lane. That's the matchup that Sergeant wanted the entire time. Waited for Valiant to break away from his teammate and then capitalize it after. Now it is just Muzan stuck there. And 1 versus 3. Yeah, you got a hypercharge, but what is he going to do here? Almost brought down Sergeant at the very least. Raw now pops the hypercharge. Hiroshi is the target, but Superwalk is there, and so is Sergeant. Shut down there from Revenant Xspark. Any aggression there from Overthrow, not going to be successful. Hiroshi erupts into the sky. Fireworks out for Revenant Xspark. They're 2 sets up. 1 more will send them to Berlin.
We're watching a team fulfill their destiny at the moment, everyone, because Revan and Xspark were slated to win the whole thing. Overthrow sort of left in the dust. We didn't even consider them as real competitors for this spot. It was already a shock that they eliminated ABC. For them to show up here and be 2-0'd so far by Revan and Xspark, it's just part of the script, everyone. What was a little surprising was to see Revan and Xspark play so fast and loose in what is effectively a $10,000 Brawl Stars match, where Sergeant is going for the 8-bit, hunting him down, is, as you put it, Spoo, and padding the stats. In the end, he'll actually only break even on the KD, just north of 1.0. Overthrow, let's talk about this, what the strat was here. Because I'm seeing a bunch of brawlers that don't have buffies and aren't exactly the present meta.
Yeah, it's the Prime Bear's curse, right? Like, it's something you cook up in conceptually, right? Like, you think to yourself, yeah, we can still run this old meta. We've got this Carl that get the blue star. After that, we can fall back. The 8-bit will defend. But at the end of the day, you gotta look at, you know, what's in front of you, what's in the present, and it's buffies. And Overthrow now, they're not dealing with any of that, all right? Final set potentially coming in for them. The final boss is Revenant X Spark. They're going to have to do a complete reverse sweep if they want to keep their dreams of going to the Brawl Cup alive. It starts off with a Lu. Revenant X Spark. Is it Finks coming in again? Because they've been doing the same setup so many times. Finks, Chester, Finks, Chester, Finks, Chester. It's worked every time. Do they do it again?
They just know that aggression is in the vocabulary of Overthrow because two things are available. It's the Alley and the Mortis that are the central narrative basically for this mat. Now, what confuses me, there we go, the Alley. It kind of expected, right? What confuses me for Overthrow is the B ban. Like, was it that important? B and Poco banned. I suppose if you really want to get rid of the B, then you have to consider what that opens up that makes Poco way more playable, so you have to get rid of them both, but I don't think she was going to be played. I don't think that Revenant X Spark were considering that at all. It's not really meta at the moment. But they will have a better Lu game. Just where the Lu matchups is another question for me, because it's here to deter tanks, right? I think Ali is swift enough to assassinate a Lu. And I think Chester, like, mechanically, if this is walkthrough on the Chester, should be able to dodge the Lu shots. But, to be fair, a realistic matchup for the Lu. The worst situation for Overthrow would be if there's a high movement brawler from Revenant X Spark, something like a Mina that would be able to dodge these shots. Now, Mina doesn't fare too well into Pam, so Overthrow have covered their bases there. It's actually, like, a pretty mindful draft. But it has some holes that Revenant X Spark can poke in it.
I think this is a fairly good comp from Overthrow. It feels like they've covered all their bases here. There's not a single brawler that can counter all three of it.
True.
If they want to pivot back into a thrower, for example, to deal with the Pam turret, it will fall victim to the Leon here. If they decide to go for yet another tank, it will fall prey to the Lu and the Pam. So they're going to opt to go for control here. So they're going to pick up the Squeak as their last selection. It does kind of tick off some of the boxes, you know. I'm expecting to see residue here. I don't want to see wind up here. If it's wind up, you know they're trolling, right? You know they're just straight up trolling and they're styling on Overthrow mechanically. So we expect to see residue being used here to block off the mid. Yeah, Walkthrough's gonna take that up, and the Squeak's job is to deter the Pam turret, right? Like that's the sole job he has, while Sergeant does Sergeant things.
Okay, Sergeant, show us what you're made of. It is time to boogie on Mumbai. He should be gliding the back lines as Ali. His arch nemesis, Muzan, on this Lu. Determined to freeze him at every turn. Looks like he's already expired, but it's created a bunch of space for Walkthrough to walk around. Did Walkthrough legitimately just walk through a pan shot and not get hit by a single shot? That's unreal. That's plot armor right there at this point. We've talked about them being slated to win the entire thing, but I didn't expect that.
Yeah, when you want to talk about mechanical diff, you know, you talk about dodging max shots. Nobody talks about dodging Pam shots. And Sergeant now, though, back in invisibility, when he breaks out of it, this damage is going to be slightly boosted, percentage-based as well. But we do see these ice rings being thrown down in the mid. It is blocking the entirety of Revenant X Spark. They're going to have to wait for Sergeant to come back online. He'll be hopping around in the back. The Hiroshi gets a nice stun there onto Raw. Sergeant goes in there. Scrapsucker was ready, though, so he couldn't really aggress much further than that. And Muzan now gets a full ice ring, double stun inside the mid, and Overthrow, signs of life from them now.
Revenant X Spark's sort of careless gameplay where they walk forward is effective in many ways, but into the Lu, you're only feeding his game-winning play. Here comes the hypercharge, but it's total destruction of both teams. Revan and X-Spark stay alive. They were only frozen with the hypercharge. No big deal. That was the ace of Overthrow sleeve. I don't know how they're coming back from this one. Valiant does have a heal, so that will be useful. And the assassin capabilities of Sergeant are really snuffed out here. Walkthrough also should be eliminated. Muzan and Valiant get to occupy this point. Realistically, Revan and X-Spark only have one more push onto this point. Otherwise, this game goes to Overthrow.
Yeah, and Sergeant with him falling there, that could be enough for a walkthrough. Shouldn't be able to get back onto the point there. Roche is going to make a hero play, try to get to the point. Can't get it done, despite all the theatrics, all the amazing, dazzling mechanics, hypercharges, destruction that Revenant brought to the table. It was not enough. Overthrow's comp is pretty resilient, and this might be signs of life for them. They might be able to take a set.
I think so, but also Revan and X-Spark, what happened when they dropped a game earlier? It seemed like they leaned forward in their gaming chairs and got back to ordinary form, but they didn't start with the game win. That fell at the middle of the set. So what's going on, Revan and X-Spark? Why are we feeding a Lu like this? Or is it a more Overthrow-centric narrative? Is it that Lu is actually having a really great set? Well, so far, Revan and X-Spark pushed the Brawl back to Overthrow's backlines. Sergeant moves forward to snag a kill onto Raw, and he retreats to heal up, just threatening the left side. Destruction onto Muzan, who was unsupported by Valiant because he was going for some heals and jumped on repeatedly by Sergeant. It is the strength of Ali on this map. You're getting jumped on every single time. It's one after the next, and now Overthrow, where are the comms, man? They're filtering in one by one, staggered on the respawns.
Okay, Sergeant at least got scrap second there, so Valiant is not got instantly deleted by him there. And looks like Muzan did not have a follow-up super to chain off after that big hypercharge coming out there from walkthrough, but no connections found just yet. Hiroshi's got a hypercharge as well, and now we've got two brawlers in the back. Sergeant pops his hypercharge, and Hiroshi's gonna follow up. That nuke lands smack center onto that Pam. You've got Muzan. His ice rink is in the wrong spot. It's on his own teammates, so that's going to be a weird positioning there. At least it buys time for Valiant to come back in the mid.
Overthrow have to fall back. They also need to be very aware of Sergeant's positioning. Here comes jump number one. Valiant not triggered. Now with the scrap sucker, it's actually perfect. Sergeant eliminated, and now they get to walk through onto this point and exercise their advantage. It's being exchanged back and forth. Revan and X-Spark now grab a foothold in the top right. It's Pop Rocks on the ground for Hiroshi, but Muzan and Valiant path around it. Hypercharge from Pam is looking pretty promising to keep them alive. And Revan and X-Spark's composition is so decentralized, they now group up as 3 members strong. They want to bring it back here, but the health is not there. The damage is not there for once. Overthrow respond. We're going to set 4. It's not a 3-0. Nope, not in these grand finals. And Overthrow have already exacted some amount of vengeance on Revan and X-Spark. They got 3-0'd last time. It's not happening again.
Excellent draft there from Overthrow. You mentioned the bans. You talked about that Poco ban, the B ban. I think this is what they were setting up. They put Revenant in a position where actually there isn't really a good answer to the combination of all 3 of these brawlers. And one side of Revenant Expert, I've got to say, I mean, Chester plus the alley in the 2-3 turn might have left too big of a gap inside their comp. I think they needed to snatch the Leon away from Overthrow at the very least to balance out the comp a little bit, or they needed to have something that, you know, some compensation, you know, to get if you're going to give away the Lu as the first pick here.
Taking a look at the stats briefly, Overthrow and Revan and X-Spark were quite evenly matched on the KD, but man, if only we had a healing stat for Pam. We do have zone stats. We know how long everyone spent over there. And look at what Walkthrough was doing on the zone. He was trying to hold down that residue the best he could, but he was getting divvied by Raw, and that's owing to Raw's unreal damage, leading the lobby with that stat. Overthrow's sustain was unmatched. Revan and X-Spark, like, yes, they had assassins, and Sergeant was a real pain to deal with before Overthrow had the Pam turret up. Hypercharged Pam turret was really the death sentence for each one of these games, because once that was alive and Ali was unsupported, she was not able to assassinate people by herself. And I called this composition in the playstyle from Revan and X-Spark pretty decentralized. They needed centralized shot calling. 2 brawlers to take down such a healthy Pam. It wasn't there.
Yep. That's going to bring us to set number 4, though. And breather that Overthrow are going to get that. They are still on match point, but they can reset here. They are not going to get 3-0'd. We're going to head over to Super Beach, though. This has been a map that I have to say, of all the teams that have been playing today, yesterday, the whole of the road to Brawl Cup, there is no team that plays it better than Revenant X Spark. That is a given. There is no team that drafts better, that understands Super Beach better than them. This is a team that brought this map to the World Finals and took many games and sets of it on the international level. Now, back here at home, though, it's a new climate. There are buffies. There's a lot of weird drafts that can happen. Maybe Revenant X Spark, they decide to go, Chester Alley again. There was the Chester.
LOL.
And maybe that will allow Overthrow a bit of a last pick advantage.
Okay, Overthrow, what are we feeling? For the 2-3 turn, possibly some anti-tanks of their own. Note that stuff like Otis is wide open. They may have to go with that angle. Also, Willow, a worthy discussion, has been banned. So Otis, yeah, for Overthrow, just like really safe stuff so far. Chester first pick doesn't really raise an eyebrow for me now that we've seen him so much, but it feels like ordinarily other stuff would be prioritized as a first pick. Even stuff like a Crow would be pretty good here on Super Beach just in general, but Revan and X-Spark are not going to be playing this safe, okay? That's, I think, what Overthrow are going to be leaning more towards. Comfort, what they've been winning with, what's good in the meta at the moment. And Revan and X-Spark, they probably put a good chunk of preparation specifically into these maps because they anticipated them being the most challenging. Whoa. Well, okay, but this is one that Overthrow know the true strength of because they actually banned it on Sneaky Fields in their last match versus ABC.
Wow, and Revenant and X-Spark aren't even phased by it. They immediately lean back into their roots, into their gaming chairs. Lock in here. Sergeant's got back on this Cordelius. He has been rated by many to be the best Cordelius in the world. So, after the beautiful performance he had against Crazy Raccoon last year, by the way, in case you guys don't know why, the context behind that. But, yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's a counter to everything, but it is a very good answer to hypercharged buffied brawlers. When you put them in the realm, they will indeed be forced, and to not be able to use any abilities, and at the very least, you get to nullify most of the hypercharge. That is what he's good for, and this is a very flexible pick as well. If he just has to take the jump, for example, he can hop over those walls up against throwers. In this case, though, it's a bit of a toss-up. I think he'll probably still take the jump and maybe get cheeky, try and dodge out some of the abilities like the mute from the Otis, or maybe a super from the Shelly. But yeah, so it's going to be Hiroshi playing it, and it's going to pass over the Shade to Sergeant because I think Sergeant is saying that the Shade is harder to play in this matchup.
Yeah, you can picture the comms a little bit. I mean, hey, you know better than me. Revan and X-Spark, they're one set off of taking down Overthrow, and Overthrow have started to fire back. We'll see it pass up to Hiroshi. Would have loved to kill a little bit earlier. Should be an open goal. That's number 1 for Revan and X-Spark. 16 seconds into the game. Without a doubt, the most efficient goal that we've seen in the road to Brawl Cup SESA as of yet.
Realm is out there from Hiroshi, and that's going to allow Sergeant Clash in the back to just go in on the Shelly, but boom! Shakalaka, he goes! Raw got stunned by the Jawbreaker! Almost found the goal! Superhawk couldn't have bigger legs there. If he just could have a bigger stride, he might have reached it, but the ball was a little bit too far. Muzan got a bit scared though, passed the ball over to Hiroshi. That just gave him the easiest corner of his life, but doesn't seem to mind though. The wall break is good. Hiroshi, just one more shot will do the trick. But we've got a Sergeant on the loose in the back. Balance gonna be the next one to go down here. Chester now gonna bring down Muzan. Ball still tucked away in the corner, but Overthrow got an entire minute and a half to try and break it out of there.
On the left side, Raw is clinging on to these final walls. Needs them so badly. Here's the hypercharge from Sergeant towards the top right. Claims 1 life on the Muzan. And on the bottom left, more action getting kicked off. Raw exploded outwards. Need to push Hiroshi back a little bit, but it's not really going to accomplish anything. It wasn't a team effort, and there was no play over there. The play is, in fact, in the back right on Revan and X-Spark's side, where the ball resides. So who's going to be on ball duty when Sergeant respawns. Is he going to be picking that up? Doesn't seem to be a priority. Just keep the Brawl at the enemy side. A good offense is also a good defense. Valiant is marching forward in the face of Sergeant. A mute onto Sergeant, who needs to stay inside of this wall, but if Valiant waits him out, could pop him out of the wall. It's going to be a kill for Sergeant, who has another super ready. Raw zooms over to claim the kill. Overthrow, if they can hang on to this position, do have a chance, but it's getting challenging. Actually, Raw strafed into that poison from Chester. He's only going to have one more life left to make an impact.
It almost feels like Revenant and Xbox playing a mini game at this point. They know that the ball is firmly tucked in the corner, and now Sergeant's just saying, how many times can I do this? How often can I stat pad? How can I make my kill reel look even nicer? Raw is gonna try his absolute best here to get in there, but it's not going to be enough. Blown up by walkthrough. Hiroshi and the might of Sergeant, the aura from the distance was sufficient to defend the ball there, and we're back to square one. It's a match point. One more will send Revenant X-Spark to Berlin.
The script was written long ago, wasn't it, Spoo? Though it seems that there was an unplanned interruption. Overthrow going on to the grand finals in place of ABC, who seemed to be the most likely team to enter that position. And Overthrow taking a set as well. Do you think they can maybe bring this back? Well, Revenant and X-Spark are eviscerating them at the home front. Raw stuck in the Shadow Realm. Excellent team synergy from Revenant and X-Spark. With only 27 seconds into the game, it's going to be some explosions on those walls. They need to start destroying these to get rid of Sergeant. He has an open goal. Whiffed it. Couldn't get it done. Overthrow might have a chance yet. Raw now with the super, and this is the second wasted attempt at goal that Revenant X-Spark have had within this set.
They feel it, the trepidation in their boots. They wanted it so bad. They saw the plane tickets to Berlin. They punched it a little early, but they've still got a minute and a half to cap this one off. It starts with Hiroshi inside the realm. On the right side, Raw being pushed back by Walk as well. Sergeant's on the job as well. On to Muzan, gets lasered down though. So it's just going to be walkthrough left inside here. 1 versus 2. Now 1 versus 1 with Raw expiring here on the right. Muzan's going to have to have the strafe of his life here if he's going to keep his team alive.
Sergeant taking a bunch of damage, but Walkthrough is able to get the takedown. He's the last one remaining, and that ball is in perfect place. But what super does Walkthrough have is the question. He's back to the first shot. Also, Raw stunned. It was a jawbreaker, but he would love to break open this wall, wouldn't it? But he would much rather have it for a super. Valiant has a combo. It's a hypercharge in super. Will save it if he can. Pass over to Sergeant. Muted. A tip-off over to Raw. It was just the synergy that Overthrow needed to tie up the ball game.
Hiroshi's got a hypercharge though. This one could be the one that misses the mark. Oh my god, completely missed on Muzan. And now a super there from Raw. Stunned there onto Valiant. The nuke flies across. Second one is, but it's not enough. Raw manages to get the ball in possession. Chucks it in. And we have a tight set on our hands. 1-1. Overthrow just might bring us to a set number 5.
Do we really go that far? Overthrow, what are you made of? The Shelly gameplay, I think, was one of the highlights of this entire set, but mostly that last game. I think Shelly really stepped up here. Raw, whoa, daisy chain up the left side. Pass over to Superwalk. It's going to have to be his responsibility to throw it away. And Muzan knows that he has better reload speed, so he would rather waste the ammunition of Superwalk. So where's the super for you, Raw? Are you going to go for the bounce pass? There it is. It's an open goal. Raw stunned by the jawbreaker. Hiroshi advances forward to clear the ball, and the Shadow Realm keeps Colt out of the way as well. Near disaster for Revenant X-Spark, avoided by a hair's width.
Oh man, I mean, it just feels like Revenant and X-Spark are rushing it a little bit. They are on the back foot. Sergeant is back on the hunt though. Now, a full positional control there for Revenant and X-Spark right in front of the goal, but it is still a Shelly. The last time this happened, it did not end well. Mute going out there from Valiant, going to be completely missed. Sergeant is inside the back. Raw pops off the super to get down one. Valiant gets the fat splatter on the backlines, getting rid of Hiroshi. Walkthrough needs to pass the ball up to Sergeant. It's an open goal. This one is unstoppable. Revenant and X-Spark now round once again. One goal is all it takes. Will they crown themselves once again as kings of the region, or will we go to a set number 5?
This question we were asking in the last game as well, but Overthrow got their own 2 goals to follow. Sergeant's going to expire inside of the Fat Splatter. It's a pinch. It looks so good between Muzan and Valiant, now pinching Hiroshi, but it's not so awesome this time. Hiroshi gets into the Shadow Realm. Valiant with a mute and a stun on the exit, and Ra has no super to break this out. Super Walk just throws his body at this issue. Seems to work for now, but Ra has a hypercharge and a super, but no support otherwise. Does he decide to break open this wall on the left side? It seems not. A missed mute for Valiant isn't the greatest look, but still, expiration inside of the Fat Splatter. Muzan opens up the left side. He's going to die to that Chester hypercharge, but Otis avoids the damage. The Brawl returns to mid. Lead for Revenant X Spark, 20 seconds to go.
It's Scorched Earth now, completely open map. Overthrow's got 15 seconds left on the clock if they want to deny Revenant X Spark their destiny. Sergeant's muted up by Valiant, but Walkthrough on the left is pulling all the weight that he can. It's just a Shelly and an Otis to desperately try and deny Revenant X Spark their destiny, but you can't stop the Chosen One. Sergeant will re-emerge to claim his spot as the king of Southeast South Asia. This is your representative that will be going to the Brawl Cup.
Sergeant, the leader, the most experienced, leads regional legend Hiroshi and rookie Super Walk into a LAN setting where they'll really get to flex their muscles in front of an audience in Berlin. It was slated from the outset. Overthrow, the unexpected arrival, got a single set off of Revan and X-Spark. They looked impressive in game number 2 of the last set of this series. We've got a whole highlight reel. This was an electric final set of the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. And I have to say, actually, it was Walkthrough that impressed me the most out of this entire R&TX squad in the final one. Though everyone got their shots in. We'll get the stats for you in just a second to show you. Look at that block from Sergeant. Tip off to Raw. Oh, it was awesome. From Muzan, Overthrow played so wonderfully throughout the day. Their first showing against Revan and X-Spark, they were shut down without really even a whisper from their side. It was a perfect 6-0. And Revan and X-Spark, they, I think, started to get a little big for their britches and bounty. And then they managed to course correct. The Fang was a little too aggressive. Look at Superwalk here, 18-6 on the Chester. We've talked about Sergeant a whole lot, but interestingly, Walkthrough was the main character here.
Yeah, I feel like they all locked in at the very end there. Revan and X-Pac, they started to look like they were unraveling a little bit, and Overthrow were locking in a little bit more. As, you know, Sergeant was making non-Sergeant-like plays. Like, it's so weird that we are associating this level of gameplay with the player at this point. But yeah, it was right. It's 18-6 here in this final set there, when the map was basically near overtime. It's basically only Walkthrough that was dodging all of these Otis shots, these cold shots, and just holding his own and buying so much valuable time for them to win this. When the walls were completely torn up, he is indeed the longest range brawler on the team, but I don't think Chester has like some kind of like innate, added like, move speed or like a max dodging. It was really just pure mechanics carried him, and it really impressed me in that last one.
Just a team effort here. Obviously, Sergeant, estranged from his former squad. He was playing with Jay in Response last year. Response, a former world champion, now retired. And Jay basically retired now. He was present today in his retired form, which is also, I guess, like nerfed from his typical one. He made it this far. Goes to show just like the stars that he's been paired up with in the past. Now alongside Hiroshi in Walkthrough, the future of this region, which, yes, legitimately the future of this region. It's inarguable. This is, I think, what we set out to discover to begin with, isn't it? Who would carry the flame after these veterans of the region retired? I'm looking forward to seeing what the next step holds for these guys. It's a few months between now and the Road to Brawl Cup, So they've got plenty of time to work on that synergy. But it will be a mystery what they worked on during that time because there's no official competition in SESA between now and then.
Yep. Between now and then, it is a barren wasteland in terms of competitions. But we've got to say here, I mean, the torch has been passed. Response in X9J may no longer be by Sergeant's side, but in Hiroshi, in Walkthrough, they still exist in Seoul. I'm sure that they'll be watching this team, ascend to new heights there at the Brawl Cup. We will be looking forward to the next chapter for all these three players. But for the time being, we have to bid farewell. This bracket has been quite incredible. I expected Revenant to sweep through the region. It looks like they've still got a little bit more to work on. Nerves can get to them. Folks, these guys are new. And I think Sergeant is going to bring them to a whole new level.
I would love to see it. I would legitimately be so excited to see what the future of this region holds. Their players made it to top 4 in the World Finals last year. A complete shock, I think, to many people around the world, and a welcome surprise at that. But everyone, that concludes our coverage of the Road to Brawl Cup SESA. It has been just such a wonderful journey. Although a brief one, it would be nice to cover a more expanded format, but, there's always 2027. Spoo, you and I have felt so blessed and so privileged to handle this region. This is your home region, so I'll let you share your thoughts as we close things out.
Yeah, I've got a long list of people that I've got to thank, obviously for entrusting this to us, first and foremost. Obviously, the folks at Supercell for trusting us with this project to begin with. It's a big privilege and a big honor at the same time. A lot of responsibility to handle an entire, as you call it, it's not a sub-region, it's a massive region, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of countries that we're working with here. And the people in the back, our staff that have been working so hard. There's 2 of them in the back. They're going to shout out there from UpCore. Both of them, Penguin and Saket, have been working basically overtime day and night to answer. I do believe right now in tickets there's like 300 support tickets in totality, and a little bit more beyond that. And obviously every single show they've been running, admins up in the background to make sure that everything's running smooth. Thank to our artists. We have multiple artists that worked on this project, and literally, so the only thing that we started with was a logo and a concept and a dream, and then everything else came from there. Maybe not the dream, but I think we managed to touch down in the end. And of course, there's always you guys, the viewers. Without you guys, we wouldn't even bother doing any of this. And of course, to my fellow players, a lot of them, I think we designed this format in mind to try and, give as much competitive experience to this very, very meek and inexperienced region. And we hope we managed to deliver that. So that is my long list. Yeah, thank you to all of that. Thanks to the Queens of the South, especially, even though no one's going to get that reference.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm going to come out and name some people we want to thank. Of course, we want to thank Supercell for entrusting this with us. We want to thank Rebecca, who has been such a wonderful help to our team over the years and also was the one who gave us this project. I want to say thank you to our admins, Divyansh, as well as Saket. Thank you to you, Wiggly Spoo, for coming on here. Thank you to our artist, Rico. And mirroring what Spoo said, thank you all to you, dear viewers. For me, coming back to SESA after so many years was like homecoming, because my time in the Brawl Stars Championship started doing the monthly finals broadcast, the community broadcast on my channel for SESA, and I feel like I've received a lot of love from you guys over the years, even though I haven't come back to SESA until now. So thank you so much for having us. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Everyone, all good things must come to an end. I hope this isn't the last time that we see you here in SESA. But it's bye for now. We'll see you at the Brawl Cup.